Morning everybody, hyvää huomenta, arvoisa yleisö. My name is Heidi Skroderus Fox. I'm the director of the Office of the High Representative at the UN, and it's my great honor and great pleasure to welcome you all warmly here to the first ever LDC Future Forum here in Helsinki, Finland. And I cannot tell you how pleased I am to see you all here in person in this meeting. I know that you have made a long journey, and I'm very, very happy to see you all here today. But I would also like to say a warm welcome to those of you who are participating virtually. There are many of participants who could not travel with here today, so a warm welcome to all the virtual participants as well. It was about 3 years ago when we started with this process. We started some discussions with my colleagues from the Finnish Foreign Ministry to see what can we bring to the LDC5 preparatory process, some new ideas, some new thinking, so that it wouldn't only be looking at what is working right now and what is good and what we can replicate, but also to really bring in some new ideas. And thereafter came the idea to invite you, some of the greatest minds and thinkers in this area, to bring in your good ideas, new thinking into the process. And we invited world academic leaders to provide papers. We received over 1,000. And now it's a great pleasure that we are finally here today for the next 2 days to really hear these new ideas. It wasn't an easy process, and I think that many of us during this process also were worried that maybe we can never have this meeting in person like this. It certainly was many concerns. So we are overjoyed and really look forward to the next 2 days to hearing from you and your ideas. And look for an interactive participation by the policymakers and the academics. So with that short introduction, it's my great honor and great pleasure to invite His Excellency Mr. Pekka Haavisto, the Foreign Minister of Finland, as our next speaker. Mr. Haavisto is a very seasoned politician, parliamentarian. He has served in several government positions as the Minister of Environment, Minister of Development Cooperation, and he has also held many positions within the United Nations and within the European Union. And very importantly, he has first-hand knowledge because he has worked in many of the LDCs, worked together with the governments, with the people in LDCs, and has really a deep understanding of the issues and the collaboration between us and the people who live in the least developed countries. So it's a great honor and pleasure to give the floor to Minister Haavisto. The floor is yours.
Undersecretary General, Ministers, Ambassadors, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, and all the friends online. Let me first, on behalf of the Government of Finland, wish all you welcome to Helsinki. And I have to comment that this is a very mild autumn weather for us. It's a great privilege and pleasure for Finland to host the first ever LDC Future Forum in Helsinki. I'm honored to address this forum with high-level policymakers, distinguished academics and other colleagues across the world. I would also like to take this opportunity to express my gratitude to the United Nations Office of the High Representative for the least developed countries, landlocked developing countries and small island developing states for organizing the forum in collaboration with UNO-WIDER and the Sustainable Development Solutions Network. Ladies and gentlemen, we have lived through decades of global progress in fighting poverty. The COVID-19 pandemic is now threatening to reverse many of these gains. To help the least developed countries out of the pandemic is essential for the continued development of the LDCs. In this task, multilateral cooperation is crucial. Finland has supported the global response to the pandemic by bilateral commitments and via the European Union's Team Europe package. As part of the Team Europe, Finland is beginning the donations of 3.65 million doses of COVID-19 vaccines during this month of October. The political and financial support to the United Nations is particularly important in our global response. Finland has so far supported global efforts to alleviate the COVID crisis by over 110 million euros, and we are currently preparing additional financial and in-kind support, including vaccine donations. Dear friends, peace and development go hand in hand. This holds especially true for fragile states which have a formidable development challenge. There are 57 fragile countries, of which 13 are considered to be extremely fragile and caught in a cycle of violence and conflict. In this context, I also want to recognize the important work done by the G7 Plus network and a group of countries, particularly regarding the situation in fragile states. In recent years, we have also witnessed a spike in politically motivated violence. This means that we simply must invest more in conflict prevention and sustaining peace. Human rights, accountable, effective and inclusive institutions, economic foundations and the capacity of states to deliver services are needed to address state fragility. Fostering resilience at all levels has become increasingly important, given the fact we are facing complex challenges in an unstable world. Finland has in recent years increasingly focused our aid in countries where fragility is an important feature, such as Myanmar, Somalia, Palestinian territories, Mozambique and Ethiopia. Afghanistan is a grave concern both in terms of human rights and democracy, but also in economic and social terms. Another worrying trend is seen in Lebanon that has become one of the 34 most fragile states. Aligning development aid, humanitarian assistance, crisis management and diplomacy is a key to promote sustainable solutions in fragile contexts. Excellencies, Finland is firmly committed to promoting and defending democracy, human rights and the rule of law, internally and abroad. This commitment is enshrined in our own constitution. Finland's own experience demonstrates that democratic institutions, human rights and the rule of law are the cornerstones for peace and development. And of course, in our constitution also the minority rights are clearly recognized, including our own ethnic minorities like Sami people or our language minorities like Swedish-speaking people in the country. Democracy and the rule of law are enablers of sustainable development. Goal 16 of the 2030 Agenda highlights the importance of the fundamental values for ensuring peaceful and inclusive development for all. The Ministry for Foreign Affairs has a long history of cooperation in this field with various partner countries, including with civil society actors. In order to enhance our support, the Ministry has recently established, in collaboration with the University of Helsinki, a Rule of Law Center. The main purpose of the new center is to support our partners in the strengthening of legal institutions required for building peaceful, inclusive and just societies. Ladies and gentlemen, Finland is currently seeking a seat on the UN Human Rights Council for the term 2022-2024. The core message of our campaign, A Diverse World, Universal Human Rights, highlights the principle of universality of human rights. Climate change is one of the biggest global challenges of our time, and the associated security threats are increasingly being recognized. Natural disasters exacerbated by climate change Extreme weather events and environmental degradation often worsen the living conditions and human rights of already vulnerable people. For many LDCs and small island developing states, climate change is already an existential question. Water can affect peace and security. However, it can also be a tool for peace. Water diplomacy can be used as a preventive peace mediation tool. It can provide additional means to tackle water-related tensions and facilitate collaboration between countries sharing joint water bodies. The Water Convention, Convention of the Protection and Use of Transboundary Watercourses and International Lakes, has played a pivotal role in supporting water cooperation. With its opening for accession by all United Nations member states, the Water Convention offers a global platform for exchange on transboundary water issues and for supporting the implementation of international water law. I encourage all countries to join the agreement. Dear friends, the impact of climate change on food security is already visible. The conditions for food production are deteriorating in many parts of the world, and the number of hungry people is on rise. We all need to work hard to ensure that global and local food systems can provide sustainable, healthy food for everyone in a changing climate. Food security plays an important role in maintaining peace. The resilience of food systems to climate change, conflicts and pandemics needs to be strengthened. This was made very clear at the UN Food System Summit in September. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Government of Finland, I would like to thank you all, the organizers and the participants, for convening in Helsinki to discuss pathways to sustainable development from the viewpoint of the LDCs. I sincerely hope the academic papers and the discussions at the LDC Future Forum will greatly contribute to a successful outcome of the LDC 5 conference in Doha in January 2022. Finland is proud for the opportunity to contribute this process by hosting this meeting. I wish you all very successful and fruitful as well as pleasant stay in our capital Helsinki. This is called Pearl of the Baltic Sea. Thank you for the attention.
Thank you very much, Minister Haavisto, for those inspiring words. And really, I would like to express our warmest thanks through you for the gracious hospitality and generous support of the Government of Finland and the whole Finnish organizing team. It's been a real pleasure to work with all of you, and without our partners also at UNU Wider and UN Sustainable Development Solutions Network, we could not have organized this, but really a big thanks for the organizing teams. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now hear a video message from His Excellency Mr. Abdullah Shahid, the President of the 76th General Assembly of the United Nations.
knowledge. Your inputs make our effort, our work, the work of bureaucrats more informed, more pragmatic. Going forward, LDCs need concessional financing, debt relief, and better access to international markets so that they can jumpstart their economic recovery. They need investment in infrastructure and connectivity. They need access to innovative new technologies, especially green technologies that will help them combat climate crisis. What LDCs need most urgently, however, is access to vaccines. Progress across all SDGs will remain frozen until the world finally leaves COVID-19 behind, and vaccines are the only truly effective weapons in our arsenal. To help move this process along, I intend to convene a high-level meeting on vaccine equity in January next year to ensure that we discuss the bottlenecks around vaccine production, supply, and delivery. We must change global vaccine distribution patterns so that all countries, and I mean it all countries, including LDCs, have easier access to them. It is my hope that by the time we meet in Doha for the LDC 5 conference, much more of the global population, especially those from the LDCs, are vaccinated. Excellencies, allow me to emphasize our decade of action on the SDGs has become a decade of recovery from the pandemic. It has become abundantly clear that we must work to recover from the pandemic, accelerate sustainable development, and tackle climate change all at the same time. These are not parallel or conflicting work streams. They are complementary and must be treated as such. Let us use this forum to reflect on the current context of LDCs and on what we could have done better in the preceding years, so that by LDC 5, we have a clearer vision of what we need to do in the decade ahead. I have no doubt that together we can map out a development strategy for LDCs that is both ambitious and viable. This time, we will approach the task with renewed vigor, not only to make up for lost time, but to secure a brighter and more hopeful future for LDC populations, because that is the future that they deserve. I thank you.
I would like to thank the President of the General Assembly for his very important words. It is now my great honor and pleasure to invite our next speaker, our Undersecretary General E. Courtney Rattray, United Nations High Representative for the least developed countries, landlocked developing countries, and small island developing states. Undersecretary Rattray assumed his office in July this year, and I can tell you that from day one he has been working hard to make all the preparatory processes of LDC 5 move forward, including this conference. And Mr. Rattray, of course, also serves as the Secretary General of the LDC 5 conference. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Heidi. Good morning to you all. It's such a pleasure to be here in this very charming city. You know, my good friend, the permanent representative of Finland in New York, Jukka Salovaara, has been telling me a little bit about the history of this country and this beautiful city. And what we are about today, as you know, is to support the structural transformation of least developed countries. And this country in and of itself has gone through a bit of structural transformation, according to Jukka. At some point in the not too distant past, this used to be an agrarian country, and now it has been completely transformed and is at the cutting edge of the digital revolution. And even with respect to the architecture, I mean, it's great to be in a room like this, in a facility like this. I was asking somebody when I was coming in, what was this? Because obviously it has been redesigned and repurposed. And this used to be a horse stables. I understand. I hope I'm not mischaracterizing it. And you see the old structure is still with us, surrounded by new features. And it really is impressive to see what has been done with a lot of the different pieces of architecture dotted around this very nice city. Foreign Minister Pekka Haavisto, Director of UNU WIDER, Kunal Sen, my dear colleague Heidi, ladies and gentlemen. But before I start to speak to you, let me just remind you, there are some of us that are joining us online. And I'm just going to encourage all of us to be liberal with your tweets. You can use the hashtag LDC Future Forum and just spread the word with respect to what we're trying to do here. As you can imagine, and as was alluded to by Heidi, preparations for this event, this particular event, started some time ago. In many ways, the first call for papers happened in a different world. And what I mean is it happened before this globe was visited by this pandemic. A huge amount of work has gone into this conference from that time until now. We ultimately selected 68 abstracts, 68 research papers out of almost 1,000 submissions that came to us from across the world. So we got 1,000. We obviously couldn't present you with 1,000 research papers, but we had our own internal review process, and we whittled this down to the final set of 37 excellent papers that will be presented to you over the course of the next 2 days. So let me thank everybody who has contributed their time and their ideas and indeed their commitment to this process. In particular, I want to thank the government of Finland, our generous hosts. Thank you once again for your very warm hospitality. I think it says a lot about this nation's commitment, its commitment to development issues, and your desire as Finns to see a fairer and more equitable world. It says a lot that you have provided such unstinting support to this event, to the first ever LDC Future Forum. Thank you also, Mr. Sen, to you and your colleagues at UNU WIDER for the support. It's been an excellent partnership that we have developed with you. And as Heidi said, to the SDSN, the Sustainable Development Solutions Network, which is spearheaded by the eminent economist, Dr. Jeffrey Sachs. We are now just a few short months away from showtime, from the 5th UN Conference on Least Developed Countries. And with the generous support of the government of Qatar, this significant event will take place from the 23rd to the 27th of next year, January, in Doha. I think we already know what we want to achieve at Doha. A new program of action, which I think will be dubbed the Doha Program of Action, to succeed what has been called the Istanbul Program of Action. This is the program that will ensure that the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development works in and for the benefit of the least developed countries. A program that delivers, as I said at the outset, real sustained structural transformation, and that strengthens resilience on a platform of growth and resilience. That is our objective, and it is where we want to get to. But as I've been saying, the real question is how? How are we going to do this? And I think that is a question to which some of the answers will be provided at this event, which is why I'm so delighted to be joined by such an incredible array of eminent thinkers, not just thinkers, but doers as well. Men and women who, like me, are not just interested in learning about the theory, but also about the practical implementation of that theory. How do we put those ideas into work in the world's most vulnerable countries, the 46 countries of the LDCs? We want world leaders to commit to bold action in support of these countries and to foster scientific and technological innovation that can support practical solutions to the various challenges that confront these countries. So over the course of the next few days, we will be discussing policies and ideas that hopefully will point us in the right direction to deliver some of the solutions that we anticipate. We are committed to assisting the 46 LDCs in their efforts to change the development trajectory that makes it so difficult for them to transform their social and indeed their economic environments. We don't just want to build a new program for change, we want to build a new movement for change, a movement that will encompass and energize not just governments, but the private sector, civil society, academia, philanthropy, and most importantly, the youth of tomorrow. A movement that will advance the goals of peace, prosperity, and sustainable and resilient development. As we prepare to launch a new 10-year LDC program of action in the era of COVID-19, the introduction of fresh thinking, I think, could not be more timely. Fresh thinking that can provide new ways of addressing old problems. Fresh thinking that can encourage the spread and the use of technological advancement. And fresh thinking that can help to realize the development aspirations of these countries. As a global community, we were already behind in fulfilling the current LDC's program of action that was agreed at Istanbul in 2010. And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that nothing was accomplished by way of the Istanbul process, but too little was accomplished, and there was inconsistency and unevenness across sectors and across countries, and the implementation was too slow. And I think we can improve on that. We have an opportunity to improve on that this time around. Earlier this year, my office published an important report. It's an updated report, and the title of that is State of the Least Developed Countries 2021. And our research found that COVID-19 threatens to not only reverse the progress that have been made by the LDCs over the course of the past decade, but to exacerbate persistent existing challenges. There's been underinvestment in health systems, poor food security and social protection systems, and vulnerability to external shocks. And the pandemic has worsened the impact of every pre-existing area of weakness in these countries. You know, as my fellow Jamaican Bob Marley reminded us in one of his songs, when the root is strong, the fruit is sweet. And what the pandemic reveals is that the roots of the tree of resilience in the LDCs have just not been strong enough. And to compound matters, as you heard the 76th General Assembly President say, to compound matters, vaccine inequality is making the fruit of that tree even more bitter. Consider for a moment that as we meet here in this wonderful city of Helsinki this morning, just 3% of people in low-income countries have been vaccinated with at least one dose. Now think about that for a second. 3%. I mean, for me, that's completely unacceptable. This compares to 60% of persons that live in developed countries having been vaccinated as we speak today. The march towards scientific and technological innovation and the pursuit of new ideas, which we see in developed and some of the emerging market economies, must be matched by the forward march of solidarity with the rest of the world. Let me share with you some data from our research in the report that I just mentioned. And this data relates to inequalities in the public health sector. We found that an OECD country has on average 50 hospital beds. So there's 50 hospital beds on average in the advanced countries. And they have on average 30 physicians and 80 nurses for each 10,000 people. 30 physicians, 80 nurses per 10,000 people. Now let's look at the comparable figures in LDCs. 7 hospital beds, not 50, 2.5 doctors as opposed to 30, and 6 nurses. Think about that, 6 nurses as opposed to 80 nurses in developed countries. So clearly, business as usual is simply not an option for us. LDCs face multiple and long-standing structural impediments to their sustainable development. These include low human capital development and high levels of vulnerability, as well as limited capacities in many areas, combined, of course, with severe financial constraints. This means that their recovery from COVID, which is far from over as cases are still rising in many of these countries, their recovery is expected to take several years. In some areas, especially where children and youth are affected, the social and economic scarring will, I think, be felt for decades to come. Since the pandemic, immunizations and treatments for other diseases have been reduced, leading to increased mortality from malaria and from tuberculosis. And girls who dropped out of school during the COVID closures, well, they might never return to school. We're not just talking about a lost year of schooling, but a lifetime of education. According to UNESCO, just 3 months of missing school can result in 1.5 years of learning loss later on in life. Food security is another area where the situation in LDCs was going backwards even before the pandemic. And now, limited access to food is a persistent threat for millions of people. Food insecurity in LDCs is almost double the world's average and is expected to increase further as the disruptions caused by the pandemic have increased the cost and reduced the availability of food. With extremely weak social protection schemes, hunger and malnutrition will increase dramatically in these countries. So we must help these countries to weather the socioeconomic effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. This in a situation where the number of undernourished people in the LDCs had not declined even pre-pandemic. The prevalence of undernourishment in the LDCs has remained virtually unchanged since the establishment of the Istanbul Programme of Action. And when I say unchanged, that prevalence is at around 23%. 23% of undernourished people. If we can send people to the moon, and I see that they're now taking space tourists out into outer space, Elon Musk, Richard Branson, so we can send people to the moon. I don't know if you look at the back of my head, I have classic male balding going on here. So if we can find a cure for male balding as well, then surely we can solve similar problems like making sure that everybody has enough to eat. It's not beyond our ingenuity. That was the colorful plea of a prime minister from my region of the world, the Caribbean, Mia Mottley, when she addressed the General Assembly this year. And I think she is right. And business as usual is not an option. And that indeed is why we are here. For those of us who have worked on development issues for so many years, there can be moments when banging the same drum just seems to be a futile endeavor. But then we remember that every time we inch forward, our hard-earned progress represents a better future for children in the least developed countries of the world. And that, my friends, is the prize. LDCs, I think, represent enormous human, cultural, and natural resource potential for world economic growth, welfare, peace, and food and energy security. They will continue to experience strong growth in the working age population, that's 15 to 64, which is expected to double between 2020 and 2050, rising from 610 million to 1.2 billion. I think given a fair chance, the huge and the growing working age population in LDCs could really be the next driver of transformational change across our planet. You know, the Nobel Prize winning chemist Linus Pauling, said that if you want to have good ideas, you must first have many ideas. And I think we have a head start, because I already know that the ideas that we will be discussing here at this Future Forum are going to result in good ideas. And our challenge over the course of the next 2 days is to bring these ideas to life in this room and joining us virtually. We have people with the ideas, with the ingenuity, the imagination to help solve some of the world's great challenges, some of the world's crises, and some of the world's injustices. Our goal for this conference is to discuss, to share, to shape new ideas for what is being dubbed as the decade of action. What are our ultimate goals? Well, no more people living in abject poverty in LDCs. No more children being deprived of a future due to malnutrition. No more lost years of education. No more of this digital divide. No more paying the price for a climate crisis that you did not create. Our goal is for a better future for everyone, but more importantly, a better future for those of us who live in the least developed countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much, USG Rattray, for expressing really strongly the commitment and the dedication of the United Nations to push forward the sustainable development of LDCs, and as you have mentioned, really the better future for the people living in LDCs, and also expressing the opportunity that the LDC 5 conference really has and is something that absolutely cannot be missed. So last speaker of this opening session, it's my great honor and pleasure to invite Professor Kunal Sen, Director of the UNU WIDER. WIDER Institute is of course located here in Helsinki and has a long history of doing excellent research in many LDCs, as well as organizing conferences to bring together researchers from all over the world. And they have been a great partner for us in organizing this. So Professor Sen, I want to thank you and all of your team for all the excellent cooperation. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Heidi. His Excellencies Courtney Rattray, Rebecca Havisto, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. As a local host of the LDC Future Forum, let me welcome you to the wonderful city of Helsinki. UNU-WIDER is delighted to be one of the hosts of this conference, of this Future Forum, along with UN-OLS and SJSN. We're very grateful to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Finland, for providing generous support to this forum in Helsinki. For those of you less familiar with the UNU-WIDER, we were established over 35 years ago to provide economic analysis and policy advice with the aim of promoting equitable, sustainable development for all. We have a long history of providing evidence-based policy advice and capacity development support to governments in least developed countries. For example, in Uganda, Mozambique, and Zambia, thanks to long-term research collaboration with our local partners, it's now easier for policymakers to obtain information based on local administrative data to assess the impact of different policies, plan reforms linked to related to taxation and social security reforms. In Tanzania, together with our local partner, Ungozi Institute, we've been undertaking collaborative research aimed at informing the development and implementation of policies towards economic transformation and sustainable development. Some specific examples of our work in Tanzania are to understand the implications of tax benefit policies, to understand the environmental and economic impact of extractive sector and policies, and to look at options for structural transformation in the country. In Mozambique, we've been working with the Ministry of Economy and Finance of Mozambique and the Economics Faculty of University Eduardo Mondlane on a set of activities that are really aimed to add up to a comprehensive and consistent package of evidence-based policy responses to facilitate Mozambique's transition out of LDC status. An example of our work in Mozambique is a rapid assessment of the implications of government lockdown of the working poor that occurred last year. We engaged with the Ministry of Economy and Finance and the Ministry of Gender, Child and Social Action to support the design of an emergency social protection measure. In Myanmar, we've been working with local partners to establish a Myanmar enterprise monitoring system focusing on the small and medium-sized enterprise sector to strengthen evidence-based policymaking and analysis in the country. These are just examples of our work with LDC partners and governments for the last several years. As we take stock on the progress that LDCs have made in implementing the Istanbul Program of Action, we see very different regional experiences of graduation. In the Asia-Pacific region, of the 14 countries in the LDC group at the start of the implementation period in 2011, 3 have graduated and 10 are in the process of graduating. Globally, of the 7 LDCs scheduled to graduate by 2026, 5 are from the Asia-Pacific region. These are Bhutan, Solomon Islands, Bangladesh, Laos PDR, and Nepal. In contrast, only 3 countries in Africa have graduated out of LDC status, with a further 2 countries expected to graduate by 2024. Based on the current graduation criteria, an additional 4 African countries may be eligible for graduation by 2030, though this is far less than the 50% target that was agreed in the 2011-2020 Program of Action for LDCs. So what are the greatest challenges that LDCs face going forward? I will specifically name 5 challenges. First is weak economic growth. It's been disappointing that average growth in LDCs in the last 10 years has been around 4.7%, which is significantly lower than the average of 6.6% recorded for the period 2001 to 2010. Obviously, with the onset of the pandemic, economic growth has suffered in the last year and this year, leading to sharp increases in poverty. Second, there's a lack of productive capacity. The gap in productive capacity of LDCs and other developing countries has not narrowed in the Istanbul Program of Action implementation period. There has been very little diversification into manufacturing or high-value services. Agriculture still remains a major source of value added and employment. Where the movement has been out of agriculture, it has been to low productivity informal services. Third, there's a lack of diversification of exports and high commodity dependence. We see an excessive dependence on a few products in the export basket of many LDCs. This means that they're vulnerable in terms of trade shocks and that they can lose their export markets very quickly when a new developing country enters in that product category and is more competitive. Fourth, there's high vulnerability to climate risk and other environmental shocks. Extreme weather events have an adverse effect on LDCs both in Asia-Pacific region and in Africa. For example, Myanmar is the second most climate risk affected country in the world. Climate change also poses serious threats to Pacific Island LDCs. Fifth, there's a potential loss of market access, such as the EU's Everything But Arms program for LDCs that are in the process of graduating out, and that's a challenge they face. As most of the successful exporters from LDCs are in products that are price sensitive, such as wearing apparel, the possible tariff increases that they might face will lead to loss in competitiveness, detrimentally affect our exports, and consequently a decline in economic growth. So how should governments and international community address these challenges? First, there has to be concerted investment in productive capacity, especially in human capital development, infrastructure, and energy, along with a facilitating environment for the private sector to grow. This will not only build much needed productive capacity, but also contribute to high economic growth and diversification of exports. Second, appropriate actions need to be taken to minimize disaster risk, as well as vulnerabilities to climate change, including access to climate finance, which is very much needed. Third, in light of the pandemic's effects on LDCs, there has to be a concerted effort to improve health and sanitation and social protection systems to build resilience to future pandemics. And fourth, There has to be commitment from development partners in particular to augment the scarce domestic resources that LSs have to invest in critical public goods, as well as ensuring a more equitable and rules-based multilateral governance system. I very much look forward to this conference days today and tomorrow to hear about science-based solutions to tackle the challenges and accelerate the achievement of sustainable development in and with the LDCs. And in conclusion, I'd like to offer two pieces of advice to my colleagues in academia who are in the audience today. For many of us, it's the first in-person conference we've attended for many months. One of the benefits of in-person conferences is that you can network with colleagues from different parts of the world, get to meet, make new friends, and also to think about future research collaborations that might happen in the future. Take this opportunity. This happens not only in the sessions, but also during coffee breaks, lunch breaks, and informally. This is a great opportunity to network and to meet, make new friends, and to think about potential research ideas. The second advice I would have to offer to you is that we have in the audience some very distinguished policymakers. So here's a chance to reach out to them, tell them why your research is important, make it in a way that is accessible, understandable, and practical, and also to learn from them the kind of research we need to do for the future. Ultimately, the goal of research is not to simply publish in journals and books. It's to shape, influence, and change the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Sen, for sharing your insights with us. Ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of this opening session. You have heard the excitement that we all have for the next few days, really taking this opportunity to hear some new ideas and thinking, and taking the opportunity to meet each other face to face again, which is a great joy. So I thank you all for being here this morning, and I in particular would like to thank Foreign Minister Haavisto for taking time of his very busy schedule to be with us this morning. We very much appreciate that. And we will now have about 10 minutes coffee break, and I ask you kindly to be back here in about 10 minutes for the session 1. Thank you very much.
Dear participants, distinguished guests, please be sure to be here at 10:05 sharp, because we will start immediately with our sessions. We would appreciate if you could be here sharp at 10:05. Thank you.
Welcome back again, everybody. I hope you had a good coffee break, short one, I'm sorry, but we want to move forward. After listening to our distinguished speakers at the opening of this LDC Future Forum, we now get into our real work to do what the name of this meeting really suggests: how to imagine a better world for the billions of people living in least developed countries, and what will it take to get to that better future that was discussed in the opening session. We are here to explore an array of topics that are essential for the new decade of action. Not just those of us here in Helsinki today and tomorrow, but also those who will be joined by remotely from around the world. Welcome to all of you again. Remember that you can stay involved and ask questions through Twitter using our hashtag, which is LDC Future Forum. For the decade of action to truly deliver for the LDCs, it relies on the success of the 5th UN Conference for the Least Developed Countries that will take place in January in Doha, Qatar. Delivering a new and deliverable and ambitious program of action for the LDCs needs rigorous analysis, honest dialogue, and really bold new ideas. During the past decade, we have seen the hard work and incredible potential of the people, businesses, and institutions in the LDCs. And now we must ask, how can we leverage this extraordinary energy into transformative and lasting positive change? Today's meeting is the first of its kind. We will have researchers, government representatives, and international organizations coming together to ask what works. What are the transformative actions that can boost prosperity in the LDCs? I ask you to be bold and get out of your comfort zone, to step back and think about new possibilities and creative ways to achieve our common goals. So before we move to the first panel, we now have 3 very distinguished speakers whose task it is to provide context to our discussions during these 2 days. And first, it's my great honor and pleasure to invite Mr. Brahima Coulibaly, Vice President and Director of Global Economy and Development of Brookings Institution. He will be connecting remotely from Washington, D.C. in the United States, and I will now invite him to take the floor. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Heidi, and good morning, everyone. So let me begin by thanking the conference organizers for the invitation. It's a great pleasure for me to be with you, even if it's virtual. So it's 3 a.m. here in Washington, in case you're wondering. So if I say anything that doesn't make sense, you could blame it on sleep deprivation. And Patrick and Vasu, it's a pleasure for me to be on this panel with you and to share my reflection on the subject of development prospects for the least developed countries in the next decade. I commend the organizers for the welcome emphasis on the next decade. I think it's the correct one, as it forces us to think more deeply about the underlying forces that are likely to shape the economic fortunes of LDCs and help put in context the year-to-year policy agenda. Let's be clear, the next decade ahead for LDCs would be quite challenging, and it will be a defining decade. I think we had a set of challenges even before COVID, and I think those challenges, some of them will be exacerbated by the pandemic. If you look at the economic growth rate over the past 2 decades, it has been quite solid, about 5%. But a key issue has been that that growth rate has not translated into enough job creation and structural transformation. As a result, we're seeing now a wider gap in per capita income between low-income countries and advanced economies. You had median per capita GDP between LDCs and advanced economy was 5%. in the early 80s, meaning median income in LDCs was 5% of advanced economies' median income. And that has fallen to 2%. So this suggests that LDCs are being left further behind in this increasingly globalized economy. We are also seeing a concentration of poverty in LDCs. They make up 15% of the global population, yet they account for 56% of the world extreme poor. And by some of our projections here at Brookings, that share of extreme poor will rise to 62% by 2030, or 360 million people, far from the zero target under SDG, unless, of course, policy action accelerates significantly. And on the other 16 SDGs, LDCs are lagging significantly behind. And at the current slow pace of progress, they will likely not meet most targets, and several of them may not meet a single target. When I look at the next years, 10 years, and focus on the trends, I see the following key priority areas that would be critical to tackle. First is the health. I think it's imperative to really contain and combat this COVID-19 pandemic. The access to vaccine continues to be too low at 4% or less, and this contrasts with 70% in the advanced economies. At the current pace, LDCs will not reach the critical mass of vaccination until 2023 by some projections, which is just far too long for a viral infection to linger on for another year or two. We need more global cooperation, therefore, in vaccine solidarity to eradicate it quickly. Otherwise, no country will be safe, and the human development consequences could be severe. The second issue to continue tackling is the financing for development and the sustainability of sovereign debt. It is a key structural issue that will be important to address over the next decade. Saving rates in LDCs are too low, averaging only 15% of GDP. But historical experience suggests that countries need investment rates of at least 30% of GDP over a sustained period of time. So this leaves too large of a gap between saving rates and investments. So it will be critical then to really tackle domestic resource mobilization more forcefully to boost domestic saving rates and also to strengthen the management of public finances. So as long as this gap persists, there will be upward pressures on debt level, like we're seeing in some LDCs now. And early in the crisis, we did some work to urge the G20 to be more ambitious in their support to LDCs. There was some welcome support in the various forms through the debt service suspension initiatives and some IMF World Bank facilities, as well as some vertical funds in health. But more remains to be done. And some countries in LDCs, like Zambia, Chad, for example, are already facing debt sustainability challenges and default. And several others could follow in the coming years. And debt restructuring, unfortunately, is particularly difficult in the current context because there does not exist a global, international agreed on common framework for a quick and easy debt workouts. And as we know, when those debt workouts tend to be very prolonged and can really distract and set the countries back on their development agenda. The third element to pay attention to is the climate change. I think the next decade will also be a defining one for the global agenda to combat climate change. It certainly is a global challenge, but it has a disproportionate effect on LDCs, given their reliance of the economies on the primary sectors, agriculture, fishery, forestry. And in many LDCs too, fragility and security challenges will likely compound the effect of climate change. And we're seeing, obviously, rising intensity of climatic events as well as the frequency. And LDCs have limited capacity to respond to those climatic disasters. I think the Cyclone Ida's effect, wiping out 60% of Mozambique's GDP in 2019 and causing fatalities of over 600 is an illustration of the damaging effect that climate change can bring on LDCs and derail the development agenda. And beyond economics, it's also an existential threat, obviously, for some of the countries, notably the island nations. So we need to see more progress on both mitigation, adaptation, but also make climate insurance a more pervasive approach to managing the climatic disasters. The green premium, meaning the cost of transitioning to low carbon economy, remains uncomfortably high for LDCs. And developed countries' commitment to provide 100 billion in climate finance by 2020 is a make or break issue for climate action in LDCs and for the success of the upcoming COP26. The fourth is technology. That's another trend that would be very consequential over the next decade. It was important pre-COVID, but its importance has accelerated further. So with the digitization of everything from economic activity to education and health, including this conference, where it's now a hybrid of both in-person and virtual, which would not have been perhaps the case pre-pandemic. I've always believed that the future will be digital, but I think COVID has accelerated that future. Yet, the technology playing field is not fully leveled for LDCs. Digital readiness will be a critical priority in the 21st century. In this regard, I see three key areas. The first is investment in adequate digital infrastructure. The second is digital skills. And the third is investment in technology and research and development. Not necessarily to reinvent the wheel, but to also adapt the existing technologies to the local solutions. Many of the development challenges we talk about today are well known. We could have brought the clock back maybe 10 years, we would have been talking perhaps about many of those same issues. But what has been really missing has been solutions that work. And very importantly, the ability to scale up those solutions. And this is precisely what technology can offer. Finally, but certainly not least, the developing countries will have to grapple with premature deindustrialization and the challenge of large-scale job creation against the backdrop of rapid population growth. So if we look at the development journey, most countries usually start out as agricultural economies, like most LDCs, and then develop the industrial sector, and then finally modern services. But during the development phase of many of today's high-income countries, industry could absorb up to 35% of labor. This created opportunities for labor moving out of agriculture to be employable in the industrial sector. Because productivity in industry is higher than in agriculture, the labor movement boosted aggregate productivity and accelerated structural transformation. But this model development has become very difficult now to replicate, due mainly to globalization, but also to technological progress that has made capital production more capital intensive. And nowadays, what we see is that industry absorbs at most 15% of labor or less. And in LDCs, the share of labor in industry seemed to have stagnated at around 10%. So because of this premature deindustrialization, labor in LDCs is migrating from agriculture, but directly into low productivity services, bypassing the industrial sector. This largely, in my view, explains the lack of convergence in income that I mentioned earlier with the advanced economies. So the issue of premature deindustrialization, therefore, is not just about industrialization. It is a broader issue about the development models that LDC should follow in the coming years. If they cannot replicate the past development model, how then can LDCs achieve economic development? Earlier, I suggest that we should be thinking innovatively, we should be bold. And at Brookings, we initiated a research project a few years ago in partnership with UNU-WIDER to try to answer precisely this question. And we found that economic development is still possible, even if LDCs cannot develop the traditional industrial sector like other countries before them. Our research shows that sectors such as tourism, horticulture, agro-processing, and certain ICT-based services in which LDCs have comparative advantage exhibit the same development characteristics as industry. So we label these sectors industries without smokestacks. If these industries are properly supported, they can be just as effective as industrial development to address the challenge of large-scale job creation and structural transformation. The results are available on the Brookings website for any participant interested in knowing a bit more about it. But to be clear, we're not suggesting, we don't read these results to suggest that we should abandon industrial development, but it just suggests that there's also additional paths that can be followed when it becomes difficult to develop the industrial sector. I know I talked in my remarks largely about challenges, which might leave a sobering impression of pessimism about the future of LDCs. So to conclude, let me clarify that as daunting as those challenges are, they are not unsurmountable. I am really optimistic that LDCs can overcome these challenges because there is no issue they are facing today that the current high-income countries have not faced during their development journey. And I don't see why it would be different for LDCs. The circumstances are different. The environment is certainly more challenging, but there are also new opportunities that are emerging. And it is very important to be innovative, to think differently. And it is what we try to do with our research on industries without smokestack. So with that, I'll stop here and turn it over to you, Heidi. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Coulibaly, for so well setting our scene. We have taken note of many of the priorities that you have mentioned: access to vaccines, financing for development, combating climate change, access to technology, industrialization and job creation, among others, extremely important. And thank you so much. We are very grateful for it really shows your dedication to the issues of the LDCs that you are joining us at 3 a.m. from Washington, D.C. So we are very grateful for you being with us. Next, it's my great honor and pleasure to invite Professor Patrick Guillemot to deliver his remarks. Professor Guillemot is the president of the Foundation for Studies and Research on International Development, FERDI. And he will, if I understand correctly, he will be speaking in French. So those of you who need interpretation, I'm asking you to take your devices. You should have an interpretation device with you and set it for the French-English interpretation. The floor is yours, Professor Guillemot.
Merci beaucoup, cher dear Heidi, and Monsieur le Secrétaire général est allé chercher
Secretary General.
Son document d'interprétation. Chers amis, Monsieur
l'ambassadeur
et autres ambassadeurs présents ici, que je salue, et ses chers collègues et amis,
guests, dear colleagues, dear friends, I do recognize quite a few former students. I am delighted to be here on this important occasion, and I should like to present a few comments regarding the logic of the LDC category and its development over the past 50 years. I have a few slides that I will be showing. We shan't spend too much time on them because we don't have enough time to go into all the details, but I should like to give you an insight. First of all, LDCs are a category which was set up to mobilize special support on the part of the international community, and this was no easy task. There have been many discussions within the UN in the 1970s, and in 1971 the category was created as an exception to the rule of the general treatment of the 77 within the UN system. And that is important because it's the only category which is recognized as an operational category within the UN system. We have the landlocked LDCs, etc., and others, the SIDS, but they don't have the same status. So this category, LDCs, was an exception, and this should guide us when we start thinking about its usefulness. So within these next few minutes, what I'd like to illustrate is that the rationale behind the category is still valid, even though the environment has changed, even though the challenges for those countries have changed. The basis remains, and possibly more than ever, regarding the way we treat the category. So in the international system, there is always a choice to give special treatment to a given category, and it's binary. Either you're within the category or you're not, or else the other choice is to have something continuous, and the category is based on criteria, and those are very important to have the category recognized by the international community, and therefore validating special treatment. And those criteria can be used beyond the category, as was clearly shown. And it's a decision which went slightly unnoticed, but I think it was very important in 2012 at the UN General Assembly. There are the countries in transition, but it goes well beyond that. The identification criteria for LDCs were chosen as criteria for the provision of international aid. And it shows that there is complementarity between the design of the category and the criteria it's based on. So what is the category based on? It targets structural handicaps, the most severe of them, obstacles to development. Countries identified as LDCs have inherited from the past, or for geographical reasons, they have inherited factors which are beyond the will of the government, and they face exogenous shocks and constraints, and that is why it was said they were caught in a trap. And one could say that initially those countries were less likely than others to enjoy rapid growth, because they had these structural handicaps. And I insist on structural handicaps. It is the key concept of this category. And it refers to international principle of international justice, and this has developed over the past 50 years with Sen's work and others. The idea is to equalize opportunities between nations, and in order to do this, you need to compensate for structural handicaps. Now, this category was identified through 3 criteria. I shan't come back to this, everybody knows this well, but I'd like to draw your attention to one point, which is important regarding the significance of the category. You know that there is the per capita income criteria and 2 handicap criteria, human resources and the weakness of the economic structure. Now, they have changed definition, changed name, changed designation over the past 50 years, but we have these 3 criteria which are used to identify countries in terms of thresholds. Now, that is a very technical aspect, but if that has changed over time, because you can have a very absolute idea of these criteria with a threshold in income per capita, which is then always the same for low-income countries, but for structural weakness indicators, you can either leave it absolute or set it against the situation in other countries. So these structural handicaps can be seen either as an absolute or in comparison to other countries. So for the scope of the category, it is important, but it is especially important in terms of how you're going to use this. So you must see that these criteria are complementary. Now that seems to be a given, but it is in fact quite delicate. Why does one consider the three criteria, per capita income, economic structure, and weak capital, human capital? Why are they seen as complementary? Initially, there was an underlying economic theory in the early 70s. The perspective was complementarity, not the corollary is that you consider that it isn't just one or the other of the structural handicaps which is an obstacle to growth, it is in the conjunction of several of them. Ferdi has looked into this quite finely, and some things did show economic testing in those days were useful for the 31st years. But if we try to go further in time, the limited substitution aspect no longer exists. So it being a category, what you see is that LDCs are countries suffering from structural handicaps measured by index. So the complementarity rule became a problem when, from 1991, we developed graduation rules. When we sought to introduce those rules quite carefully with an asymmetry between inclusion and graduation criteria, of course, there were margins for the thresholds, but we also introduced a quite fundamental asymmetry which disrupted the life of the category for some 20 years. Indeed, you need to meet 3 criteria in order to be included, but only one would serve to graduate, to exit the category. And that was quite delicate. We said at the time, you have to no longer meet 2 criteria, not just 1. And this very much slowed down graduations. It was probably a matter of caution, but it brought about inconsistencies in the management of the category, which once again could easily be overcome if one were to choose for the simple criteria for structural handicap, combining the 2 criteria already identified. In fact, it wouldn't really change the list very much. It would simply be more consistent. And the consistency of the category is important, as I was saying, in order for the international community to use this. So low-income countries which are still suffering from the most severe development handicaps.
And it is important because such handicaps have changed in comparison with the international context over the past 50 years. more acutely over the past 10 years. There have been several crises, health crisis, economic crisis, and they have revealed new handicaps, digital handicaps, for instance. So if one is to take into account such events, then a synthetic indicator is probably more appropriate. This is where vulnerability comes in.
Qui m'a beaucoup suivi quand j'étais pendant longtemps au comité de politique de développement
For a long
des
time,
Nations
I
Unies.
participated in the
En 2000,
Policy Development Committee at the United Nations, and in 2000, we managed to change one of the three criteria.
un indicateur de vulnérabilité économique, EVI.
We
Et ça semblait, tout
replaced
le monde était content,
EDI
parce que
with
ça semblait
EVI,
répondre aux souhaits des petits États insulaires, qui
Economic
étaient
Vulnerability
effectivement, pour
Indicator,
plusieurs,
which
étaient éligibles à la graduation tout en restant
matched the
vulnérables.
needs
Mais en fait,
of
ça ne changeait pas beaucoup
the
la
SIDS,
perspective de graduation,
but
parce
it
que
didn't really change the graduation
les deux autres
perspective
critères étaient tellement corrélés,
because the
produits
two
par
other
tête et niveau de
criteria
capital
were
humain,
so
que
intertwined
ils remplissaient
that
encore, malgré l'indicateur de vulnérabilité, les conditions de graduation.
the graduation conditions were still met
EVI a été
in spite of
désigné,
the EVI.
défini comme un indicateur
The
de
EVI was defined
vulnérabilité
as
économique structurelle.
a
Modifié
structural
plusieurs
economic
fois, on a ajouté
vulnerability
quelques
indicator.
composants,
It was modified several
environnementaux,
times. Some environmental components were added,
mais d'autres dimensions importantes de la vulnérabilité ont été
but
laissées de
other
côté.
important dimensions
chocs
of vulnerability were left
socio-exogènes,
aside. For instance,
pandémies, conflits,
exogenous
violences,
social shocks, epidemics,
tout aussi bien
conflict, and
d'ailleurs qu'une
violence,
estimation directe de la
as well as a
vulnérabilité
direct
au changement
measurement of
climatique.
vulnerability to climate change.
L'indice a été rebaptisé indice
As the index was
économique
renamed
de vulnérabilité
Economic
économique
and
et
Environmental
environnementale, mais ce n'est
Index,
pas vraiment
but it
pleinement
is still
un
not
indice de vulnérabilité
a
multidimensionnel.
multidimensional
Et je
vulnerability
voudrais lier ce
index.
point à une
Which brings
résolution
me
récente
to
de
the
l'Assemblée
recent
des Nations Unies en
resolution
décembre
adopted
dernier,
by the
qui
UNGA
a
in
demandé
December
au secrétaire
2020.
général que soit
The
établi
UNGA
un
requested
indicateur de vulnérabilité
from the
multidimensionnelle.
UNSG
Cette demande était
that
faite
a multidimensional
principalement à
vulnerability
l'intention
index
des
be
pays
established.
insulaires, des sites, mais tel que se
This
dessine
index
le projet
is
de
likely to be used by
vulnérabilité
SIDS,
multidimensionnelle, il est clair qu'il ne peut pas considérer seulement être
but
pertinent seulement pour les sites, il faut qu'il soit pertinent
it has become clear that it
pour
will not
l'ensemble des
only
groupes de
apply
façon à être comparable.
to
Il soit
SIDS but to all
universel, comme on dit au
groups.
secrétariat du Commonwealth.
It will
Et
be
donc,
a universal index,
cet
as we
indice,
say at
une fois
the
qu'il sera
Commonwealth
établi, s'il est
Secretary.
vraiment un indice universel
So
et multidimensionnel,
this
et qu'il permet de
multidimensional
faire la part de ce qui est
universal
vraiment
index
exogène, structurel dans la vulnérabilité, sera
should
très
allow
pertinent
us to
pour
determine the
l'identification
exogenous
même et la
components,
logique de la catégorie des PMA,
and it may be
qui
used
sont, ce qui correspond d'ailleurs à la dénomination elle-même utilisée pour cette
for
catégorie de
LDCs.
pays qui font face à des handicaps structurels sévères pour leur développement structurel. Je vois que mon temps
Since
est
it is in
presque
line with
terminé,
considering the
et je
category
voudrais
as countries facing
terminer par
structural
une
handicaps.
réflexion
I can
sur
see that I am
la mesure dans laquelle
I have almost reached the
la
allotted time, so I would
catégorie
like to
se
conclude
trouve légitimée par l'évolution
on the
de
rationale of
ces 50
category.
dernières années.
Is it justified by its impact?
Car si les PMA réussissent à sortir du piège tel qu'ils ont été identifiés,
If the
c'est peut-être
LDCs
que la
manage
catégorie
to
est efficace.
escape the poverty
Mais en même
trap,
temps,
then has the category
c'est très difficile
membership
parce que
helped?
cette catégorie a été définie par des handicaps structurels qui permettaient de considérer qu'au
It
début,
is
ils
hard
étaient
to say
pris au piège, caught in a trap.
because it was defined by structural
Or,
handicaps that
les,
define them as trapped in the
la première partie
beginning.
de ce demi-siècle, les 30-25 premières années, montrent
But
effectivement
over the
que
30
les PMA tels qu'ils ont été identifiés
the
ont
first
continué
30
de
years of the century,
retarder,
the
lag behind,
LDCs
et d'avoir une
continued
croissance
to
beaucoup
lag
plus faible
behind
que
after they
celle
were
des autres pays en
identified.
développement.
Their growth was still
Mais
considerably
dans la
weaker
seconde partie de ce
than
demi-siècle,
the
on
growth
voit
of
se
other
renverser la
developing
situation,
countries. But
en ce sens que
in the second part of the
je vais
century,
peut-être grapher, je terminerai sur
LDCs
ce
appeared
graphique.
to reverse
Si vous
course.
regardez ce graphique, vous avez
Here
trois
is a
courbes.
graph, and you see
L'une qui
three
représente
curves on the
l'évolution
graph.
du taux de croissance
One
moyen,
represents the
j'ai 30 secondes.
average rate of growth,
L'évolution de ce taux de croissance moyen des PMA
of income in LDCs from 1980 to 2019. It's the blue curve. You can tell that for the first half of the period, it was below the growth rates of other developing countries and other lower income countries. And then in the second part of the graph, you can see that the average rate of growth was equal and even higher than the rates of growth of other countries, although still below the countries that were initially in the same income category. So this shows that the category was relevant. It allowed us to understand that some countries were trapped for 25 years at the beginning. They were stagnating, but the change in the rate of growth might show that the category actually had some impact. But it is hard to tell if the handicap or the measures were efficient. But something did change, which encourages us to go further during the LDC 5. The category was clearly not inefficient, but it is still relevant because those countries are still lagging behind from the point of view of growth and from the point of view of the SDGs as well, compared to the countries that were in the lower income category initially. So the structural handicap has been renewed by the shocks that we have mentioned: the climate crisis, terrorism, the digital gap, but the category was also efficient, as is seen by the evolution of the growth curves. Thank you.
Professor Guillamon. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
For your remarks and really reminding us that the LDC category was really created 50 years ago to mobilize support for the LDCs. And in fact, during the LDC 5 conference, we will have a commemoration, an event to take note of this important milestone. So thank you very much also for walking us through the evolving criteria and the years of the LDC category. Of course, when we talk about the sustainable development of the least developed countries, we do not do it in a silo. It's the interface of peace and security, human rights, economic development that we are talking about. And it's in that context that it's a great honor and pleasure for me to invite my old friend, Mr. Vasu Ganden, founder and executive director of the African Center for the Constructive Resolution of Disputes, ACCORD, who is joining us virtually. Vasu, I presume you are in South Africa. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Heidi. Yes, unfortunately, I'm in South Africa. I would have preferred to be in Helsinki with all of you, but Heidi, it's wonderful to see you again. Under Secretary General and fellow panelists, Brahima, my brother, and Patrick, good to see you. And distinguished guests, let me start by saying I agree with Brahima that the next decade, I think, will be the most challenging for LDCs. Ourselves as ACCORD, we have been involved for the last 29 years in peace and security, working in all the major conflict spots on the continent. As you all know, 33 out of the 47 or so LDCs are in Africa, so that's about 60% of the continent of our 54 countries are LDCs. The top 10 LDCs are also in Africa, and all of them mired in conflict or have been through conflict. So Niger, Central African Republic, South Sudan, Chad, Burundi, Sierra Leone, Burkina Faso, Mali, Liberia, and Mozambique. And we have worked in most of these countries And I think it of concern for all of us, which should be of concern for the rest of the world also, is that all of these countries, including the majority of the 33 LDCs in Africa, are caught in a poverty, unemployment, and inequality trap. And I'm not an Afro-pessimist, I'm an Afro-realist. And I think most, if we don't reverse those trends, are on a very dangerous path to a dystopian future. The challenges, of course, are driven by deep structural challenges exacerbated by exponential population growth coupled with rapid urbanization into unplanned cities without the transformation, as most of the speakers have said, or creation of new economies. And I think that's where the major structural problem lies on the continent. And Brahima, I would maybe like to say that I think if we look at the highly developed countries and we look at the trajectory of their development, going back now, whether it is Europe, Latin America, Asia, I think the one difference is on the continent, which is of concern for us, is the fact that we are seeing the same phenomena, but with much, much larger populations. Europe, when it went through that transition, did not have the same levels of population. And as Europe, Asia, and Latin America were urbanizing, they were also industrializing at the same time. So low-skilled farm workers moving to the center were absorbed into low-skilled factory jobs, and the successor generation of that generation moved into the services sector. And now we see, into the fourth industrial revolution. But we are not seeing the same transition on the continent, unfortunately. I would like to go back and look at the Brookings documents, because it's a very interesting perspective that you put, that maybe, yes, if it's not possible to industrialize fully, then we could look at agro-processing, tourism, technology, etc. And I'll address that a little bit later. But I think right now, the major problem is the fact that we are not able to transform our economies. Even on the agricultural side, we're really in subsistence agriculture, not in commercial agriculture. So this is the major problem. What is the result of all of this? If we look at most of those countries that are experiencing this phenomena, the result is no control over their entire sovereign territory. We see this in the Central African Republic. We see this in Mozambique now. And this is leading to the emergence of radicalized insurgencies and criminal syndicates who are filling the vacuum that governments are leaving, because they're not able to deal with their responsibility in dispensing with governance across their entire territory. And when it comes to urban areas, because of this exponential population growth coupled with rapid urbanization, where people are moving to a center without the possibility of jobs, of housing, of sanitation, of water, and they have pitched against each other in a struggle over these scarce resources. And so what we are seeing in a number of countries now is rising social and political conflict in urban and peri-urban areas, which are leading to, as we have seen now, coups, popular uprisings, or the entrenchment of authoritarian rule. And I think in his opening address, Minister Pekka Haavisto talked about the fact that there is a spike in politically motivated violence. And he said that the 13 LDCs are extremely fragile and face violence and conflict, and that is absolutely correct. In addition, globalization, as was alluded to, climate change and COVID-19, coupled with systemic corruption and failing governance, have all exacerbated these challenges. So if we just take the COVID crisis over the last 18 months or so, the COVID crisis is a health crisis, but we know that that has precipitated in many countries an economic crisis. And I think lockdowns, which were necessary, have in fact created a dangerous situation, because it's put a lid on conflict. And we have been saying to our own government here in South Africa that within the next 6 to 12 months, when the population is vaccinated to a level where we have herd immunity and we're able to then lift the lid on lockdowns, social and political protest will come back with a will be more unemployed people, more poor people. And so the vulnerabilities and fragilities will have increased in all of our societies. So to conclude then, what can we do? I think two things. One, Minister Avisto alluded to, conflict mitigation. And the second, which all the speakers have talked about, is socio-economic transformation. The problem, of course, and the challenge is, how do we do that? And I think, maybe firstly to say that Africa cannot compete in agriculture when it competes against subsidies. Africa cannot compete on manufacturing when it is a net exporter of raw materials and an importer of finished products. And Africa cannot compete on technology when there is an exodus of skills from Africa into other parts of the world where they need that. So I think what we need is a new social compact, and that social compact must create globally inclusive economies that not compete, but that collaborate on comparative geographic location, natural resources advantage, social and cultural attributes, and productive capacity and capability underpinned by a normative framework for sustainable development. I think anything else that we attempt in the future, unless we move in that direction of some kind of social compact globally that sees us collaborate rather than compete, will not address the problems of the least developed countries. Thank you very much, Heidi.
Thank you very much, Vasu, for your presentation and really setting the issue so clearly in front of us that part of it is conflict resolution, setting up a new social compact, and really moving on with the economic development of the LDCs. Our panelists, I think, have really very brilliantly set our stage for the discussions that will now continue today and tomorrow. And maybe I would ask you to join me to give a hand for them one more time. Thank you all very much. So now, ladies and gentlemen, I have a little bit of bad news that I've been told. Our coffee break will be very short. So I am asking all of those who will be speaking in our two next panels. One will be taking place in this room, panel number 1 on building the basics, eradicating poverty and hunger and reducing inequality in LDCs. So panelists, please make sure you have your microphones, and we will start more or less immediately. Panel number 2 will be in the room next door on delivering dignity, human development and well-being in LDCs. And the same thing, please make sure that you are ready, and the rest of you, please grab a quick coffee and move immediately to the rooms. Thank you so much for being with us. Thank you.
Hello. Mr. Martin Paul Jr. Martin Paul Jr., could you please come in front?
Okay, ready? Okay, Excellencies, dear participants, so you saw the stage that was set by Heidi and the previous speakers, so now we're going to move into the first panel of the morning. It's my pleasure to welcome you as participants to this panel that is entitled Building the Basics, Eradicating Poverty and Hunger and Reducing Inequalities in LDCs. Let me just give the briefest of introductions, and the biographies of all our speakers are available on our website. So I'll just briefly introduce them. So we're going to start. If you look at your program, you will see there's going to be a keynote address. I'm going to ask all the speakers to stick to the agreed time limit. So the person that will do the keynote speech will have 10 minutes. Then we will have the panelists, and each panelist will have 7 minutes. And then we will have a special guest speaker after the panelists, also 7 minutes. And then we will close out with the discussants. We have 2 discussants listed on your program. They will each have 4 minutes. But I've just been advised that the discussant from Bhutan, who was going to speak to us on gross national happiness, that's Ms. Tashi Choden, she isn't online. So I think we may end up with just 1 discussant. So, as I said, we have a keynote speaker. That's going to be the first person you will hear from. He is Maximo Torero. And Maximo is the chief economist of the FAO, the Food and Agricultural Organization. And he's going to be speaking to us virtually. Before joining the FAO, he was the World Bank Group Executive Director for Argentina, Bolivia, Chile, Paraguay, Peru, and Uruguay. His major research work lies in analyzing poverty, inequality, the importance of geography and assets, and when I say assets, I mean both public and private assets, and their importance in explaining poverty. And he's also looking at policies that are oriented towards the alleviation of poverty. So I'll just leave it at that and give Maximo Torero the floor. Maximo, you have the floor. We can't hear you actually. Are you muted? Me well? Great, we can. Go ahead.
Okay, great. So let me share my screen and my presentation so that we can, I hope you can see it now. So thank you so much for this kind invitation. My presentation will focus on eradicating poverty and hunger and reducing inequality in the least developed countries. Today, what we observe is a situation where, well before the COVID-19 pandemic, we were already not on track to meet our commitments to end world hunger and malnutrition in all its forms by 2030. And the pandemic has made things significantly more challenging. One of the key questions that we want to answer is, how did the world get to this critical point? And clearly, there are major drivers behind this. Of course, the COVID pandemic is related to what we called economic slowdowns and downturns, which we knew before could significantly affect hunger. But also, we have challenges on climate variability and extremes, and of course, conflict. And one of the other outputs, which is a different level, is the issue of the cost and affordability of healthy diets. And what we are observing is that the cost of affordability of healthy diets is a significant challenge today. We have around 3 billion people that cannot have access to healthy diets today. So those are the key drivers that we have observed, and all of them have been affecting and has been exacerbated by the presence of COVID-19. Now, when we look at the exact numbers, we find that between 720 and 811 million people in the world face hunger in 2020. So the increase is up to 61 more million people than in 2019. Of course, if we take the upper limit, which is where we believe we are moving, we put a range because there is still uncertainty, even by 2020, of the potential impacts, because there is not yet latest information on that, but that's the range where we feel comfortable. But the increase of 161 million people more than in 2019 is extremely alarming. Nearly 2.37 billion people did not have access to adequate food in 2020, an increase of 320 million people in just 1 year. No region of the world was being spared. Due to the impacts of COVID-19, about 13 million more people may face hunger in 2030 than if the pandemic had not occurred, revealing the persistent effects of the pandemic on global food security. Greater inequality in access to food is mostly responsible for the observed differences. High and persistent levels of inequality further exacerbate food insecurity, and millions of people around the world suffer from food insecurity and different forms of malnutrition because they cannot afford the cost of healthy diets, as I mentioned before. And again, climate variability and extremes and economic slowdowns and downturns, also exacerbated by COVID-19, are behind the recent increase, this huge increase in hunger and malnutrition. Now, when we do projections, and this is a projections done with a sophisticated general equilibrium model, so that we can try to be as close as possible to the reality. And these projections take into account the COVID-19 pandemic, and it suggests that following a peak of more than 760 million people in 2020, global hunger will decline slowly to fewer than 660 million in 2030. Nevertheless, this represents tens of millions more people than projected for 2030 had the pandemic not occurred, revealing possible lasting effects of the pandemic. So in each of the different lines, you will see the dotted line, which is the projected with the pandemic, and so the space line, and then the dotted line under, which is the projection without the pandemic. A substantial reduction in hunger is projected for Asia by 2030, but a significant increase is forecasted for Africa. And this will place Africa on par with Asia by 2030 as a region with the highest number of undernourished people. Hunger will not be eradicated by 2030 unless bold actions are taken to accelerate progress, especially actions to address inequality in access to food. And it's important to mention that the negative effects of COVID-19 on Africa still are to come, and it will depend substantially on how fast they can move on the vaccination process. Now, referring specifically to least developed countries, we see that the SDG indicator 2.1.1, the prevalence of undernourishment, has also increased, consistent to what I have been showing before, to 23.1% in 2020, which is 2% higher than in 2014. Since 2014, the SDG indicator of the prevalence of moderate or severe food insecurities, is indicator 2.1.2, based on food insecurity experiences scale, has also increased, so which give us confidence of the results we are showing today. And more than 1 out of 2 people is food insecure in least developed countries, 55.3% in 2020. This is incredible and is an enormous challenge to face and to resolve. And while their population constitutes only 13% of the global population, least developed countries host a quarter of the world's food insecure and a third of the world's hungry. Now, in the last 10 years, the frequency and intensity of conflict, climate variability, and extremes, and economic slowdowns and downturns have increased significantly. And the increased occurrence of these major drivers, now exacerbated by COVID-19 pandemic, has led to the rise of hunger and undernourishment progress in reducing all forms of malnutrition, particularly in low and middle income countries. 70% of low and middle income countries are affected by at least one of the drivers, and 41% also have high income inequality, which worsen their impact. The pandemic has shown the exacerbation of income inequality. And in low and middle income countries affected by these major drivers, the undernourishment indicator is higher and has increased, while it has decreased in countries not affected by any driver. The exception is in the year of COVID-19, when all countries saw an increase in the undernourishment, but still the increase were higher in countries when the pandemic impacts were combined with other drivers. The increase in the undernourishment in countries affected by these major drivers is especially pronounced since 2017, and between 2017 and 2019, the undernourishment has increased by 4% in countries affected with one or more of these major drivers, while it decreased by 3% in countries not affected by them. So high income inequality magnified this negative impact of the drivers, particularly in middle income countries, leading to POU, and increase were 2 times larger. And this is even extremely more important in regions where the informality is high. And we have seen this in Latin America, which we were not expecting to see the impacts that we have seen. And this is because 70% or 50% of their economies are informal, and has, because of the pandemic and because of the lockdown, they lose all their income sources and they have depleted the working capital, which has exacerbated the situation, and they were moving from a situation of non-poverty to poverty, of non-hunger to hunger. The only exception is Brazil, and it's because of the transfer programs, which allow them to increase substantially during the pandemic and reduce poverty, but hunger increased because they were not targeting people that were not poor, but had become poor because of the informality levels. Poverty, according to the bank, also has increased when we look at extreme poverty. The GDP contraction and the lockdowns increased poverty around the world, and the increase is around 97 million people in poverty in 2020. This is extreme poverty. So again, the results are showing consistent to what we saw before. Now, globally, extreme poverty continues to be overwhelmingly rural, accounting for almost 4 in 5 people living in extreme poverty. And in fact, poverty became more rural between 2015 and 2018. And the share of the rural poor in the total population of poor people increased by more than 2% during this period. And as already highlighted, poverty and unemployment rates are increasing due to COVID-19 crisis, with the potential of deepening rural poverty as a result of the lack of remittances, disrupted supply chains, and many other effects as a result of this. We use also the multidimensional poverty, which is also more concentrated in rural areas. 1.1 billion of the world's 1.3 billion multidimensionally poor, or 84.2%, live in rural areas, which brings the importance of rural areas. And in low-income countries, recent survey data indicates that for every 100 urban residents who complete secondary school, only 23 rural residents do so. Nutritional status and dietary habits are often worse in rural areas, and the presence of stunting is higher in rural areas and in poorest households. So there is no way we can build back better if we don't focus on rural areas and if we don't focus on agriculture. In least developed countries, the agricultural sector employs more than half of the population and constitutes the primary income source for rural areas. However, food insecurity remains high, and their dependence on food imports is increasingly imports of agriculture and food products, which have risen more than 5-fold between 2020 and 2019. Access to education, especially women and girls, is still slow. In 2019, 16.2% of children in primary school age were out of school in least developed countries. And the share of girls out of primary school as a percentage of female primary school age was 17.89% in 2019, more than double the world average of 8.95%. So least developed countries are also vulnerable to the impacts of climate change, threatening livelihoods of the rural poor, as I have mentioned before. And there is options to work with digital technologies and digital finance, but again, there is an important role of the problem of capabilities that we need to overcome, and also in terms of access to be able to achieve that. 70% of rural population has no mobile coverage at all, and 19% of rural population is only covered by 2G networks. So a significant gap in access, in content, and in capabilities. So monetary poverty has increasingly concentrated in least developed countries in the last 10 years, and it was estimated in 2020 half of the world extreme poor live in least developed countries, as it has been shown in the graph that we see here. Now, one of the mechanisms in which, as FAO, we are working to cope with this is what we call the Hand in Hand initiative. And it's an example of a designed and implemented program to address all the challenges that we are facing, using systems-oriented transformation as an opportunity to achieve multiple objectives, unlock co-benefits, and identify and manage trade-offs across SDGs in Hand in Hand initiative. And is developed by FAO. The Hand in Hand initiatives defines target interventions in areas with high poverty, yet high untapped agricultural potential, grounded in rigorous generated evidence that informs the process, using integrated geospatial, biophysical, and socioeconomic analysis and agri-food system lens to identify subnational territories where the agronomic potential is sufficient to drive and sustainable agricultural and rural transformation, including the identification of concrete agricultural sectors that are most socioeconomically cost-effective and should be prioritized. It focuses on the most vulnerable, hence LDCs are at the core of the initiative. And today, 45 countries are part of these hand-in-hand initiatives, which 30 are least developed countries, which is one of the criteria behind the hand-in-hand initiative. Hand-in-hand also analyzes and addresses all types of social and territorial inequalities in order to avoid perpetuating them or excluding vulnerabilities and marginalized groups. And some concrete examples of hand-in-hand include in Bangladesh, where we are doing an agricultural transformation program, includes Eritrea, where FAO supports value chain development, includes Nepal. Also, we are working in risk in countries which are recovering from conflict. In Sudan, we are also supporting a transformation agency called ALTA, and many others that we're trying to work. Hand-in-hand least developed countries are Afghanistan, Angola, Bangladesh, Bhutan, Burkina Faso, Burundi, Chad, Eritrea, Ethiopia, Gambia, Guinea, Guinea-Bissau, Haiti, Kiribati, Lao, PDR, Malawi, Mali, Mozambique, Nepal, Niger, Rwanda, São Tomé, Philippe, Senegal, Solomon Islands, Somalia, Sudan, Tanzania, Tuvalu, Uganda, and Yemen. All of this is a country-led initiative, is country-driven initiative, and these are all the 45 countries that are part of this hand-in-hand initiative. With that, sir, let me finish. I'm sorry I went 1.5 minutes more, but it's really important that we starting to understand these challenges for the agri-food system transformation so that we can try at least to put us on track and on path to achieve SDG 1 and 2 and SDG 10, which is reduction of inequalities. Thank you very much.
Maximo. Thank you very much, Maximo. I don't know about you, but my goodness, those statistics are frightening. I mean, he threw so much data on us. I couldn't capture all of them. But some of the information, 1 million more people undernourished today than in 2019. More than 1 out of 2 people are food insecure in LDCs. 97 million more people are in poverty today, well, are in poverty since 2020. I mean, I was thinking to myself, how do you address all of that? And I think we all need to get a copy of his presentation because I couldn't even capture all the statistics. But I know right at the end there, he spoke about some of the strategies to get out of this problem, targeting the poorest, creating partnerships, providing a strategic framework, matchmaking. So, he was trying to point the direction because, I think 80% of his presentation was the house is on fire, and at the end, there were some strategies about how to douse that fire. But I don't know about you, but I need to have a hard copy of that presentation and actually to absorb it. So let me just move on now to our next panelist, Martin Mwale. Which one of you is Martin? You kind of look like brothers, You're Martin, okay. So Martin is a final year PhD student at the economics department of Stellenbosch University. He's a development economist by profession and has worked with the government of Malawi as a monitoring and evaluation specialist. And Martin will present his paper that is entitled Long-Term Child Nutrition, the Complementary Relationship between the Malawi Farm Input Subsidy Vouchers and Healthcare Quality. Martin, the floor is yours.
All right, thank you very much. Yes, so this presentation just falls in with the previous, which has just gone about nutrition. So I will not do a lot of background talk because that one has just given a good background of what I wanted to say. But I'll just begin to say 145.3 million children under the age of 5 are stunted in the world as of now. But this statistic was given even before the COVID pandemic. And we know now food prices are skyrocketing in LDCs, which means if we collect data now, the situation should be worse. In Malawi, during the implementation of the Millennium Development Goals, malnutrition improved. From 50% stunting, it shifted, of course, to 40%. But then that stride is not enough than what we anticipated as to what is invested in trying to combat the malnutrition. So in this particular paper, I tried to show that it's the limited focus, which is just on the first 1,000 days of life, without checking interventions beyond, which has led to the fight against malnutrition, particularly stunting, to be slower than anticipated. But there's hope, as I'll show in the results. So in Malawi, as it's one of the countries in sub-Saharan Africa which is implementing the large-scale farm input subsidies, where they are targeting poor farmers, providing them cheap vouchers to obtain cheap fertilizer and maize seed. This has shown to improve maize output. And it has also shown to improve child nutrition, however, only short-term child nutrition. So we cannot rely on these short-term benefits. We need a solution to go beyond short-term child nutrition. So I examined height for age, long-term child nutrition in this particular paper. And I see that there's hope. It's possible to positively shift height for age. What is known is that what is not known is whether we can still use this subsidy in combination with other interventions to improve height for age. What is not known is which interventions can really do this job. So this paper investigated this. First of all, I tried to examine in areas where children are living, if a health facility in that community administered focused antenatal care. By the way, focused antenatal care has got a bunch of good information which provides to pregnant women about their diets and the diets of the children. But globally, in high-income countries, the adoption of this program or the utilization by the people, it's 98%. In low-income countries, 60%. In Malawi, 12%. But actually, it's the one which I'm seeing in my study that it's doing a big deal in combination with a farm input subsidy to increase child nutrition. So there are benefits we can live with if we can push low-income countries to adopt such kind of programs. And then I showed that, of course, this has got temporary benefits. If we just stop it there, we're still not going to attain the long-term child nutrition. But there should be other complementary programs beyond the first 1,000 days of life to sustain this positive trend. So I show that the in utero nutrition benefits provided through the focused antenatal care, they dissipate after 3 years if no complementation is done. So what we are saying is we should adopt an ecological approach to provision of care and services to children. Target the proximal factors. Yes, let's relieve poverty. As we are relieving poverty, the situation of the children will improve because of the improvement of their families. But in their communities, let's also set programs such as the focused antenatal care, which is only at 12%, but it's showing me that it's improving child nutrition in combination with the farm input subsidy. If we can boost this at least maybe to 50% or beyond in Malawi or in other low-income countries, the situation should be different. So let's now bolster the entire life curve of nutrition if we have to reap permanent benefits. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. Very efficient use of your time. Now, I know he's not your brother because he's also called Martin, and that would be bizarre if both of you called. But we're going to have continue with our next panelist, Martin Paul Jr. Tabeojong. He's a doctoral researcher at the Institute for Food and Resource Economics at the University of Bonn. He will be joining the International Food Policy Research Institute this November as an associate research fellow based in Cairo. And he will be presenting on agricultural commercialization and smallholder poverty, implications for asset ownership and rural wealth. You have the floor.
Thank you very much for the very kind. Thank you very much. So thank you very, very much for the kind introduction. And I find it very interesting to be here to virtually take you to Ethiopia and talk about agricultural commercialization and how this relates to smallholder poverty. I'm looking at rural ownership and rural wealth. So this is work I did with Michael Hauser and Kai Mausch. At the time, both of them were at the International Crops Research Institute for the Semi-Arid Tropics in Kenya. So I hope you'll be able to stick with me for the next 7 minutes as I do this. So by way of motivation, poverty, and that's why we're here, continues to be an issue in many developing countries. And if we look at kind of the headline causes of poverty, basically would just generally classify this into two, kind of internal and external constraints. And a lot of efforts have been put to talk about external constraints, looking at things to do with health, malnutrition, and more or less now COVID, but also internal constraints of poverty also exist, things to do with aspirations, things to do with hopes, things to do with improving the mental models and capacity of households. But yeah, I'm going to be talking at some external constraints of poverty, looking at structural transformation, basically. So in most agrarian countries, agriculture continues to be very important for these countries. And this is the case of Ethiopia, where agriculture continues to take central stage. And if we're talking about key strategies on structurally improving agriculture, especially in a country like Ethiopia, as was ratified by the Istanbul Programme of Action, agricultural transformation or economic transformation takes central stage. And key to agricultural transformation or structural transformation is this whole aspect about smallholder commercialization. So are we able to move farmers from looking at agriculture not just as a way of life, but looking at agriculture as kind of a means to an end? So moving them from low productivity, subsistence agriculture to high productivity, market-oriented agriculture. And this is what I try to do in this study. So basically, we understand basically smallholder commercialization and how this relates to poverty. And in a way, we make a case for considering welfare or poverty, not just from an income or consumption perspective, but also more or less from an asset or from a livestock perspective, especially in a pastoral community like Ethiopia or in even other regions of Africa, where households basically after a harvesting period kind of get a lot of income, but just invest directly into livestock. And in doing that, we test how smallholder commercialization leads to kind of amassments in assets, but also investments in livestock. And like I said, so key in this study is that we move beyond just looking at income, but also looking at assets, but also not just looking at the average effects. So kind of, it's always a case that we always want to make short decisions about heterogeneity. So what happens to different classes of people or different groups of people in a subpopulation? So that is what I'm going to be talking in the next slide. So basically, looking at the results, we see that Africa is rising. Ethiopia is rising when it comes to smallholder commercialization. Smallholder commercialization is increasing because we used the panel data set where we could observe a lot of dynamics, and it's increasing, but then we still get that households are not still participating in the markets. And what are the constraining factors? So key constraining factor, it's transaction cost. Not just transaction cost, but also lack of the necessary inputs. Things to do with farm inputs, things to do with improved seeds, things to do with fertilizers. Also, we find that commercialization increases savings in assets, but not just savings in assets, but also in livestock, and also generally more broadly income. And in all this, we did not just consider poverty looking at assets, but also we looked at it on a per capita basis, so getting to each individual in the household. And we find that smallholder commercialization, which, like I said, is increasing, basically improves welfare, looking at income, looking at assets, looking at livestock ownership. And looking at now the heterogeneous relationship, we also find that among different asset groups, among different income groups, smallholder commercialization is increasing in these various groups. But then the key tricky thing is the fact that the benefits are largest for the asset-rich and the income-rich households. And this is intuitive, right? Because if we are talking about smallholder commercialization and we're arguing that transaction costs really matter, households which have kind of improved, or households which have cars, kind of good mechanized cars that can transport their products to the market, would definitely participate more in markets as opposed to households that are not asset-rich. And then directly, this is really policy-oriented, and underscores that something needs to be done. There should be a big push given to these asset poor households to kind of get them to enjoy the benefits of smallholder commercialization. And this is what I'll be talking again in the next slides when I'm just basically building up on the policy implications. So firstly, it's clear already that smallholder commercialization is a significant entry and leveraging points for improving livelihoods, increasing welfare in Ethiopia. And I think it's never a one-fit-all hypothesis, but I think the findings from this study can be generalized, especially given that most smallholder households are kind of similar in the context, the policy environment are similar, kind of, it's a pastoral community, which is also the case in many pastoral communities, not just in East Africa, but also in West Africa, countries like Mali, where households are basically reliant on kind of amassing a lot of livestock. And the key thing is that saving in these assets and livestock could be seen as a buffering mechanism. So in terms of shocks like now in COVID, which has led to a lot of food insecurity, households could sell some of these assets to kind of improve on the food security. And key again is that some of these assets can basically, especially when we see that households who are into crop production begin to invest in livestock, it's a key rural diversification strategy for households. And given that there are a lot of disparities, especially when I look at the different classes, and you see that smaller commercialization benefits more the asset-rich households, it's key that basically smaller commercialization has some effects on inequality. And one could just say that, it kind of leads to income or asset inequality. And what needs to be done, like I said, there should be a big push to these asset-poor households. And now coming to my last slide, but the key policy recommendations is that since we are arguing that smallholder commercialization is really important for boosting welfare, for reducing poverty, not just looking at income, but also assets and livestock, there should be the promotion of agricultural commercialization through two major ways. Firstly, there should be investments in rural market infrastructure, kind of, in a way, kind of improve the rural and feeder roads in many of these rural areas in Ethiopia, but also there should be the scaling and upscaling of market support schemes and programs that target productivity, programs that can lead households, that can take households from low productivity to high productivity. And just from both of them, I think the key highlight is the fact that there should be a lot of support, and most of this support should be about kind of the budgetary support. And like I said, smallholder commercialization is important, it improves welfare, but it's only going to be beneficial, or it's only going to be beneficial to all households in the cluster if the poor households can be given kind of a little boost. And kind of so far in the literature, the most common boost in lifting households out of poverty is this whole aspect of social protection, this whole aspect of cash transfers. And with that, thank you very much.
Thank you, Martin Paul. And one of the things that when we open it up that you might want to think about is because you said you could promote agricultural commercialization if the government would provide more budgetary support. And we know that a lot of governments are fiscally constrained. So how do they find the fiscal space? Is it really just a matter of reprioritizing where the scarce resources are being put to? So that's something that you could think of. So our third speaker before we open it up for questions is Mr. Kolawole Ogundare, who has more than 10 years of experience and exposure to multiple domains in qualitative and quantitative analysis and analytical research, consulting, and teaching. He's coming to us virtually and will present on the convergence of African agricultural total factor productivity, growth, and climate change impact, the implication on food security in the region. And he has 7 minutes. Kolawole, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Let me share my screen with you. Greeting from Seattle, Washington State in the US. Just a minute, please.
Yes. No, but that looks like the Golden State Bridge. Is there
Okay, can you, I guess you can can you see my screen now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Well, no, sorry, that's something, no, I'm not seeing it. Try it again, please, to share.
Okay, let me put it down again. Just a minute.
Okay, Kolawole, you speak. We will share it from our end, okay?
Okay, good. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, we have it now.
Okay, good. Thank you. So I'll be talking. I think there was a mix-up somewhere. The title in the program is different from what I am presenting now. I think there was a change in the paper along the way. So basically, I'll be talking about what we call club convergence in income inequality in Africa. And next slide, please. So that's it. I think I need to, okay, you have it now. Okay. So basically the idea of this paper is to provide insight into evolution of income inequality in Africa. We all know that issue of income inequality is a significant concern in developing countries, including Africa. And most importantly, the fact that income inequality and poverty, they are two sides of the same coin. And the statistics have shown that 6 out of 10 countries with a high level of income inequality in the world are found in Africa. And it's not surprise, as I said earlier, the fact that Africa accounts for a large share of people living in absolute poverty in the world. So that the policymakers are also concerned, not only as previous speakers have spoken, when we talk about income inequality, we also talk about the issue of poverty. And we all know the consequence of having high income inequality, because it prevents equitable distribution of access to education and opportunity for people living in the low-income countries. It also has a negative impact on the economic prospect and growth of these people living in these countries. So the basic idea of this paper is to take a look at how the development of income inequality in Africa. There are quite a number of studies that have been designed, published, have been written over the years on the growth or the development or evolution of income inequality in Africa. I mean, over the time, looking at the trends and the development, how this income inequality transit over a given period of time. But this study is taking a different perspective to look at this issue. So the idea is to look at whether the income inequality is actually growing, or probably say, is it increasing or decreasing across country in Africa? The basic idea of this particular paper is to use a kind of the conceptual framework that is very widely popular among the macroeconomics. We call it convergence hypothesis process. It's a neoclassical modeling used mostly by the growth economists to look at the development of GDP over a given period of time. So what we did in this paper is to use cross-country data in Africa. We use basically the Gini coefficient, and we form a kind of a panel data, have a very weak data in terms of a year. So what we found that indeed, not surprising, the income inequality in Africa is divergent. There's a high level of divergence in income inequality. Now, what does that mean? It means there's a widening, there's an increase in income inequality over a given period of time. We use all sort of model. I don't really want to spend much time on that. That's not surprising. There are so many reports on that shows that income inequality is actually increasing in Africa. So next slide, please. So the same way we use different methods, we use different modeling, it's all the same conclusion. But this is what we are going to. That's not new. So the next slide, please. The next slide. So this is what I'm going to. We found out that it is true, as previous slide, the two previous slides confirmed, that income inequality is actually widening up, it's increasing. But when we use another approach, we call the club clustering procedure, we found that it is not, that is not the story. The story is not exactly true. We found out that there are a group of countries in Africa. If you look at because we use two different Gini coefficient indices there. So we use the
The Gini coefficient that is based on the market income, and that one that is based on disposable income. One is based with before the tax, and another one is based after the tax has been deducted. So we found out that why it is true across the country, but when we use the club clustering procedure, the story is different completely. It shows that there are similar group of countries. If you look at this last slide, you will notice that in the club one, we have a group of countries, like 5 countries in group 1 that actually converge. They exhibited convergence. That means that if you take this group of countries with the similar characteristics, we found that over a given period of time, the income inequality is actually decreasing among them. The same thing with look at growth. So we found different 5 growth. That is also very important to the policymaker in Africa. That look, it is true. If we look at it from for the whole country, for the whole region, it might be increasing. But if you look at them in a similar group of countries, it's actually decreasing. That is the key point in this particular presentation. If please, the next slide, please, the next slide. So what is the conclusion of these particular findings? It is true that we found evidence of divergence, but despite the fact that we found evidence of divergence, we still also find evidence of convergence. That is, there are a group of countries that are actually experiencing this declining and decreasing in the level of income inequality. And this means that if we are to achieve the SDG goal in Africa, there must be a targeted specific policies to target these particular countries to be able to address the issue of poverty or income inequality in Africa. So that we don't just assume that everybody is the same, that we have to probably pay attention to that. One of the policies to look at the issue of taxes and also those other important drivers that could help address this issue of income inequality in Africa. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much, Okenwale. So now, we have 3 more speakers, but I thought it would be best to just give you some interactive time. So we're going to open it up now for your observations, comments, or any questions you may have. Perks, you want? Let me have a microphone right here, please. Thank you. Is it on?
Yeah.
Yes.
It's on. Thanks very much to all our panelists. My question really goes to Maximo Torero. The figures you have given us are threatening, very scaring, and my question is, the solutions you have given us are all included in the hand-in-hand initiative. You've mentioned just some countries that are implementing that initiative. I hope FAO is working on having that initiative all over the countries, LDC countries that may need that, and I know there are many. So the selection of your countries that you are operating in, can that be increased? The second part of the question is that hand-in-hand initiative enough to get our SDG target by 2030? What else do we need to do to get there if you are optimistic? And I see that the initiative is a good one because Malawi, I am from Malawi, is implementing that. How is FAO working together with other UN agencies and others so that this is addressed? I'm talking about this because financing is a very important element to resolve these problems. Are you working together with UNCDF, for example? And how do you intend to implement that in the new program of action, Doha program of action, to get to our 2030 target? Thank you.
very much, Perks. We're going to take 2 or 3 questions in a group.
Working? Yeah, Daniel Gay, I'm a consultant working on the LDCs, former inter-regional advisor with the UN on LDCs. So this is also a question for Maximo Torero. So in 2009, you wrote a paper with Von Braun about the idea of a physical and virtual reserve system to minimize speculative attacks on food markets for IFPRI. Would you be able to, do you still think this is a good idea? It seems particularly relevant at the current time as a specific measure directed at the LDCs, and given rising food prices right at the current juncture, do you think this is still relevant, and would you be able to say a little bit more about this system and this idea? Thanks very much.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Maybe we can take one more before we turn it back over to the speakers. No, okay. Maximo, you want to take those 2 questions from the ambassador
yes,
from Malawi, and then the second one there.
Oh, thank you very much, Ambassador of Malawi. The Hand in Hand initiative has a criteria for countries to be invited, and of course for countries to request to be part of Hand in Hand initiative. And being a least developed country is one of those criteria. So all the least developed countries can apply to Hand in Hand. They comply with the criteria, but it has to be the countries the one who ask for us to help them, because this has to be country-led and country-driven. So right now we have 45 countries in total, and I mentioned the ones which are LDCs as part of the Hand in Hand initiative. The idea of why we have the criteria behind is we wanted to select the countries which were the poorest and the most vulnerable. So it's least developed countries, least developed landlocked countries, small island development states which are least developed, and countries in food crisis. Those are the countries that can request the support of the Hand in Hand initiative and will get the technical support from FAO to implement. Now, the initiative, as I mentioned, is based on territorial approach and is trying to target areas where agriculture has significant potential. And when we refer to agriculture, this is crops, livestock, aquaculture, fisheries, and forestry, of course. And those are areas where FAO will work with the government together to identify those areas, identify the bottlenecks, and try to come up with concrete investment plans where we try to attract, by matchmaking, IFIs, but also private sector to work with the government to resolve those challenges and to move forward. And that's the way we believe we can do the agri-food system transformation, because it will be sustainably moving people out of poverty. To be able to move an individual out of poverty, we need to move from extreme poverty, which is lower than $1.2 a day PPP, to around $7 PPP a day. So we need to multiply that more than 5. That's the only way we will move a household out, an individual out of extreme poverty. And that requires, of course, significant work in trying to release their constraints they face. Now, there are many other activities that FAO does. Hand in Hand is one of the initiatives, but there are many other activities that we are doing. And we are also following up to the Food System Summit, working with the country plans and the country transformation process that they are proposing through the dialogues. And that's where we want to also implement and bring together the new strategic framework of FAO, and especially the accelerators of data, innovation, technology, and complements, which are institutions and human capital that are helping us, and governance, of course, that will help us to make this inclusive. Our target is SDG 1, poverty, 2, hunger, and 10, inequalities. And why 10? Because we believe that the only way we can move a household sustainable out of poverty will be by reducing inequalities. And COVID-19 has clearly shown that. So we work at the country level with our country offices, with the resident coordinators, and with the country strategies. So we are very actively in bringing all the UN and non-UN partners into the actions that we do in the countries through Hand in Hand or through the other initiatives that we have in place. So partnerships are central around this issue. In terms of the question on the virtual reserves, which is what we work with Joachim von Braun, and that was during the food crisis period in 2017, 2019. Now, that concept that we developed at that point in time was because in that period of time, one of the major problems that were observed was excessive volatility of prices. And we had a very clear definition that came in the G20 of Paris about what excessive volatility means. And excessive volatility was defined by a model that we developed, which was called the NextQ, which basically identify when there were cases that there was a 5% probability that that event will occur in terms of excessive volatility. And volatility is changing prices, no? It's not price levels. So in that point in time, excessive volatility was a key problem and was exacerbating the situation of the lack of food, because there we have an issue of supply, which was because of droughts and so on and so forth. And not only that, there was the financialization of the food market, because many of the food commodity became part of the portfolios of investments, and that exacerbated even more the situation. And when you have periods of excessive volatility as defined, then speculation is not good. Speculation becomes bad, and food is a human right. So our argument was that there was a need to have this trigger mechanism and a virtual reserve in parallel that will allow us to resolve that problem. Today, we are not facing that problem. Today, we don't have a period, we don't have excessive volatility. Today, what we have is a significant increase in demand of certain big importing countries, which has moved towards increasing prices. So what we are observing today is price increases, not periods of excessive volatility. In very few cases, for very short periods happen, but it's not what we are observing. Now, the supplies today are good, and AMIs have played a crucial role to reduce any uncertainty about supplies and about the stocks. And that's why during COVID-19, there never was a problem of access to food, or a problem of food availability, sorry. The problem during COVID-19 is a problem of access, meaning countries and people don't have enough resources to buy food. So today, although the tool is there and the NextEU model keeps running, and we can still, and we are using it, and we know when there is periods of excessive volatility, the problem today is more on diversifying production so that we have a bigger portfolio of production in the world and exports in the world of staple commodities, which have improved substantially from what happened during the previous food crisis. So Brazil, Argentina, Paraguay has stepped up the level of supply, which has diversified the portfolio of the countries which are exporting to the world. But it still is not enough. We need to keep increasing that and keep improving on that so that we have a bigger diversified portfolio, because we know that climate change can affect a key exporting country, and that will be reflected in prices. On the other hand, we need to find also what is going to happen in terms of the demand of countries because of the recovery plan, which is unequal, and big countries are buying more food, which is putting pressure on the commodity markets. And that's something that a bigger supply will resolve, but we don't have a problem of food availability today. Even if we look at high value commodities, which will be part of what we call healthy diets, we have enough, although not perfect. We can diversify even more, but the world today supplies sufficient food. The problem is distribution of food and food access, because food is not distributed properly, and that's why in the African continent, for example, of the 9 food groups that you need to be able to have access to healthy diets, a significant amount of them are not available. And that's why trade is so important. So the situation today is different. There is only still one problem today, which is really important, is the transportation cost of food, which has increased substantially. And there are 2 reasons why it has increased. On one side, fresh food, which is transported by air, has increased its cost because there is less people flying, and therefore the sharing of the cost is reduced. But on the second hand, there is a huge demand on commodity markets and on containers. We have put some pressure on the transportation of food through ships, and that has increased the cost of transportation, which is reflected also, of course, on the food market. And that's what we also need to tackle, and we are working on having real-time data mobility of food so that countries can understand that they also can diversify and increase their resilience in terms of that. And one of the things that we are launching in November is the new SOFA, the 2021 SOFA, which focus exactly on looking at resilience and trying to have 4 indicators that measure resilience at the country level so that we can understand. And one of those indicators look at transportation costs. And of course, we look at other indicators like, for example, what is the buffer you need in a country to be able to respond to a crisis like COVID-19? And of course, access to food and availability of food. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And let me just thank the 3 panelists for presenting their work and sharing their work with us. And also to Maximo Torero, our keynote speaker. You know, it's not every day you're going to get to hear from the chief economist of the FAO. You know, Maximo is one of the leading experts in the world on agriculture, and we really benefit from having him with us today. He's going to stick around because I'm going to continue with respect to the, you know, we have 3 more coming up. I want to introduce now our 4th panel presentation, Bola Amoke Awotide, I think she's joining us remotely from Canada. She's an agricultural economist who obtained her PhD from the University of Ibadan in Nigeria. She's currently a monitoring, evaluation, and learning officer at the International Institute of Tropical Agriculture in Mali. She was actually a PhD intern at UNU Wider here in Helsinki. She has joined us virtually and will present her paper on "Do Sahelian smallholder farmers benefit from adoption of climate-smart agricultural technologies, an instrumental variable quantile average treatment approach." Now, if you know what a variable quantile average treatment approach is, you're better than me, but she's going to explain to us what that approach is. So I'm going to give her the floor. You have the floor, please. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me, please?
We're hearing you very clearly. Good morning.
Good morning from Canada. Thank you so much for the introduction. This morning, I just want to briefly share with you a study that has just been concluded, whereby we try to assess if Sahelian smallholder farmers actually benefit from adoption of climate-smart agricultural technologies, and we have adopted the quantile variable, instrumental variable approach. So we all know that in many of the developing countries across the globe, agriculture is quite very paramount, as majority of the population depend on this sector for their survival. And in order to increase the productivity of this sector, it has been found out from the literature that dissemination and adoption of improved technology is key in this regard, particularly for regions that are currently being affected by the climate change. Talking about the Sahelian region, additional effort has also been put in place to develop climate-smart agricultural technologies. And it's believed that the adoption of these technologies will actually mitigate, reduce, or if not eliminate the adverse effect of climate change on these resource-poor farmers. In addition, many studies in the past have also evaluated impact of technologies adoption on various outcomes. But essentially, they have depended on using the mean yield, mean income, and expenditure, without telling us how this impact has been distributed, particularly among the lower quantiles or even the upper quantiles of the distribution. Meanwhile, we also realized that this will be an interesting topic for the policymakers, as their interest will be on assessing whether adoption of this technology actually impacts the lower welfare farmers. So in order to fill in this gap in the literature, we try to look at the empirical distributional impact of adopting agricultural climate-smart technologies on the household welfare of rural farmers in Mali. And we are motivated by the fact that we try to estimate the overall impact of adopting climate-smart technologies on the welfare of the farmers, and also look at the heterogeneity of this impact on the welfare distribution. This study focused essentially on the Sahelian region. And when we talk about the Sahelian region, this is the region that is immediately below the sub-Saharan desert in West Africa. And it's a region that cut across many countries, starting from Mauritania down to Eritrea, and covering about 10 countries. However, we focus mainly on Mali, and Mali is the 8th largest nation in Africa. It is also a landlocked country and one of the poorest countries in the world. More than half of the population of Mali lives in the rural area, and they also depend on agriculture for their livelihood and also for survival. Additionally, currently Mali is going through what we call population explosion because of the high increase in the population growth rates. This data was collected in 2019, and we adopted the multi-stage random sampling techniques to select the farmers that we use in this analysis. Essentially, we focus on 4 regions in Mali, which is Kaye, Sikasso, Koulikoro, and Ségou region. And from each of the regions, we collected data from 8 communes, making a total of 32 communes from the 4 regions. and a total of 320 villages, and 7 farm households were selected per village, giving us a total of 2,240 households for this analysis. In this study, we focus on outcome, which we call welfare, but capturing welfare is problematic. So we did this by looking at process. And these processes include per capita consumption expenditure. We look at the per capita food expenditure and non-food expenditure. We also look at the per capita household income. And we carry out the analysis on these 4 variables. But as time will not permit me, because of the slide was more than this has to be reduced to this because of time. So I'll just present the summary of the findings. We also use a lot of methodologies in this paper to arrive at our conclusion. We use the mean difference as one of our entry points to the impact assessment. And we also did a probit estimation, which gives us the result for the determinant of adoption of climate smart agricultural technologies. So from the result of the mean difference, which is like an observed impact of the adoption on these outcomes, it shows us that the adopters of these technologies are better off on average than the non-adopters in all the selected welfare indicator variables. We also found out that there is heterogeneity in the impact of this adoption on the welfare of the farmers in all the variables. And the results shows us that the impact is mostly highest for the lower tiers of the per capita food expenditure distribution, and also for some of the other outcomes that we assessed in this study. And adoption of this technology also impact per capita total income of the poorer households substantially. So in conclusion, the adoption of this climate technology is pro-poor, that is, it is much more pronounced on the poor smallholder farmers than the rich ones. And we therefore recommend that this intervention should be scaled up towards the resource-poor farm households that are currently facing adverse effects of climate change in Mali. I don't want to close this presentation without acknowledging the donor for this study. This study is currently taking place in 2 countries in West Africa, in the Sahelian region. We have Mali and Niger, and it's being funded by the Royal Norwegian Embassy based in Bamako, Mali. I also want to say a very big thank you to the national partners, because we are working on this project with collaborating partners like the IER, which is the National Research Institute in Mali, and the non-governmental organizations working with NGOs at the grassroots, enumerators who help us with the data collection. And a very big thank you to the farmers for the time, without which this study will not be possible. And to all of you listening to me, thank you so much for your time.
That was very interesting. Thank you, Ms. Awotide. Let me ask you a question. Can you give us a couple examples of climate-smart agricultural technologies?
Yes, in this study, we focus on the stress tolerance improved varieties, like the early, the extra early varieties, the varieties that are capable of producing even with limited supply of rainfall. We also look at the integrated pest management, and we also look at irrigation and other practices like intercropping and water management techniques, and a whole lot of them that are being introduced to the farmers through this project, and some of them that they already been adopted before the commencement of this climate smart technology project.
Thank you very much. Now we'll turn to our 5th presenter, who is Mr. Ricardo Santos. He's a UNU Wider Research Fellow, and he's stationed in Maputo, Mozambique. He's a technical advisor to the Center of Economics and Management Studies at the Faculty of Economics of Eduardo Mondlane University. He will virtually present on horizontal and intersecting inequalities in Mozambique from 1997 to 2017. Mr. Santos, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
So good morning, everybody, and thank you for allowing the presentation of this study. The study was conducted by myself with Eva Maria Eger and Vincenzo Salvucci, and we're conducting this research under a partnership, a research partnership that joins UNU-WIDER, also the University of Copenhagen, and then here in Mozambique, where I'm talking from, Universidade Eduardo Mondlane and the Ministry of Finance. And the aim of this study that I'm going to present was to set what were baselines and also current trends in horizontal and intersecting wealth inequalities in the country, and trying to set and to share this information that was a little bit less known within Mozambique. And making the point here that I think you've already heard the name of the country quite a few times in this session. So when we look into inequality, first the information and the motivation comes from vertical inequality itself, so measured by either Gini or an alternative indicator, the generalized entropy. And what we can see in Mozambique is that originally from 1997 to 2007, there was a positive evolution on wealth inequality in Mozambique, but we find some reversal already in the last decade. And what we can see in the second graph is that this is not just an aspect that we find in the country as a whole, but if we look into the various provinces in the country, what we then find is that there is a diversity in the experience, and actually certain provinces, so the province of, in this case, the provinces of Manica, Sofala, Inhambane, Gaza, Maputo Provincia, and Maputo Cidade actually have been experiencing a decrease in vertical inequality, while in the other provinces there is an increase in the last decade. And this already raised us a signal of concern that we try to look into. So what the group inequalities we look into are around province, so regional and geographic inequalities, around urban and rural divides, and ethno-linguistic identities, the main ethno-linguistic identity in each of the households. We use data from the censuses from 1997, 2007, 2017, and we look into assets of household assets as measured by the multidimensional poverty index that is used in the country for measuring multidimensional poverty, and it has been used in the two poverty assessments, the most recent, but also the previous one in 2014-15. So these are the ones that we use to assess wealth in each of the households, and then that's what we use to measure inequality. So what we see here and what we show here is that when we focus on group inequality and intersecting inequalities, it's a little bit more worrisome what we find. And specifically, we do find a clearer increase in the role of between group inequality, so the share of between group inequality and total inequality. And we see that more prevalent across the country. So not only at measuring in Mozambique as a whole, but then in most of the provinces other than Maputo Provincia and Maputo Cidade. For those that don't know Mozambique as strongly, Maputo is the capital of the country. It's in the southernmost. It's one of the southernmost provinces, and together with Maputo Provincia actually has the most urbanized area in the country. So when we look into ethno-linguistic inequalities, we also see again and once again this clear signal that there is an increase of ethno-linguistic inequalities, and the weight of inter-ethno-linguistic groups inequality in most of the provinces and also the country, but that's not felt in the southernmost and most notably in the capital. So the first insights that we find from analyzing and decomposing inequality, but also from a regression that we conduct and present in our paper, is that The urban-rural decoupling added to low internal migration has a significant role in these what we are identifying as the increase of group inequality and intersecting inequalities. We also find an apparent worsening in the average condition of all other ethno-linguistic groups when they compare to Xixangana and Portuguese speakers. For clarity, Xixangana is the most prevalent ethno-linguistic group in the southernmost provinces of Maputo Provincia, Maputo Cidade, and Gaza. And Portuguese speakers are now, it's now a group that usually identifies multi-ethnical Mozambican families. So when families are made up from Mozambicans from two different ethno-linguistic groups, they tend to speak Portuguese, and their offsprings end up speaking Portuguese and identifying themselves with that ethno-linguistic group. So to clarify, these are not former colonial residents in Mozambique. These are actually Mozambicans that speak Portuguese as a mother language. The underlying risk, however, is that there is a narrative that can be built along these differences. So the urban-rural difference and also this ethno-linguistic difference. And historically, there are indications that this is the case. So Renamo used anti-Xixangana, anti-Xangana sentiment to foster support, especially in the central provinces and northern provinces. And some of the aspects that we're finding in the fights in Cabo Delgado that have been attacking and then scourging Mozambique right now, they have been there's also evidence that there is an anti-Maconde sentiment amongst the Moani, and these are two linguistic groups that are from Cabo Delgado only, where Maconde is more linked with the current government. And so there's a mix between ethno-linguistic and anti-governmental grievances that can be there. So first, preliminary reflections and policy implications. So first of all, it's important to note that these are insights from correlates. There's no causal inference that can be made from the analysis. However, the differences that we find in average wealth between groups, if perceived, may feed grievances. And they should be better understood so that the underlying causes can be addressed. From what we saw so far, there's already two possible guidelines for possible policy implications. One of them is that if provinces with a more advanced pace in urbanization are experiencing a virtuous evolution in wealth inequality, as we saw and as we depicted in our analysis, then the possible policy can be to foster the growth of second-tier and third-tier cities, especially in mid-central provinces and northern provinces, where urbanization is slower and where cities are growing much slower than in the south. Nevertheless, it's also important to point out that this is not only an urbanization issue, and it's in the underlying, and should never forget that the underlying literature also stressed the need to promote higher education amongst disadvantaged groups, again with the focus on the most deprived provinces on the north and the center. So in the very, very short time that I had, I wasn't able to address all the topics and all the things that we have in the presentation. I will be sharing the link to the paper online, but also happy to add more details as we discussed today or via email. Thank you.
Thank you, Ricardo. That was very, very interesting. I think I'm going to need to look at your entire paper to understand some of what you're saying, but the urban-rural ethno-linguistic roots of inequality and what this says about the prevailing narrative. Is the prevailing narrative accurate? And I mean, I listen to you and I think about all of these underlying drivers of conflict, grievances, and what it says about the differences in wealth and all of that, and you relate it to what's happening now in terms of the political situation. It's very interesting. And I was told that you were a classmate of my colleague here, Minivas. Both of you did your PhD at the same time. So, She's responsible, I think, for getting you here. So thank you very much. We're now going to move on, colleagues, to our final panelist, who is Jacob Asser, who works as an economic affairs officer at the UN in New York. He's a PhD in economics, has a PhD in economics from the New School for Social Research. And his research interests include the political economy of national accounting, financialization, inequality and growth, composite indicators, and conflict development nexus. Jacob will give us a virtual presentation on inequality and sustainability in LDCs. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you, Mr. Undersecretary General. I was also a staff member at OHR LLS at one point, so it's nice to see current and former colleagues. The basic premise of my paper is that inequality in the LDCs is not just related to goals 5 and 10 in the Sustainable Development Agenda, but it is an obstacle to achieving the entire agenda. So I'll briefly go over the state of inequality and SDGs and LDCs, look at it from a multidimensional perspective as an obstacle for meeting the agenda, and show some projections of how inequality in different strands can block progress. So the LDC category has existed for 50 years by now, and only 6 countries fully graduated and 4 more are scheduled to graduate. And many are struggling, especially after COVID-19, to meet or to make progress towards the goals. COVID-19 has shut down sectors of the economy, reduced demand for exports, caused decline in tourism, remittances, and FDI, but it has also exacerbated inequalities. Now, over the years, the countries that graduated have shown different GDP growth rates, but all of them, except one, have reduced inequality before they graduated. And here you can see that even countries such as Samoa, which have very low growth rates on average, have managed to reduce their inequality over time. So that's one common denominator of countries that have graduated, not surprisingly. Looking first at inequality in education, rising overall education levels is key for LDCs to graduate, as is reducing education inequality. And this figure shows high and persistent inequalities in education for the LDCs from 2010 to 2018, with the latest inequality in education estimates almost as twice as large as the world average. Disadvantages in health are also important and are influenced by socioeconomic outcomes. Children with poor health are more likely to miss school, adversely affecting their learning and human capital formation. Poor health will also negatively impact an individual's opportunity to participate in the labor market and benefit from economic growth. And even though we see a decline in in health inequality as measured by inequality in life expectancy, levels are still the highest in the world. In the 2019 Human Development Report, we analyzed convergence and divergence in inequalities. We found that in basic capabilities, there was a convergence, but in enhanced capabilities, there was divergence. And what do we mean by that? Early childhood survival and primary education, which are the foundations for achieving enhanced capabilities, have improved. But at the same time, there's been an increase in both life expectancy at primary and at birth and primary education over the last decades, but almost no change in life expectancy at the age of 70 and tertiary education. So convergence in basic capabilities and divergence in more advanced capabilities. The Inequality Adjusted Human Development Index shows a country's loss in human development when inequality is accounted for. That is, when the distribution of education, health, and income across the population is considered. And unfortunately, LDCs show the largest overall loss in human development due to inequality. But there is a great deal of variation among these countries. If you look at 2 specific examples, with all 3 dimensions, Bhutan has seen some decline in inequalities in both income and life expectancy, but the education inequality has more than doubled. On the other hand, Maldives has contradictory trends as well. The inequality of life expectancy has fallen by 61%, but income inequality has risen by 32%, and inequality in education more than doubled. Other LDCs also saw an increase in their coefficient of human inequality: Benin, Comoros, Kiribati, Myanmar, and Zambia. Since 2016, we have the SDG index by the Sustainable Development Solutions Network, which averages 85 indicators. Of these, 33 LDCs are at the bottom 50 ranks of the index, and the other 7 fare a little better. Only Bhutan and Sao Tome are already scheduled to graduate based on this score. So we did some regressions to test how inequality can affect meeting the SDGs. The details are in the paper, but the main findings are these. Economic growth is only significant for reducing poverty, and SDG 9, Innovation, Industry, and Infrastructure. Being an LDC is a serious impediment to progress on poverty, water and sanitation, and also SDG 9. And even though income inequality has a negative relationship with all 4 SDGs that we have here, it is not large. The most important part of this effect is inequality in health, life expectancy. It has a strongly negative impact on progress towards SDGs 1, 3, and 7. Every 10% increase in health inequality reduces a country's SDG index performance by between 10 and 13 points on the score. So then we went a step ahead and we used an estimation of the impact of multidimensional inequalities on LDC progress towards the SDGs to forecast based on 4 different scenarios what will happen. In one scenario, we kept the growth rates steady and reduced inequalities. In the other one, we reduced inequalities but kept the growth rates constant, and then we changed both. So what did we find? If we keep business as usual, the same growth rates, the same inequality, we extrapolate the current growth rates, and the countries that did well between 2010 and 2019 did even better in the next 9 years. For example, because Laos grew by an average of 7.5% in the past decades, its income per capita will grow in a similar way. If you combine it with its low health and income inequality, its SDG index score increases from 62 to 82, which puts it at the level of France or Finland today. So that's very good. However, countries that didn't perform well are also projected to do worse. Central African Republic, for example, had low growth rates and high inequalities. So it will have even lower per capita income than currently and a very low SDG score. Scenario 2 is slightly better. We assume the IPOA goal of 7% growth per year, but we hold inequalities constant. This is a bit more interesting because even though 7% is ambitious, it might not be realistic, and without reducing inequalities, it may not do a lot of good. So for example, Madagascar gains the most in this scenario, increasing its SDG score from 49 to 68, reaching the level of Brunei Darussalam today. Several LDCs reach an SDG score of over 80. And even LDCs with very high health inequalities increase their SDG score, but not so much. The third scenario, which is the best, combines the trend growth rates of the economy in reality with lower inequality by 20% in health and income. And the assumption is that a 7% growth rate is unrealistic, first because growth depends on external factors, but also even if 7% growth is achievable, it often comes at a high environmental cost. So we're looking at what would happen if LDC growth rates continued as they did before, but with reduced health inequalities. And one of the most interesting things we find is that all LDCs show an increase in SDG score, and even countries not growing quickly can improve their SDG progress if the gains from growth are distributed more equally. So that is a key point from this scenario. Scenario 4 is the most ambitious, probably not as realistic. It combines 7% GDP growth and lower inequalities. Obviously, most LDCs show progress in SDGs under this context. Laos performs actually worse here than in the previous scenario, but the average LDCs grow only at 1.9% in reality in the past decades. So it's a bit of a stretch to accept this scenario. And external shocks such as COVID show us that this is not really realistic. So to conclude the forecast, scenario 3 presents the best realistic option for LDCs, even when there's low growth. Furthermore, and citations in the paper show, reducing inequalities can in itself spur higher growth than the trend growth we had last decade. High inequality can also have negative effect on economic growth and poverty reduction, can create political and social unrest, discourage investment, incentivize rent seeking and corruption, and also erode trust and social cohesion, which reduces the resilience and adaptability of the economy to external shocks, making it harder to sustain growth in the long term. So looking back at the current situation, COVID-19 has not only cost lives, but has reduced the fiscal space of countries. On the one hand, reducing public revenues, but also reducing economic growth. So in a way, this is the best time to talk about reducing inequality, because if you have a lower public purse, the distribution of that financing is even more important than ever. There are many steps that we can take to reduce inequalities, some of them mentioned in the 2019 Human Development Report. For example, a more progressive distribution of income and wealth can help reduce health inequalities, along with greater investments in disadvantaged communities. Improving access to public service, such as education and generalized healthcare, so people can enter the labor market and make more out of it, of the opportunities that do exist. Reviewing regulations to boost labor market opportunities, wages and labor force participation rates, and redistribution of income and wealth via taxes on market incomes to fund public services. And for low-income countries, the challenge is obviously to improve the quality of services while expanding their access to reach the poorest households. So overall, the bottom line from this study is that reducing inequalities in multidimensional forms is key for all countries, especially the LDCs, in order to meet the SDGs and truly leave no one behind. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jacob. That's a lot to take in, Jacob, but you presented very well. I just want to make sure that I understand your key finding here. So you're saying, correct me if I'm wrong, okay, Jacob? But you're saying that you can't just use economic growth or income inequality as a proxy for development, that you need a more multidimensional approach that takes in other variables? Is that what you're saying?
That's one key point, multidimensionality of inequality. But the second and perhaps more important point is that given a choice between high growth rates and inequality reduction does more to help LDCs achieve the LDCs than just economic growth without inequality reduction.
I see.
So given financial constraints, focus on inequalities.
Okay, stick around. We may have some more questions for you at the end of this. I'm now going to turn to our special guest, who we are honored to have today. He's Olivier De Schutter. He's the UN Special Rapporteur on Extreme Poverty and Human Rights. He will have 7 minutes. Olivier, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Undersecretary General and High Representative. Let me start, if I may, by quoting from the report presented by the UN Secretary General, Our Common Ground, on 20th of September. He says the following: social protection systems have demonstrated their value during the COVID-19 pandemic, saving lives and backstopping economies at large. Without the surge in state-provided social protection, economic damage could have been far worse. This is also the case for previous crises. We must not lose this momentum. I urge states, writes the Secretary General, to accelerate steps to achieve universal social protection coverage, including for the remaining 4 billion people currently unprotected, in line with Target 1.3 of the Sustainable Development Goals. And he continues, the establishment of a global fund for social protection being explored by the International Labour Organization could support countries in increasing levels of funding devoted to social protection over time. My dear colleagues and esteemed co-panelists, I would like to send a message to this LDC Future Forum about the momentum created around the idea of a new international financing mechanism in support of social protection floors in least developed countries in particular. This is not a new idea. In 2012, the International Labour Conference unanimously adopted recommendation number 202 on social protection floors, and paragraph 12 of that recommendation referred to the need to increase international support for social protection floors. Now, in a recent report I presented to the Human Rights Council, I based the report on a range of consultations with a wide number of actors, including governments from all world regions, and I present the idea of the Global Fund for Social Protection, highlighting and summarizing the proposals in 5 points. First of all, it's important to emphasize that as we demand that developing countries, and LDCs included, establish social protection floors to protect their populations from income insecurity, we need to provide greater predictability in funding for these countries. And the Global Fund is one important tool by which this can be achieved. Governments will not be ready to commit to their populations by providing legal entitlements that people may claim in areas such as maternity benefits, unemployment benefits, child allowances, or old age pension, unless they are assured that they will be able to fund those promises. The second idea is that international support by the establishment of a new international financing mechanism is not a substitute for domestic resource mobilization. In fact, the fund could kickstart a process by which benefiting governments, benefiting states could gradually increase the mobilization of resources in order to provide income security to their population in a life cycle perspective. And gradually, the investments in social protection floors could allow to build a healthier and better qualified workforce, stimulating economic growth by the reduction of inequalities and allowing the social protection schemes established to gradually self-finance themselves. The third idea is that this is affordable. Today, it is very striking that only $1 billion US, these are figures from 2019, from official development assistance go to social protection out of a total ODA granted by OECD countries of about $152 billion. In other terms, social protection is 0.65% of total ODA. And the International Labour Organization has calculated that the financing gap for social protection floors to cover the entire population of low-income countries, some 711 million people in 29 countries, the financing gap is only $79 billion US. And that is about 60% of the total amount of ODA going to developing countries today. So it is affordable. It is not affordable for low-income countries, for least developed countries to protect all the population with basic social protection floors, but it is affordable for the international community to invest in that process and thus provide a stronger incentive for governments to protect their populations from income security. The fourth idea is that this would not lead to deprive countries from national ownership concerning how to design and expand social protection coverage for their population. In fact, the idea of the Global Fund is that the beneficiary countries should present assessment-based national dialogues that would result in action plans for the establishment of social protection floors based on a dialogue with social partners, non-governmental organizations, the international community, and of course the line ministries for each country to identify its own priorities to be supported by the international community. Fifth and finally, this does not mean we need a new big bureaucracy to deliver funds. We have many actors working on social protection in LDCs in particular, and we could build on the existing momentum and on these actors, including those that are part of the Global Partnership, USP 2030 in order to move towards action. So my message to you today is we need LDCs to invest much more in social protection to protect their population from income security and reduce inequalities. And the momentum around the Global Fund is an opportunity to be seized. This is why I welcome the fact that the latest International Labour Conference of June of this year adopted conclusions that call upon the ILO to work towards establishing a global fund for social protection. And I very much hope that LDC 5, the 5th International Conference on the LDCs, will be an opportunity to make major steps towards realizing this objective. Many thanks indeed.
Thank you very much, Olivier. You know, when I think about the need for social protection schemes, and I completely agree, we do need them. But I always think about a critical question, which you have mentioned, which is affordability, especially for governments that just don't have the fiscal resources to put such things in place. So I hear what you're saying with respect to the establishment of a global fund that could, you know, probably kickstart the process. But then you say that eventually social protection schemes at the national level can self-finance. Hopefully they can finance themselves. And I just wondered when I hear that, how would a country establish a social protection scheme that is self-financing? Is it through the establishment of a national investment fund, a fund that invests in various areas and makes a return and therefore is self-sustaining? Is that what you're getting at?
Mr. High Representative, that is the heart of the question, of course. The idea is that social protection is not a cost, except in purely accounting terms. It is an investment for more inclusive types of growth that reduce inequalities and allow not only to invest more in human capital, in a healthier and better qualified workforce, but also in entrepreneurs allowed to take more risks because they are provided this shield, this protection from economic insecurity. And all the studies we have show that social protection is an investment that in the midterm ends up paying for itself. The gains in terms of economic growth and the building of human capital significantly outweigh the costs after a number of years.
Okay, so when you talk about the gains in economic growth, you're then saying that the tax revenue that is collected from a growing economy would then be able to self-finance the capital outlay to provide the sort of protections you're speaking about, right?
Indeed, and to kickstart this process, we need the international community to give a signal, an indication to LDCs in particular that this should become a political priority, particularly since these countries are often heavily indebted and cash-strapped, and they need this incentives to invest in social protection. The international community would commit to do so if the country presents a credible action plan showing it can mobilize resources and identify the gaps in social protection that need to be filled in the particular country. And this, I think, is the most important priority for today and to achieve target number 1.3 of the SDGs.
Thank you, Olivier. Thanks for clarifying your ideas on that. And colleagues, now we will turn to our two discussants. I told you earlier that Tashi Choden had not been online, but she's now online. She's joined us, and she'll be our first discussant virtually. And their role, the discussants, really is to give some consideration to the ideas and the remarks that we have heard so far today. Tashi Choden is the planning officer for Bhutan Gross National Happiness Commission. Excuse me. I hope you heard me. Planning officer for Bhutan's Gross National Happiness Commission. She will talk about her experience with the Gross National Happiness concept to assess progress towards achieving well-being. So, Ms. Choden, you have the floor. your virtual intervention will be for 4 minutes. You have the floor. That is, if you can hear me, you have the floor. But is that a frozen screen I'm looking at? No, it's okay. Is your microphone muted, or could you check?
I apologize for the disruptions. We've been having power outages here, so there have been fluctuations in the network.
Okay.
I hope you can hear me now.
Yeah, and I hope you're happy today.
Yes.
Great. You can go ahead.
Thank you. Hello, everybody, and for organizing the Future Forum and for inviting me to share some of Bhutan's experience. Bhutan's decade has been remarkable with our gross national happiness policy and philosophy. Balanced and equitable, sustainable socioeconomic development has long been a priority for Bhutan. Equity and redistributive principles have therefore also been embedded in key legislations and policies, and also the constitution. Bhutan also recognizes the importance of looking at poverty not only as a measure of income, but also through other dimensions, and has since 2010 been using the multidimensional poverty index. The government is also
Tashi, it may be better if you come off screen and just,
health and
yeah, why don't you
outcomes.
do your statement without the camera? Because there are some network glitches.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Okay. Bhutan also recognizes the importance of looking at poverty not only as a measure of income, but through other dimensions, and has adopted the multidimensional poverty index. The government is considering increasing the thresholds for some of the related indicators. Such progress is attributed to consistent investments and improvements in health and education outcomes, expansion in rural infrastructure and network, efforts at commercializing agriculture, and targeted poverty reduction programs to root out extreme poverty, especially over the last 2 development plan periods. And that has been coupled with various social security interventions so that no one is left behind. However, poverty rates are highly variable across districts, indicating uneven progress, with income inequality disproportionately affecting the rural population. Building on past interventions to root out conditions leading to poverty and inequality, Bhutan's current development plan, which is in the 12th cycle, seeks to reduce inequality through multi-sectoral interventions that are expected to contribute to the achievement of the national key result area, which is reducing poverty and inequality. And a key initiative in the current development plan towards reducing income inequality within the country is the passing of the amendment of the Income Tax Act, which has important provisions that will provide towards narrowing the gap among the general public, support private sector development, and in particular, the welfare of the farmers. I agree that with regard to child nutrition, integrating food and healthcare policy for achieving improved nutrition in the long run is essential. And I believe that Bhutan's approach to achieving this SDG target has also been in a similar manner. In terms of interventions to address the nutritional concerns in the country, progress can be noted in the National Health Policy under revision and also the National Nutrition Strategy under development, both of which are expected to have a bearing on improving multi-sectoral collaboration towards more effective nutrition programs and services. More emphasis is being placed on providing nutritional meals to children as the National School Feeding Program transitions to the National School Feeding and Nutrition Program. And for that, to increase availability of fresh and nutritious food for school meals, efforts are underway to enhance the production and entrepreneurial capacity of local smallholder farmer groups and to connect farmers across the country with schools within their vicinity. The gaps, however, in ensuring sustainable agriculture productivity remain, considering it is constrained by a combination of factors, including declining cultivable land, increasing human-wildlife conflict, and farm labor shortage and increasing farming costs. The 12th Five-Year Plan also highlights investments in agriculture as a key activity for the achievement of economic diversification. We also have the National Organic Flagship Program, which is working towards commercializing organic production, at the same time mechanization and commercialization of the agriculture sector, coupled with adoption of climate smart technologies. The challenge is that there is a lack of awareness among farmers on climate smart agricultural technology and the associated opportunities and challenges. In the current plan, programs on climate smart and disaster resilience development aims to formulate and implement climate change responsive policies in agriculture and farming. At the same time, ensuring a reliable market for food produce, the need to create competitive market benefiting both producers and consumers as well. Given a largely welfare state approach, even prior to the pandemic, the Bhutanese people have been protected through various social protection measures implemented in accordance with the constitutional mandates for free education and health, existing legislative provisions, and His Majesty the King's Relief Fund, which ensures that various forms of social assistance are provided. Such long-standing mechanisms in place have been instrumental in ensuring that the most vulnerable people are protected. Meanwhile, Bhutan continues to address the last-mile challenges, and with inequality becoming a growing concern across the world, Bhutan's current government is also working to narrow the gap. However, we are still lacking in one of the most important tools, which is to do with data. To narrow the gap, we have to use the right kind of data and should have enough data to inform the right policy decisions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Choden. Colleagues, the last but not least is Dr. Lawrence Haddad, who is the Executive Director of the Global Alliance for Improved Nutrition. He's also coming to us virtually. Let me see if I can get him on screen. How are you, Dr. Haddad?
Thank you. How are you, Under-Secretary General?
I'm good. Interested in hearing your views on things like poverty, food insecurity, malnutrition. What can we do? What can be done to remediate those problems?
Thank you, sir. I have 4 or 5 minutes. Is that right?
If you're lucky.
If I'm lucky, okay.
No. You have 4. We'll give you 5 minutes to close out.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thanks so much for inviting me, and I really enjoyed listening to the previous presentations. Going to Maximo's points about the house is on fire. I think you said that, Under Secretary General. I was reading an IMF report recently, which says that the IMF projects that GDP levels in sub-Saharan Africa, Asia, outside of China, and Latin America will, even in 2024, in 3 years' time, will still be 6 or 8% below the pre-COVID levels. So this dire situation that we're in now, with record increases in hunger numbers in the last year, this is going to continue for 3 or 4 years at least. So I want to talk about hunger, and there are 4 basic causes of hunger. First is lack of income. Second is lack of food. Third is lack of peace. And fourth is a lack of voice and accountability. And I want to spend a minute on each of those if I can. So on the first one, the lack of income, I'm completely supportive of what Olivier De Schutter is saying about the floor for social protection, universal floor. But we have to go beyond that. We have to look at decent work. We have to look at equitable livelihoods. The workforce in the food system, which employs 1 to 2 billion people, is some of the most exploited workforce in any job or any sector in the world, and that includes workforces in high-income countries as well as the least developed countries. And the evidence clearly shows that improving the conditions for working people, employers doing that, it generates benefit cost ratios of 3 to 1 or even up to 6 to 1. So this is clearly in the employer's interest to improve the working conditions of workers. Also under income generation, I also want to see more inclusive access to finance for small and medium enterprises. In the least developed countries, small and medium enterprises, SMEs, are the backbone of the economic system and certainly of the food system. At the moment, they can't get the access to finance they need to take the kind of risks that Olivier was talking about. So that's income. On the food side, food generation is important for two reasons. One, it's generating food. And it's often said that there's enough food to feed everybody in the world. That's true at a sort of conceptual level, but practically it's not true because the food is not produced in the right place and in the right way. So we need more food production in areas where there is less food available, but we also need food production in ways that generate income, decent income for smallholder producers. And that means public sector investment on the farm. It means public sector investment for food on the move, transporting food, storing food, making sure there's a minimum loss and waste. And it also means meeting targets. The CAADP targets in Africa, no one really likes to talk about them, but they're not being met. These are the targets for African ministries of agriculture commit to investing up to 10% of GDP, or ministers of finance commit to spending up to 10% of government expenditure on agriculture, and those targets are way off being met. And I want to stress that ending hunger, it's not as expensive as we may think. About $33 billion is spent every year on these kinds of investments, and a very important set of studies under the banner of Ceres 2030 last year showed that if we double that expenditure from 33 billion a year to 66 billion a year, we will effectively get hunger numbers down to less than 200 million by 2030. So we have an opportunity and we know what to do. It's about mobilizing the resources and aligning them behind these high impact investments. The third area is really around conflict, and I won't spend too much time on that. We know that sharply increasing food prices lead to more conflict. There's pretty clear evidence on that, and we have sharply increasing food prices at the moment, as one of our speakers said. So we can expect more conflict, and when there is more conflict, we must condemn nations that weaponize food. Food is often weaponized in conflict, and any nation that does that must be roundly condemned by the UN Security Council and other members. The fourth area is around lack of accountability and voice. As one of the former FAO Director Generals would say, there is no union or association of hungry people. They lack a voice. And one way of improving their voice is to make sure that rights violations, the right to food violations, are more clearly heard and more loudly heard. And at the moment, it's really civil political rights violations heard more loudly than economic, social, or cultural rights. So I'd really like to see a lot more done in the violation of rights space, especially for right to food. Finally, I just want to say, we are at a period where there are three firsts that are important for hunger. The first first is the staggering numbers that Maximo showed at the beginning. I like the central variant, the one that says hunger numbers have gone from 650 million in 2019 to 768 million in 2020. That's sort of a more conservative estimate, but that's still 118 million increase, sort of a 20% increase over the 2019 numbers. That's the first time in 50 years that we've seen numbers that big in any single year. The second first really is we have a set of high impact solutions. We know what to do, and we've even got these impact investments, and Olivia is quite right to call them investments. We've got this set of impact investments costed and validated. We know that if we spend this much, we'll get this much of an impact on hunger. And really, the final first is that we can be the first generation really to talk about actually ending hunger, getting it down to below 200 million. That's not quite ending it. That's still a very big number. But as Maximo said, if we don't act now firmly and convincingly and decisively on hunger, if we think it's expensive now, wait until 2 or 3 years time, it's going to be much, much more expensive. Back to you, Undersecretary General.
Thank you very much. Lawrence, let me follow up with something just on a conceptual level, because you actually, listening to you, I'm reminded of some of what Olivier said in his presentation. And conceptually, it's this, not a trade-off, but is something to be looked at as an investment in terms of a public investment, or is something to be looked at as a public expenditure, right? So when Olivier speaks about social protection, he doesn't look at social protection in expenditure terms. He looks at it as an investment. And similarly, when you speak about improved working conditions, you're not talking about government spending to improve working conditions. You're talking about government making an investment in improving working conditions, an investment that will yield a return that is going to impact the bottom line. The problem is that you mentioned employers making this sort of investment in working conditions. And the problem is that too many employers don't look at it as an investment. They look at it as something that is going to increase their cost of doing business. So we just need a fundamentally different way to look at it, I think, conceptually. Even when you talk about ending food insecurity, that we need to invest, we're spending $33 billion a year right now. It's really not an expenditure. It's the amount that we are investing, and we need to double that investment to $66 billion a year. So whether it's at the employer level or whether it's at the government level, I think we need to have a sort of paradigm shift in thinking. It's not really an expenditure. It's something that is an investment that is actually going to redound to the benefit of the investor. You are going to yield a return on that in human capital development or increased productivity, increased returns to your bottom line. You shouldn't think, oh, working conditions, but that's going to cost me as a company, you know what I mean? So I really see a sort of similar thread running through your presentation and where Olivier is coming from in terms of looking at social protection as an investment that ultimately redounds to the bottom line in a positive way. Is that what you're really saying?
Yeah, I mean, you're quite right. It's a mindset shift that needs to happen. You know, even on the agricultural investment side, I said it costs an extra 33 billion a year. That's domestic and aid. So as Olivier said, the total aid budget is 150 billion per year. So even if half of that spending is from the aid budget, which it probably would be less than half, that's still a very small percent of the overall aid budget. And that public spending, whether it's domestic or aid, generates, I mean, the number I failed to mention is that crowds in 50 billion a year of private sector investment. So it's really about how do you use public funds as a catalyst to prime the pump to get private sector funds going.
Right. Well, thank you very much, Lawrence. We're just past the 1 o'clock watershed hour. I know people need to go to lunch, but I'm going to open the floor just to see if any of my colleagues have any reflections to make as we close out or any questions to ask. So we have a roving microphone around here somewhere. If you have any burning questions, now would be a good time. Do I see any hands? Huh? No, let's not mention lunch again, they may get. No? Yes. It's Liberia, right? Yeah.
Not a question, but a comment. In relation to the social safety net, I think one of the enabler of social safety net is remittances, which is often overlooked. And to be practical, Your Honor, you are from Jamaica, if I'm not mistaken. Your presence at the UN has provided safety nets for your family back home, for some of your family members back home, maybe more than 10. And one way to increase remittances would be through migration. Because as people migrate from these least developed countries to developed countries, they are able to acquire income, and that income is remitted back to their families, and it have direct impact on the poor. So as we go to, you know, the, how do you call it? The meeting in Doha, we need to have a different look as to how we encourage these developed countries, in addition to just giving aid. Sometimes the aid actually do not reach the targeted population. They sit in the hands of politicians because they have control over migration will have a direct positive impact on the poor. The next thing is that people talk about economic growth. It is true that economic growth could contribute to reduction in inequality, but it depends on the how do you call it? The determinants of the economic growth. It is just through foreign direct investment where, you know, the big concessions and companies remit their profit back home, then it's not going to have impact on reducing inequalities. So we'll discuss more as we come back for lunch.
Thank you very much. I don't know if there's anybody that, from our presenters or any of the two Martins, that want to comment on anything, but you know, that's one way of looking at migration. The more people that are overseas earning a good living, the more the remittance flows are, and that helps families back home. The other way of looking at it, the other side of the coin, is that a lot of the people that are migrating with their talents, their skills, you know, their know-how, and the country is losing as a result because the cream of the crop is actually going to where the better opportunities are outside. So that's an interesting question that you pose. Ambassador Antonio Rodriguez, the Ambassador Permanent Representative of Haiti to the United Nations in New York. Yes, Antonio, please.
Thank you. I don't know if we still have interpretation. I would
yeah, we do. I think, yeah. Go ahead. We have the interpretation.
OK, merci. Bon, je veux commencer par féliciter et remercier tous les intervenants de ce matin qui ont fait un travail excellent. Cependant, je dois dire que parmi tous, la présentation du docteur Haddad, pour moi, est celui qui a été le plus pertinent et qui a un impact important sur le thème qu'on est en train de débattre.
The topic we are discussing today,
la pauvreté. Car
which is eradicating poverty.
Dans son intervention, il a mentionné les 4 causes
he mentioned the 4 causes
de la pauvreté dans nos pays.
4 causes of
Et moi,
poverty
je
in our
pense
countries.
qu'il
And I
a
think
touché du doigt les grands problèmes. On parle beaucoup de tant de choses, mais pour lui, c'est le plus important. Pour nous, c'est le plus important.
Those are
En
the
effet,
most
on trouve
significant
que
problems for us.
manque de lack of income, manque de revenus,
The lack
manque
of income,
d'alimentation,
lack
ce sont
of
2 choses importantes.
food,
Car
those are 2 very significant
nous puissions
issues.
sortir de ce cycle de pauvreté,
Getting out of, lifting ourselves out of poverty
il faut justement
is an issue that requires the right access to food. That is what provides us with the right resources. Let me take the example of Haiti. 50 or 60 years ago, agriculture was the most profitable sector, with 60% of the population employed in that field, and 3/4 of which in agriculture represented 3/4 of the country's income. But we were then told that we had to industrialize the country. And some of these industries simply killed our agriculture. We did not have the means to support small farmers. And if we look at larger countries, larger economies, despite having all these technologies, agriculture is still strong in these countries. But they have a control, a monopoly on the sales of these agricultural goods, and the government continue to subsidize farmers in such way that these products become cheaper and they can send and sell these goods in our countries and flood our markets with these goods. Haiti is facing this situation. We used to be self-sufficient. We could even export surplus of rice or banana, for example. Nowadays, we need to import all agricultural goods. And it was recognized recently that it was a mistake. The government realized it had been a mistake to import rice from the United States, subsidized by the US government. So I think we need to change paradigm, have a different vision, and allow our least developed countries to develop agriculture. We need more investment from the international community, more investment in our country's agricultures. It will provide food, it will help eradicate hunger in our countries, and it will also give jobs and resources to these people. It will allow them to take care of their families and help them develop. This is what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Antonio. Lawrence, I'm going to give you an opportunity if you want to just respond briefly to that, and then we'll just close out on your final reflections on that intervention from the ambassador of Haiti. He's not here anymore. Okay. Ambassador of Malawi, please, Perks.
Thank you, USG. I am very touched by the idea that investments we make should not be seen as expenditure, but investments. I have an article here that has just come out from the Guardian newspaper. It says, it says IMF pushes G20 states to back 50 billion global mass vaccination drive. And I want to read research by Save the Children released this week showed that for every £1 sterling invested, the G7 would collectively avoid 35 pounds sterling in pandemic-related losses. The study said that it would cost the UK 50 pence a week per person to supply the poorest countries with vaccines. I jump and it says it's an investment that will pay off 35 times over. So if this is the message that we can bring across all the G7, G20, and that they are investing, they are not, then they would see the need to spend that money for the vaccination of the poor countries. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Perks. And we do need to incorporate that approach into our advocacy. I think so. Let me ask you a very serious question. You're not hungry? It's time to go to lunch. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. This is just a short announcement. Unfortunately, Professor Sachs had some conflicting appointment. We are trying to reschedule his talk. So at 2:15 sharp, we will start with the next panels. So panel 3 will be in this room. It's on transforming economies, achieving sustained growth and robust employment, especially for youth. And panel 4, which is on peace and development, building peaceful, just and inclusive societies, is in the other room, just that way. But you have to go out and in again. Then also, we have a dinner tonight at 6 after the last session. The last session will end around 5, and the dinner is at 6 at the Palace Restaurant as per your program. It's around a 20 minutes walk from here. But of course, you can also go there by taxi. And if you would like, we can arrange that enough taxis will be at the entrance or also at the hotel if you want to go quickly back to the hotel for those who stay close by, if that is needed. But we will get back on that later. Okay. Yeah, but this is just announcement, not for the... I'm so sorry. I have to disturb you again. I was just wondering whether Miss Eugene Rose Fontep and Miss Victoria Lihiru are here in the room. And if they are, if they could kindly move to the other room. Okay, they are not. Thank you. Okay, I was told you could not understand me. So, as I said before, please note panel 4 on peace and development is in the small room over there. And if Ms. Eugene Rose Fontep and Ms. Victoria Lihiru are here, we would like to kindly ask them to go to the other room. So you just go out there, then in again. Thank you so much.
Thank you for joining us for this panel discussion. My name is Brahima Koulibaly. I'm the Vice President for the Global Economy and Development Program at Brookings. I'll be the moderator for this session on transforming economies, achieving sustained growth and robust employment, especially for youth. As I mentioned earlier in my framing remarks, economic growth in LDCs over the past 20 years has been solid, on average about 5%. Yet, there's been lack of convergence with the advanced economies. If you look at the median income per capita in LDCs, it was 5% of the advanced economies in the 80s. Now, fast forward about 40 years, and that ratio not only has it not gone up, it has gone down. And it's only now 2% of that of the advanced economies. So we didn't see convergence, and we're seeing what appears to even be a divergence, meaning LDCs are being further left behind in this globalized economy. And one important explanation is that the growth, as good as it was, has been jobless in many cases and not transformative. So with GDP growth, employment elasticities that are only half of what they should be to absorb the young and growing labor force. Indeed, if you look at the population around LDCs, they account for about 20% of the global youth population. And that share is expected to rise over the next decade to reach close to 40% by the turn of the century. So this good demographic growth is really an asset, or it could be a liability, depending on the opportunities we're able to generate for productive employment for those young people. The session today will dig a bit deeper into this issue. As we look ahead to the next decade, what lessons have we learned on what do we need to do differently to accelerate structural transformation and large-scale job creation? So we will hear from 4 panelists, 2 special guests, and then 3 discussants, and conclude the session with an interactive discussion. It is a really packed agenda with only 1 hour and 15 minutes, so and a lot of ground to cover. So I ask each panelist and guest speaker to please limit the remarks to 7 minutes, and then the discussants, if you can limit your remarks to about 4 minutes. This would allow adequate time for the interactive session. So with that, if I can turn to you, Alassane Drabo, as our first panelist, for your opening remarks, touching on whether improvements to LDC's structural handicaps are a step toward structural transformation. Alassane, over to you.
Everyone, thank you very much, Mr. Koulibaly, for a good presentation. And I will present this paper in French, so as the translation are available. Donc, je disais tantôt, bonjour tout le monde.
So good morning, everybody, or good afternoon. The paper I'm presenting today has to do with the relationship between the identification and graduation of LDCs and structural transformation. This was motivated by a certain number of elements. So there are a certain number of elements at play here. Since the creation of the category in 50 years ago, the criteria, and since 91, the graduation criteria have changed a lot. These criteria were created mainly to take into account the capacities of the countries. And all the written reports from UNCTAD and others, and the action plan for LDCs show that structural change is a very important stage. So the question is, the criteria chosen to identify LDCs, are they criteria that will lead the countries to structural transformation? So this is the question in the paper. So first of all, there is a quantification analysis of the structural transformation, and then an assessment of the causal link between LDC's criteria and structural transformation. Regarding structural transformation in LDCs, what we see initially is that in most cases, as you can see, a change in productivity was negative across the past 30 years. And for those countries where productivity has increased, it is usually due to a variation in employment within the same sectors. It is not due to the migration from less productive sectors to more productive sectors. And what you see here regarding structural transformation, the variables, for instance, economic vulnerability, there's a negative correlation with structural transformation. And human asset is positively correlated. And this is all very logical because it goes hand in hand with the identification criteria that have been set. But beyond the variables, we try to see whether the subcomponents make it possible to reach structural transformation. We can't go into details now, we won't have time. But the results are this. First of all, the three variables have a causal impact on structural transformation. The human capital index improves structural transformation. But if you disaggregate the indicators and look at simple variables or sub-indicators, for economic results, the variable which drives the negative effect is the instability of exports. As to the human capital index, it is adult literacy which is the driver. So further research is needed to confirm these results, because this is the first paper analyzing structural transformation. So in terms of economic policy, what we suggest is, in order to improve structural transformation, to look at causalities and to select variables which could help move towards the objective. In the study, we found that it's the instability of exports and adult literacy are important drivers. If that is confirmed, it is at least in part on these, based on these criteria, that one should go ahead and find those countries which have the necessary tools to graduate and those which don't. So regarding LDCs, the countries themselves, they mainly export primary commodities. So those countries should stress that primary system. They must foster their comparative advantage and stabilize exports and...
Alassane, you have 1 minute.
Il vous reste 1 minute. Merci. When human capital is improved and once exports have been stabilized, more jobs will be created, and it will help the countries move towards structural transformation. Thank you very much.
No, thank you, Alassane, and very, very interesting empirical study looking deeply into how to link not only the three criteria, but the subcomponents of the criteria to the structural transformation discussion, and seeing whether it could help inform a better classification and the decisions on graduation. Our next second panelist is Mr. Andre, who's the Economic Affairs Officer, who's going to touch a bit on the sustainability of the tourism as a key driver for structural transformation and productivity capacity in the Pacific LDCs. Andre Jade, over to you.
Okay, let me just share my presentation with you. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm happy to replace my colleague Yusuke, who has been the main author of the paper which we prepared for that conference. The paper, Tourism as a Driver of Sustainable Development in Pacific Least Developed Countries, covers 4 LDCs in the Pacific, namely Kiribati, Solomon Islands, Tuvalu, and Vanuatu. And while Vanuatu officially graduated from the, I can see this is automatically going back and forth. I'm not sure how to start again. I apologize for that and for my atrocious skills concerning the... Okay, I can go up and back. Sorry. So basically, Vanuatu, as we all know, graduated from the LDC category in December 2020. The paper still includes Vanuatu as one of the Pacific LDCs because of the similarity of development predicaments and economic structure. Structural transformation has been slow to moderate in these 4 countries due to the geographic isolation and the small size of the national undiversified economies. They face major development challenges. As manufacturing-led structural transformation is not a feasible option, they are unable to integrate into regional and global value chains and production networks. However, it does not mean that structural transformation therein is not possible. The figure on the slide illustrates that some Asia-Pacific small island peers, namely Samoa and Maldives, who graduated from the LDC category, are more structurally developed, as shown by the share in agriculture value added as share of total value added. The paper argues that one potential solution to advance structural transformation in Pacific LDCs lies in a unique pattern that targets niche products and high-end and environmentally sustainable tourism services. We claim that if pursuing in a sustainable manner, tourism development can raise significant revenue and enhance the sustainability of the development processes. This will in turn help build economic and environmental resilience and accelerate progress towards the achievement of SDGs. Next slide. Thank you very much. So why tourism? Given the special circumstances of the Pacific LDCs with few economic alternatives, tourism can be a conduit of sustainable development. Pacific LDCs have a comparative advantage in tourism, which has grown into a leading economic sector. Tourism is generally a good driver of economic growth because it can increase economic activity, create jobs, and attract investment. It can therefore be one of the enablers of achieving SDGs if pursued in a sustainable manner. While the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic has resulted in a significant contraction of tourism activities, the medium to long-term global context is still supportive of the development of tourism in Pacific LDCs. However, what are the challenges? For example, the tourism sector in these 4 LDCs has very weak linkages with the rest of the local economies, undermining its economic sustainability. The sector tends to have an enclave nature with large foreign ownership and the lack of local capacity to meet tourist demands for goods and services. This limits jobs creation and promotion of local culture and products, thereby threatening the long-term sustainability of tourism. High vulnerability to external shocks such as economic crisis and the COVID-19 outbreak have also negatively affected tourism activities. There are also increasing concern about environmental sustainability. Overexploitation by the tourism sector is a serious threat to the fragile ecosystems. In addition, climate change and extreme weather patterns have detrimental impacts on the tourism sector, as it heavily relies on coastal areas, which are particularly threatened by sea level rise, cyclones, and typhoons. These challenges are, of course, compounded by high cost of transportation due to long distances and limited transport connectivity, which increase the cost of operating commercial flights and cruise ships and decreases market competitiveness. Inadequate domestic infrastructure limits the number of visitors. So what are the policy options about which we argue in our paper? First, Pacific LDCs can selectively promote certain types of tourism, and let me stress certain types of tourism that could address the challenges related to the sustainability. One possibility is to promote more green and blue tourism and more community-based tourism activities. Promoting culture-based tourism is particularly an effective way to address concerns over sociocultural sustainability, while also being instrumental in generating production links to the local economies. Second, the Pacific LDCs could consider introducing green tax initiatives with the explicit objective of supporting environmental conservation as well as to sustainable livelihood of local populations. They could also consider greening the tax system by reallocating funds towards projects and activities to enhance environmental sustainability or to correct for externalities caused by tourism. Third, regional cooperation should be enhanced to promote a common Pacific brand and to raise the global profile and to improve connectivity. Thank you very much, colleagues. This is my last slide.
Thank you, Andre. And this actually dovetails a bit with some of the findings from the research at Brookings and UNU-WIDER that I shared earlier in the opening remarks, that indeed sectors like tourism can indeed be drivers of economic growth and structural transformation in the same way that manufacturing can. So it's good to see that that's also panning out in the study that you've done, Andre. Our next speaker is Juicy Ojala, who's going to talk about SMEs. As we know, they are very important enterprises in terms of innovation, but also in terms of job creation. So she will discuss a bit the conducive environment where they can strive and a key ingredient for successful structural transformation. Can you share with us the role of regulation and technical capacity in fostering the SME ecosystem in the developing in LDCs?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. And let me start by acknowledging that it's a team effort. So the lead author, Mr. Hani Al-Mekhari, waving his hand there, is among us. And please do grab his attention or mine online or here in the conference when you want to discuss things more. So, our research deals with the SMEs, and not just any SMEs in LDCs, but those who are growth-oriented, who really want to create decent jobs and grow and contribute to the economies also. So as we all know, there are SMEs in the LDCs, but those are in minority. There are many micro enterprises. Big enterprises are few, but actually formal SMEs are quite few. But instead of pointing at fingers at the entrepreneurs, that why are you not growing and growing your enterprises, we started from the thought that it's better to look at the barriers of formalization and other barriers why the SMEs are not growing. So we took three barriers that are central to barriers for growth: the regulatory frameworks, technical capacities, and access to finance. We took an ecosystem approach to consider ways to address these barriers and ask that, can this bring added value? And the backbone is also the LDC process, and looking at the Istanbul Programme of Action, we could see that actually the SME, the sector, it's already quite well written there. The priorities are clear, both for the international actors and the LDCs, but still action has been limited, impact has been limited. So we thought that more should be done. So this is about the research design. We provided an overview on the entrepreneurial ecosystems. This kind of body of research is not that prominent in the LDCs. It's more focused on the developed states, but we think that it has an added value in those contexts as well. We selected Uganda and Somalia as our case studies. We did 18 interviews with various actors who are part of the ecosystem, and then sent out internet-facilitated questionnaire to some 300 potential respondents, and got quite a few responses from these Ugandan, from Somali, and from international stakeholders, which informed the study. So I go straight to findings. And maybe before you can read these, but just to raise the bar with one quote from one seasoned researcher and actor in the field, who said that that the SME sector in LDCs is a matter of world order. And I leave you thinking, do you agree? But I think he was not joking when he was saying that. I will return to this a bit later. But for the findings, that there was this broad understanding that these selected structural barriers are key ones. And what makes it maybe specific is this, that we did not only talk with the SMEs, but also with governments, actors, kind of semi-governmental organizations, financial actors, and international community, and the alignment was still very, very strong. The regulatory frameworks was maybe the number one, how should I say, root cause in these interconnected barriers. Discussion on business formalization, how investor protection is needed to be in place before any investments can reach these countries, and such issues. There were discriminatory features in the barriers that were discussed. So, for example, women seem to have higher barriers, bigger barriers than men, and cities are better off in terms of addressing these barriers than are the countryside. And this again calls for a nuanced approach to the topic that we are discussing. One thing that this leads to, and what we were discussing, is the national development plans in those LDCs, which I think all of them have the national development plans, but that they are not currently addressing the issues of the SMEs. This is what the SMEs say. The international community actually thought that the NDPs are doing better, but when we discussed with the Ugandan and Somali actors, they did not think that SME sector is being touched by the national development plans. The technical capacities, what came up was that it's not just the technical capacities with the SMEs, but really sometimes, especially in the Somali context, also the government technical capacities when it comes to the SME sector. That's crucial to see that their capacity is topped up. Interconnectedness, I think this really came up in the interviews and very naturally from those people who are were interviewed, and also then the need to address all these barriers. On the kind of being specific in addressing barriers, this is important, but then we also need to have a bird's eye, a holistic view. This came up. There were interesting remarks by, for example, a Somali government official who said that it can be the private sector that is leading the standards. It can draw the governments which are not perhaps capacitated, and sometimes we should maybe look at the private sector role and rethink of these traditional cooperation roles that there might be. This is, of course, very difficult. I will maybe lift the last point there, which was, I think, great by the Ferdi representative earlier today about the legality of the LDC category and the potential that it has then to really put the LDCs in the limelight and put targeted measures to support the LDCs, and here also the SME sector is key. 2 slides on recommendations, and then I'm done. And here comes the four categories. We recommend that addressing these 3 structural barriers to SME sector development and the ecosystem development is needed. Incentivizing the formalization by the LDC governments, this is crucial, and the LDC governments will need support in this. But then that it's also a matter of capacitating the public agencies that interact with the SMEs. I skip now the parts on the financial part. Hopefully you had the chance to read them, and we can come back in the discussions on this. The technological, the connectivity issues, that came up quite clearly, and what we are recommending is that even if issues like electricity is a struggle, this should not prevent thinking of measures in expanding the connectivity of the LDCs, which will feed into the productive capacities in those contexts. And then the final slide on, we recommend that there should be a specific ISM, international support mechanism, to target the SME sector. It's not enough to double dip with ODA to think that, okay, tick the box that SMEs get something or the sector, but there could be a specific ISM that is targeted to the SME sector. And there's a wealth of capacities with UNCTAD, ITC, UNCDF. There are many players who are active here. Results-based models monitoring are especially crucial in developing the NDPs, but also the Doha Program of Action. Data is a crucial part, and maybe I just focus on the last point there, that UNCTAD is doing excellent job already, but they could be still more specific on the data when it comes to the SMEs in the LDCs. So what we are suggesting that they should consider establishing a resourcing and SME-specific data series in LDCs. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Jussi. That was really a set of interesting finding and analysis. I couldn't help but to notice, like the 2 countries the study was done in were all fragile countries, but I think some of the recommendation coming out strikes me as the lessons there that could be generalized to other even non-fragile countries. So let's round up the panelist conversation with the fourth speaker, who is Shahida Pervin. The development of manufacturing has been really key strategy to achieve economic transformation. And I think doing so required that one addresses some of the structural barriers or impediments. And among them, there's issues related to the effect of safety law enforcement on the strategy to develop manufacturing. And she is going to discuss the case of Bangladesh. So over to you, Shahida.
Thank you very much. So I share my slide. Thank you for having me. Welcome to my presentation. So my study is on effect of safety law enforcement on the manufacturing industry of a developing country. The evidence is from Bangladesh, as the moderator mentioned. So industrial workplace safety and workers' right remains vulnerable in many developing countries. While these countries need to address the unemployment and poverty, they also need to ensure safety and security of the worker. In Bangladesh, the apparel sector, that is mainly export-oriented, faced severe safety monitoring after Rana Plaza building collapse in April 2013 that killed more than 1,100 people and left injured more than 2,500 workers. Since then, various actions has been taken by international buyer groups, government, International Labour Organization, and others. So international agreement among global brands, retailer, and trade unions, Accord and Alliance completed their 5-year monitoring period in December 2018. Still they are continuing, but that was first phase. So I empirically assess what happens to the employment in Bangladesh after that safety law enforcement for 5-year period. I compared the apparel sector, which was targeted by the monitoring, with the non-apparel sectors, and before this surveillance episode and after. So I will use data from census, population census, and business census, 3 years before the Rana Plaza occurrence and after 1 year of the Rana Plaza occurrence. So briefly, the result shows that after the safety monitoring, the employment in the apparel sector declined, which was the opposite before the Rana Plaza occurrence. The study actually quantified the potential trade-off between worker safety and employment opportunities and elicit the need for policy measures to improve safety and well-being without harming the opportunities. So a bit of background of the ready-made garments industry and economy of Bangladesh. Ready-made garments industry is the major industrial sector in predominantly informal sector-driven economy of Bangladesh. And therefore, it has been enjoying non-competitive privileges to trigger its performance. And it literally employs millions of workers. Share of female employment in RMG sector is enormous, which is being reported to be declining in recent periods. In Bangladesh, female education and labor force participation used to be low, and girl-child marriage is still one of the highest in the world. So our ready-made garments industry grabbed the opportunity of low-wage workers and provision of least work-life condition by employing the women, which also contributed to the women empowerment to some extent. However, overall situation has not promoted quality of workers' lives, workplace safety, and diversification of the industry. Keeping aside the wage and benefits, the workplace condition was in grave danger without having safety, security, and quality assurance. Fire and small accidents were normalized incidents of the industry. Just before Rana Plaza occurrence, 112 workers had been killed while being trapped inside the burning Tazrin factory. The consequences of worse condition of workers' lives, frequent accident invited the international buyers' actions. At present, Bangladesh is said to have the safest garments industry among developing countries. So I want to understand what happens to the employment. So as I said, my data is business census and population census from Bangladesh. These are detail of the data. I'm not going detail into that because time is short. So I just show the timeline of the overall situation. Rana Plaza happened in 2013, and Accord and Alliance, International Buyer and other organization joint effort was functioned until 2018, and still they are continuing, but in different form. So my data cover from 2013 to 2019 for the surveillance period, and I cover pre-period to understand what was the situation before the Rana Plaza. So it is from 2001 to 2011. So I estimate the apparel sector's employment in geographic level, which sub-district, which is called Upazila in Bangladesh. So I will check if the Upazila is apparel dominant. That is, if the employment is apparel employment is more than 40% in the Upazila, that is apparel dominant Upazila, with the Upazilas that are not apparel dominant, and estimate what happens to the apparel dominant Upazilas or sub-district. So this is the data and method. I'm not going detail into the method. This is conventional difference in difference estimation strategy. So the result shows that total employment is 125% higher in apparel dominant Upazila in 2001. That's long before Rana Plaza. And between 21 and 11, total employment increased 14% in the non-apparel Upazilas, and 51% was higher in apparel dominant Upazilas. This is pre-Rana Plaza situation.
Saida, you have 1 minute.
Okay, so after the Rana Plaza, what happened? The situation just altered. Employment increases 68% in non-apparel dominant Upazilas, while decreased 49% in apparel dominant Upazilas. So this is the main finding of my study so far. So I do not go much detail of this. So just in brief, I studied the labor market and industry's outcome in terms of employment of the safety improvement in the ready-made garments industry of Bangladesh, led by International Buyers Organization. I find that the decade prior to the Rana Plaza collapse and international involvement, places where apparel was the dominant manufacturing sector experienced substantially higher employment growth compared to the places without apparel. Over the subsequent decade, during the international monitoring phase, the trend reversed. In fact, registered employment declined in apparel dominant places while it increased in non-apparel places. So the finding of the study draws on the recommendation to take required measures to offset the negative consequences when regulations for well-being are enforced. That message I want to wanted to bring in. So time is end, so I just stop here. Thank you for your attention.
No, thank you, Saida. That's a really interesting study and finding on how this safety enforcement can affect particular industry, and also what happened when you look at it in a broader economic context of what happens to employment elsewhere. So we're now done with the panelists. We're going to move to the two special speakers. The first is Dr. Natalia Kenem, who is joining us virtually. Natalia, if you're online, over to you.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Coulibaly, fellow speakers and distinguished guests. I'm really happy to be here with you to take the opportunity to think about the future from the perspective of the LDC Future Forum. And I'm bringing the perspective of the United Nations Population Fund, UNFPA, to this important discussion. And here's my message. To transform economies, we require a transformation in the way we support the potential of young people. Smarter, deeper investments in their education, their health, their well-being, is essential to build forward better and to achieve the sustained economic growth that we've been discussing. It is young people who form the demographic majority in least developed countries. It's young people who are that engine for the future. And today I want to stress that this is particularly true for girls. I was pleased to hear that the gender dynamic is being considered in our discussions previously. LDCs are home to 120 million girls, 19% of all the girls globally. So investing in her potential can help put the LDCs on a path to prosperity. Education, particularly for girls, can break the cycle of poverty, reduce girls' vulnerability to harmful practices that curtail their potential, including potential genital mutilation and child marriage. Now, education of girls is also particularly linked to higher productivity and higher earnings and overall economic growth. And that's why I'm very sorry to tell you that today, more than half of adolescent girls of secondary school age are in LDCs, not attending school, right? Compared to a quarter globally. So double the lack of schooling at the secondary age level for girls in LDCs. When a 10-year-old girl, for example, is able to stay in school, she's better able to challenge gender norms. She can choose when and if she wishes to start her family, and she can achieve economic independence. She's on a path to health. She's on a path to well-being throughout the rest of her life. And that's going to extend not just to her family, but her community and also her country. So as the United Nations Sexual and Reproductive Health Agency, UNFPA is working to empower women and girls to claim those rights so that they can contribute meaningfully to their societies. Our programs are guided by the 1994 International Conference on Population and Development. And that program of action made empowerment and autonomy of women and girls the cornerstone of global action, as it remains today, if we want to see sustainable economic and social progress. One example from the Sahel region of Africa, where UNFPA is partnering with the World Bank. Together, we're helping countries reap a demographic dividend. This is a dividend through interventions that are aimed at keeping adolescent girls in school and delaying marriage and childbearing, knowing that for every $4 US that we invest in a girl's physical, mental, sexual, and reproductive health, we'll give back at least 10 times more in benefits to society. So when girls can make the most fundamental choices about their bodies and their lives, they not only gain in terms of personal autonomy, we also gain in terms of health, education, income, safety, budgets, and on and on. On the other hand, when we fail to uphold bodily autonomy, this results in profound losses for women and girls. It also imposes huge costs on societies. There's a loss of human capital and capacity, and that depresses economic productivity and undercuts valuable skills and undermines social stability and resilience. So to close, let me say that LDCs require predictable support as they chart a path that reflects their development priorities. Through timely investments in health, family planning, and education, these are investments that empower women and girls and young people, and these are investments that build human capital. Therefore, LDCs can achieve sustained growth and the better future that we're discussing that's envisioned in the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals Agenda. As part of the LDC5 process, UNFPA is collaborating with the Office of the High Representative for the Least Developed Countries, Landlocked Developing Countries, and Small Island Developing States to produce a report. This report will highlight the potential policy interventions that LDCs can pursue in the education, employment, and empowerment of young people. And we look forward to sharing those findings with you. And we look forward to a sustainable and inclusive recovery post-COVID as we all strive to reach those collective goals in the 2030 agenda. So thank you for thinking about young people, and especially that young girl who will benefit from her education and contribute to her economy and make this world a better place. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Natalia. Very well said. We can't emphasize enough the importance of investing in the young people, and importantly, being mindful that gender is not just an issue of fairness, but it is just good economics. It is smart economics. Thank you.
Thank you too.
Our second special guest, Federico Monaga. Federico, are you on the line? He's Deputy Director of the OECD.
Hi, thank you. I'm here. It's a pleasure to be able to address you, and let me thank you, High Representative, for the kind invitation on the team. I'm told I'm 7 minutes, so I'm putting on my timer here. I'm Italian, I tend to speak too much, so I need to be careful. So thank you very much for the opportunity, and what I would like to share with you is basically a proposal about the how. And we have heard a lot about the diagnosis, what is going wrong, what is going well, what should change. Excellent insights from the colleagues here and also from this morning. I think that we all share the same assessment that despite progress over the last 10 years, the ambitions of the Istanbul Programme of Actions have not been met, or not to the extent that we would have hoped. And I'm speaking here on behalf of the OECD Development Center, but I'm also bringing the voice of a consortium of think tanks from the north and the south that are members of the LDC4 monitor that we launched on the occasion of the Istanbul LDC4 conference. And I have here my friend Patrick, of course the friends from New York, and Deb Bhattacharya from Bangladesh that I hope is listening to us, and many others. And this process of the LDC monitor allows us to look at the whole agenda, the whole IPOA. And in Antalya, we were able to do a midterm stock-taking exercise, and unfortunately, not much has changed since then. So what I'm trying to say here is that I think the diagnosis is clear. Political documents are important. They need to cover everything. They are always very comprehensive, which is good. But there is also a need of prioritization. And so our suggestion today will be that there is one important area where we believe that the Doha Programme of Action could make a huge difference, and this is productive transformation. If you look at the objectives and the goals that many speakers have highlighted here, jobs, number one for many. Think about African countries, 29 million young people entering the labor force every year. You need to create more jobs. Environment, many countries confronted with the paradox of not being emitters or large emitters of greenhouse gas emissions, facing energy poverty and still facing the consequences of climate change and pollution. We have staggering data about the cost of premature deaths in Africa due to air pollution, despite the fact that there is not much industry polluting. So confronted with this paradox, how do you go about it? Well, we think that production transformation can be part of this answer because it allows to address several objectives at the same time. If you think about how to transform your economy, in this context, you need to think about it in terms of what are the jobs that are going to create? What are the skills that I need to bring to the table? How can I make production technologically intense or carbon neutral or reducing emissions? So while the COVID crisis has clearly shown us that pre-existing vulnerabilities that were there have been exacerbated, the crisis has also questioned some of our assumptions. The role of government, for example, in the response. I don't think that anyone here in the room or online will question the key role that governments have played in facing the pandemic, but also in supporting the recovery. In Europe, we have large plans for recovery and transformation, the Green Deal, in the US, in Asia, etc. Still, in developing countries, and in particular in the LDCs, the amount of resources that was mobilized has been very little. And if you even look at one of the major achievements of this year, that has been the decision to allocate 650 billion of SDR, IMF special drawing rights, only 2.4% of those rights are going to the LDCs because they represent a small, relatively small, quote unquote, of course, constituency in the IMF. So I think that here we are confronted with a situation which is unacceptable. You have vaccine inequality, You have lack of resources, no possibility of implementing the fiscal stimulus that is necessary to come out better from this crisis. So what I would like to say is that if we look at the trends, unfortunately, the production structure of many LDCs, as we have heard, remain very vulnerable. Despite the reorganization of production in global value chains that has opened up many opportunities, only a few LDCs have been able to use these opportunities to build manufacturing capabilities. And as we have heard from Bangladesh, those countries that have managed to do that are questioning what will happen when the graduation will come. Digitalization, another important element. Huge potential from the digital transformation. Still, when we look at the reality, we have just concluded a study with the African Union for Africa, the digital transformation is not permeating the whole of the economy. It remains very narrowly concentrated in the telecom, ITC sector and in the startups. And if you look at this sector, it roughly employs in Africa 300,000 people, so a drop in the ocean. Many of the strategies about digital transformation are not going beyond the digital proper sector. They're not going beyond cities, despite the fact that 75% of people in Africa until 2040 will continue to live in intermediary cities or in rural areas. The connectivity gap is still major. So there is here an issue of how do we put on the table these priorities in national strategy. I'm almost done. Just to say that what we will hope to happen in Doha is that governments and the international community will be able to rethink the way we look at development and international partnerships. Ambassador Ligoya this morning was quoting this study on the cost of inaction of not vaccination. I think that this is a very telling story that we should start looking at development as an investment. I mean, not as charity or a moral obligation. Investing in production transformation is investing in the public good. 94% of medical supplies in Africa are matched by imports. It means that African countries have been relying on import for masks, protective equipments, medical supplies. When the supply chains stopped, they were left with nothing. So this is a new feature that the COVID crisis has brought to light, that production structures may compound other crises and reduce the ability of governments to respond to other crises. Who would think that confronted with the pandemic, logistics and supply chain will be one of the most important things? You will think about hospital beds, of course, vaccines. I'm done. And in the end, production was crucial. So where can we go from here? We think that in Doha, it will make sense to have a deep reflection and rethink the international system in terms of three issues. One, in terms of adaptation of the system to take better into account the heterogeneity and the different conditions of the LDCs. It's an important category, share many concerns, but still, within the category of the LDCs, there is significant diversity. Second, we need to reconfigure the international cooperation system. This morning, USG Rattray quoted the great Mia Mottley. I think that she made a very important point that speaks to the need of rethinking how we look international cooperation. If we still consider GDP and income as the main yardstick for assessing development, we are missing a big part of what development is. Think about climate. You can have an island, 1 year GDP destroyed, next year you start from zero, still you are a high income or middle income country. So we also need to think about how debt instruments can better take into account the effect of climate change, what kind of clauses should be put into that contract. And thirdly, so adaptation of the system, reconfiguration of the system, moving away from simply GDP and moving to multidimensional well-being measures. And thirdly, I think flexibility and innovation. I think that it will be great if in Doha, a group of countries, of LDCs could say, we want to take the lead and learn from each other and learn from other countries that are LDCs or not LDCs, Vietnam, other countries that have managed to develop fast, and maybe create a group that is based on peer learning about how do we do production transformation strategy. How do you make it happen? This is not
Federico,
written.
you're running out of time.
I'm done. I'm out of time. So this is not written in a manual. This is embedded in people. We need to bring these people around the table and exchange. Thank you very much, and sorry for going a bit over. Thank you.
No, thank you, Federico, for those insightful points, all very well taken. So we'll wrap up the session then with the discussants. Farid, are you on the line?
Yes, I'm online.
Yes, Farid, you have 4 minutes.
Only 4 minutes. Okay, respected moderator, special guest and distinguished participant panelists, good evening from Bangladesh. I feel privileged joining here today in this very important event. At first, let me thank our learned panelists for their enlightening and insightful presentation on different aspects of today's topic. This will help the LDCs, particularly graduating LDCs like Bangladesh, to find innovative solutions for the challenges that they are going to face in the coming days. Distinguished guests, from attaining Millennium Development Goals before its targeted tenure, Bangladesh has been holding steady in its commitment to sustainable development. Under the visionary leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, Bangladesh has made remarkable progress in transforming the economy from an agrarian economy towards a modern, urban-based manufacturing and service-based economy. The export-led manufacturing sector reached new heights. Steady economic growth and achievements in the social arena, including primary school enrollment rate, immunization against early childhood disease, reduction in infant mortality rate, and significant progress on water and sanitation are some of the accomplishments of the country, which has set examples for many countries. The GDP growth of Bangladesh has been rising at a sustainable rate of 6.9% per year in real terms during 2011 to 2019. Even during the COVID-19 pandemic situation, Bangladesh has managed the economy in a very prudent way and was able to achieve 3.51% GDP growth rate in 2019-20 and has achieved 5.47% provisionally GDP growth in 2021. Distinguished delegates, in this sustained development trajectory, our young played a significant role. The youth population grew from 10 million in 1974 to 44 million in 2017 and is projected to grow to 48 million in 2026 before declining. Due to this demographic dividend in Bangladesh, every year around 2 million people are earning in the labor market. This portrays the picture of a young and energetic nation, which is essentially a key competitive edge and strength for future of the manufacturing-led industrialization. The RMG industry directly employs 4.4 million workers and indirectly around 10 million workers who contribute in earning yearly $34 billion through export. The government understood that the ongoing demographic dividend will not last forever, and there is a substantial gap between the availability of this dividend and its actual use. Therefore, all the national plans, including Perspective Plan 2021, the 6th, 7th, and 8th 5-year plan, and the Perspective Plan 2041, recognize the importance of harnessing the demographic dividend and the associated youth population for achieving the desired development goals and targets. The National Youth Policy 2017 has provided a comprehensive set of goals and policies that
you have 1 minute left
to develop the youth to its own. Distinguished delegates, the government has taken various measures to encourage rapid economic development through increase and diversification of industry, employment, production, and export. The Bangladesh Economic Zone Authority, BEZA, established in 2010, has set a target to establish 100 economic zones by 2030 with an employment generation for 10 million people and to produce goods and services of USD 40 billion. So far, 97 economic zones have got approval. Comprehensive incentives and support are being extended to investors on a variety of financial issues like tax holiday and exemptions, facilitation of utility connection, and hassle-free repatriation of profits and so forth to the foreign investors. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, I would like to mention that the structural transformation in Bangladesh's economy has been possible due to export-led growth. Our export experienced a great shock once we leave the list of LDC category. Government of Bangladesh is keen to engage its huge youth population in the economic activities to reap benefit out of LDC graduation as well as to make it sustainable. The National Youth Policy 2017 has framed.
You're out of time.
Just one second. To continue the momentum of structural transformation, economic productivity, and ensuring jobs for the youth, Bangladesh needs huge investment both from domestic and international fronts and support from its development and trading partners even after graduation. The government is taking measures to improve the investment and trade regime to the highest possible level. Hope the international community will accompany us during this arduous journey. Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Farid. We'll move to the next two discussants. Ambassador Long, are you on the line?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, over to you. You have 4 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, moderator, for giving me the floor. Firstly, I would like to acknowledge the previous speakers for providing many insights on the topics of economic transformations. Those are truly valuable and provided a lot of food for thoughts from policy-making perspectives. I share the same view that as all the other speakers, that transformation is a necessity, it's not an option. More so for graduating LDCs, but not only for them, it's for all LDCs who aspire to move forward with their development agenda. The only question is, how would you do it? I think the answer to that is it depends. It depends on the current structure of each country's economy and make prioritization based on what is most important. I want to bring a Cambodian experience to this discussion because in 2012 we began the implementation of what we call a Cambodian Export Diversification and Expansion Program, Phase 1, or CEDEP, CEDEP, with the support of the Enhanced Integrated Framework. As the name says, the objective is to diversify and expand our export baskets. So the program we're focusing on agricultural value chain. There are two. One is milled rice, and the other is high value silk. As the result of this program, the shift from export of low value paddy rice to high value milled rice has been a success story for Cambodian rice, and as it become well known and won what we call the world's best rice 3 times in a row. And it has since become a major export product for Cambodia. The export volume of rice has risen gradually year by year. And in 2020, we exported over 690,000 metric tons to the world. The silk value chain is rather less successful, but that was expected. Silk is considered a niche product and with low production level, although there were almost 100% increase in export of Cambodia silk during the implementation period. The CEDEP 2, which began in 2014, it's focusing on cassava and marine fishery. In terms of cassava, it's the second largest crop in Cambodia after rice, and after the implementation, we've seen also an increase in the volume of cassava export to the world, and we've been trying to transform this industry from low value added exports of roots and dry chips to more value added like starch and other byproducts of cassava. What this example actually shows that Cambodia is beginning the transformations from, from your normal agriculture into agro-processing industry, because over 70% of our population still relying on agriculture for their livelihood, and a lot of the workforce in Cambodia also.
Ambassador, you have 1 minute left.
Right. We're trying to bring all these youth people back into agriculture, because a lot of them are currently working as migrant workers in overseas countries. So we set up a lot of facilities right now, including drying facilities, silos. We also set up financial institutions such as Agriculture and Rural Development Bank, SME Bank, and to provide financial services to those the agriculture sector and also to the MSMEs. In conclusion, a country's economic transformation require an in-depth analysis and the understanding of current economy structure, and then you can make prioritization based on those findings. So therefore, the answer to the question how this transformation can be carried out, it is different from one country to another, and each country has to look at itself deeply and then to analyze all the priorities. I think one of the question here is, at the national level, we have all the strategies that we are planning to implement to transform our economy, but at the international level,
we're now out of time.
Right. So at the international level, just a question on how we can do it. Thank you, moderator. Thank you very much.
Yeah. So thank you. And then the last speaker for this session is His Excellency Mr. Alaya Ourmane. Are you on the line?
Oui, je suis là, Monsieur le Président. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Coulibaly. Je remercie donc l'ensemble des participants et surtout ceux qui m'ont précédé.
Especially those who spoke just before me. This is a very interesting theme, structural transformation of our economies with sustained growth and job creations. So maybe I could say a few words what is being done institutionally in Senegal. Simply to say that we are currently implementing the Emerging Senegal plan. Of course, taking into account the SDGs and the African Union's 2063 agenda. So we are reviewing the priority action plan in the light of the COVID crisis. So we have the 2020, 2021, 2023 priority action plan. And what we see is that from 2014 to 2019, there was over 6% growth in Senegal, but due to the pandemic in 2020, the rate was 1.5, which is quite low. But given the circumstances, we feel it is still respectable, but there is a lot to do still. So we have a framework with 4 main points. First of all, we try to see what we can do in terms of macroeconomic stability, and in particular, the structural transformation with deliberate choices in 5 sectors to see how we can foster growth and, above all, solve employment problems. Now, The second point I want to put is the struggle against unemployment. 350 billion francs CFA have been set aside with agreements between the government and private sector with training, and this you heard already from other speakers today. Our population is mainly young, but these young people aren't really trained. If you look at the list of the LDCs, school attendance is on average less than 4 years per person, which is a true handicap. So we are going to make available resources together with partners I wish to thank. So we are going to set up training and learning programs. And we also have a system which is the supported jobs, as we call them, emploi aidé, and we shall seek to really increase capacities. And then there's another...
You have 1 minute.
Thank you. So another point I wanted to broach is fundamental. We have problems regarding healthcare products, and in particular pharmaceuticals. And last point is economic governance. The reforms for the private sector, and also reforms in order to attract investments through the PPP law, which should allow us to be looking at a private sector which will become the model within our system. I really wanted to raise one paramount question: exogenous constraints, mainly due to world governance. When you see all the things that are related to the vaccines, what you see is that we LDCs won't be able to make any headway if we can't even access certain things. So that is what I wanted to say, and I thank you very much for having invited me to join the panel.
Thank you very much. And your last point in particular is very well taken. As I also noted earlier in my remarks, that the current vaccination rates, the differences between LDCs and other advanced economies is mind-boggling, and we would need a bit more in terms of global cooperation and vaccine solidarity if everybody's going to get out of this health crisis, including even the ones who are currently vaccinated may not be fully safe unless everybody else is safe. We have very, very little time left. Obviously, you could tell a lot of material to cover, a lot of very interesting insights to share, but unfortunately, the time is pretty limited. But nonetheless, we could take one round of questions pretty quickly.
Thanks very much. Really interesting panel, and I really appreciate all the presenters, what was said just now. Particularly like to pick up on what Federico said about the need to prioritize and the importance of productive transformation. I mean, I think this really hits the nail on the head. And for me, one of the main drawbacks of the Istanbul Programme of Action was that, yeah, productive capacity is mentioned many times, but no, it isn't part of a coherent strategy with subsidiary measures which are accountable, capable of being followed up on, proactive and actionable and achievable throughout the 10-year period. So, this is something that the Committee for Development Policy at the UN has also said. where I used to work, that the underlying principle of the next program of action should be sustainable productive capacity. And this isn't to deprioritize or undermine other particular issues. It's simply an organizing framework for the many, many important topics that come up here, and in a really, important way of prioritizing subsidiary activities within the next program of action. So I think really point well taken and very much worth cogitating on. I mean, of course, subject to the demands and the will of the LDC countries themselves, who ultimately have to decide. But yeah, in my opinion, and I'm going to say this tomorrow, so you sort of stole my thunder a little bit, but the issue of sustainable productive capacity should be a central organizing theme of the next program of action. And I do think there is increasing momentum in that direction from a number of quarters. But anyway, thanks.
Okay, thank you.
I don't think he hits.
Do we
no
have
more
another
questions.
question?
No more questions, Coulibaly.
No more questions.
Oh, one more.
Okay.
Sorry. One more.
There's one more. Okay, please go ahead.
Sorry, very quickly on productivity and stability. Sorry, yes. I'm Hani Al-Maghari, Business Development Manager at FCI Investments. So yeah, on productivity and market stability or instability, it has been mentioned like market stability is key to boost productivity and to achieve transformational change. So the nature of the relationship, is it conditional or a prerequisite? Like you have to have stable markets in order to achieve the intended level of productivity, or could we address these two issues together, like how to approach the market instability issue in some LDCs and at the same time increase the productivity level as well? Thanks.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I think we're a little bit over time. It would have been great to be able to have more reaction from the audience and take a few more questions. But this is an ongoing conversation, and I think beyond just this session, for those who are present in the hall, I think the conversation can continue, and some of the material will be posted too. So even subsequently, we can continue to reflect on those. Just to kind of sum it up briefly, a lot has been said, and it's hard to summarize them in about a minute, but I'll take away the understanding that really we haven't seen much by way of structural transformation, and Alassane opened us up, noticing how we've seen some improvement within the sector productivity, but really we haven't seen between sector productivity, which is critical for aggregate structural transformation, and we've even seen some negative productivity for LDCs. And then as to the question then as what are the reasons, some of the presentation have touched on quite a few issues that could be barriers to the structural transformation, beginning with the different structures of the economies themselves, recognizing also that SMEs are an important part of the story, but they also face barriers, among them regulatory. You have access to finance as well as the technical capacity. The importance of emphasizing opportunities for young people is also come through, particularly also addressing barriers to full gender participation. But nonetheless, we've had also some success cases that were highlighted, including in the case of the Pacific Island, where tourism has been able to play the same structural transformation role that the traditional manufacturing has played elsewhere. And it was also good to see that in the case of at least Bangladesh, that export-led model of manufacturing to drive structural transformation is still able to yield some success. And also in Cambodia's case, then it was an issue around agro-processing being a key part of the sectors that are likely to deliver also on the structural transformation. So all of that to say that, as it was opened up earlier, and Heidi mentioned this, is it's going to be, we're going to need to think bold. We're going to need to think creatively, innovatively. The challenges ahead, I think, will be daunting, but I do believe they are surmountable. And what I take away from this, it actually dovetails too with the work I've shared earlier that we've done on industry without smokestacks, because there the new sectors we've identified have included tourism, which was discussed earlier, agro-processing also, which was discussed earlier, and then some ICT-based services, as well as horticulture. All of those in which countries may have comparative advantages can be really great sectors to look into, and not just have the national strategy that is fully focused on trying to develop manufacturing sectors, especially when there's no comparative advantage in pursuing such a strategy. So in a nutshell, it would require a multifaceted approach in terms of thinking about how these countries can overcome the challenges and achieve their full structural transformation. And obviously, as was also mentioned, we need a conducive and supportive external environment, particularly also from the external partners, to make it easier for those countries to implement their development strategies. So with that, let me thank really all the speakers, all the panelists, and also the organizers of the conference for a really interesting conversation. And I look forward to what comes out of the Doha conference in January. So with that, I'll turn it over to the organizers. Over to you.
Please. I think I'm done, actually. I think they heard me.
So Minerva, so we can start now. Good. So good afternoon, good morning, everyone, wherever you are. Welcome to panel 5 of the forum today, which focuses on deploying technology, leveraging STI and the emerging digital technologies for sustainable development. And the science, technology, and innovation plays a very important role in the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals, the SDGs. Of the 17 SDG goals and 159 sub-goals, about half of them can be directly addressed and accelerated by deployment of science and technology. STI can contribute to the SDGs through direct and indirect ways. Directly, science technology can empower people by providing great connectivity and giving greater access to information, knowledge, resources, and markets. And also STI can help indirectly by enhance the delivery of public services, such as education, healthcare, and also other public services provision. And nowadays, we are living in the 4th industrial revolution, or we are witnessing and experiencing the digital revolution. The emerging digital technology in particular can directly empower the grassroots in the marginalized society. And also they can make public services delivery much cheaper, faster, and more accessible, and also make the provision, the public services provision much more transparent. And today in this panel, we are lucky that we have 8 distinguished speakers who will share with us their research, their thoughts, and their wisdom concerning the role of STI for sustainable development, how to leverage science, technology, and innovation for sustainable development. So each of our speakers will have 7 minutes. So I will be quite strict in policing the time to make sure every speaker will have sufficient time to express their ideas and their paper. Our keynote speaker for panel 5 is Professor Shahid Yusuf. Professor Shahid Yusuf is Chief Economist of the Growth Dialogue at George Washington University. And he was also the director of the World Development Report. So his talk today is entitled, How Can Digital Technology Drive Post-Pandemic Inclusive Development in Least Developed Countries and EMDCs? Professor Yusuf, the floor is yours.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Well, thank you for inviting me, and it's a pleasure to be joining you from Washington, D.C. to talk about the contribution of digital technology to growth. As the saying goes, we are living through interesting times, and one major development is the evolution in thinking on the sources of growth. Urban industrialization, which was underpinned by a transfer of labor from the rural sector, plus capital investment embodying technological advances, is now giving way to growth sourced increasingly from human and intangible capital and productivity gains, with digitally infused urban services serving as a leading sector. Industrial robots came into use several decades ago. Now, with advances in computer technology and the spread of digital innovations, automation is spreading beyond the factory to other sectors, resulting in the appearance of new occupations. And the expectation is that this will raise factor productivity across all sectors and improve long-term growth prospects for less developed countries. However, according to many forecasts and the experience to date of advanced countries, digital technologies could prove to be labor displacing, while productivity gains may be slow to materialize. In other words, the adoption of digital technologies may only very partially ameliorate the shocks inflicted by the COVID pandemic, the exit of many small and medium enterprises, the slowing of world trade, and the retreat of globalization. In fact, the accelerating adoption of labor displacing digital technologies by businesses could, at least in the medium term, exacerbate the problem of unemployment and inequality in less developed countries, with low-skilled workers more likely to be laid off. Robots are bidding for more jobs in both manufacturing industries and services. Industrial robots, which are ideal for predictable, repetitive tasks on factory production lines, and their use is now spreading to such labor-intensive activities as the assembly of garments and footwear. Some routine codifiable services are being automated as well. More will follow as the analytic, prediction, and diagnostic capabilities of machine learning improve alongside processor speeds. In addition, less developed countries, but not only less developed countries, will also be exposed to headwinds from climate change, which have already begun to take a toll on labor and land productivity, growth rates, and the quality of life. Rising temperatures are shaving 1.4% of African countries' GDP annually, and destructive hurricanes, droughts, and floods have become more frequent and more destructive. The latest reports from the IPCC and the IEA and other researchers suggest that there is about a 2-decade window of opportunity to build growth momentum by increasing investment in productive capacity and assimilating appropriate technologies that maximize employment opportunities. LDCs also must take steps to sharply reduce the resource and greenhouse gas intensity of development and to enhance climate resilience. If one buys into the new growth model, then developing economies should be putting their bets more on digitally enabled tradable services, on building the capabilities to produce and export more complex manufactures via global value chains, and harnessing technologies to improve the quality of education and health services. As the chart shows, a country's per capita GDP is correlated with its productive capacity, and most LDCs are lagging behind, and catching up is more important than ever. Developing nations are more likely to achieve rapid, resilient, and green growth through actions in 5 areas. Improving the quality of human capital and digital skills. This has been very widely talked about, by helping export-oriented gazelle firms that are generally quicker to assimilate technology, innovate, and to create jobs, by expanding and hardening the physical infrastructure, by making high-speed broadband and digital services such as fintech more accessible to urban and rural populations alike, and encouraging firms to create a website, and by supporting technologies that both deliver a productivity boost while minimizing the displacement of labor. The research to date by the World Bank and others shows that large so-called superstar firms can serve as engines of growth, as they have in some East Asian economies. Those offering digital services can exploit network effects. On balance, they provide more and better paid jobs, generate vertical spillovers to firms that are in their supply chain, and especially the ones that engage in trade are also quicker to absorb new technologies to compete in the global marketplace. As you can see from the chart, digital infrastructure scores are correlated with per capita GDP, with developing countries, particularly in Africa, trailing the rest. There is some research on African countries indicating that access to fast internet has led to increased employment, household consumption, and to exports. 4G networks and broadband connections have also given rise to digital entrepreneurial ecosystems, resulting in a spurt of startup activity, for example, in Nigeria and Kenya. Digital technology can provide a helping hand, but it is by no means a silver bullet. LDCs must still give due attention to certain fundamentals, including governance, political and macroeconomic stability, a business environment that enhances allocative efficiency, openness to trade and foreign direct investment, and try to raise their rates of capital investment. Furthermore, a commitment to long-term development is vital, and a focus on innovation, on exploiting agglomeration economies, and developing managerial and worker skills. All these can increase the probability of a high growth episode. But first, all countries need to work together to bring the curtain down on the COVID pandemic. And by doing so, they can increase the likelihood not only of a V-shaped recovery for the global economy and a stabilization of globalization, but also recovery that lasts. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Yusuf. You have given a very visionary, inspiring talk and also managed the time very well. Thank you. And our next speaker is Mr. Eckenhard Ernest from ILO. He will talk about the impact of artificial intelligence on the labor market in now People's Democratic Republic and Vietnam. The floor is yours, Mr. Ernest.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me here. It's a great pleasure and an honor to share the thoughts just right after Professor Yusuf giving his very interesting talk. And I mean, I think that some of the things that I will talk about will actually really nicely connect to what Professor Yusuf just was sharing with us. This is joint work here together with colleagues from the University of Nevada in Reno, John Cabot in Rome, and colleagues at the ILO and the University of Turin. And what we wanted to do is kind of trying to understand a bit better the actual impact of artificial intelligence and LDCs. And we picked Laos because Lao PDR was one of those countries for which we had ideal data. I will tell more about this in a minute. So what's the motivation behind it? The problem really is kind of trying to understand how these new technologies will impact labor markets. It has been dominated, the analysis has been dominated mostly by research on the US. We kind of didn't see much else coming out, and most of the work was focused on what the occupational structure might look like once these new technologies were introduced. Fry and Osborne is a classic reference in this area, but there are others as well. And increasingly, two of our co-authors, Frank Fossner and Alina Sorgner, have basically looked into more broadly the spectrum of adjustments that happen on the labor market, not only in terms of job destruction, but also job transformation and adjustments. Now, the problem is that not only are occupations, the distribution of occupation different in different countries, but also the skill, the technological content of occupations are different, especially in countries like Laos, PDR. So some services exist outside the US. For Italy, it's the ICP. Germany has something from the BIBB, and so these kind of surveys can be used to adjust them. But what we wanted to see is to what extent we can actually use skill surveys that are particularly targeted at these countries to kind of provide an additional information set to transfer some of the knowledge we had for technological impact on labor markets in the US and other countries on these countries. And in particular, what we see is that we have the World Bank STEP survey as one of the key surveys in this area, which actually provides skills as how they are being used in different occupations across 28 countries across the world, including Laos PDR. And so what they do is in the survey is they really ask for each occupation a series of detailed skills and detailed competences that people need to have. So what we did, we just used this survey and we matched it basically with the information that we have from other surveys about what these new technologies will bring in terms of changing the skilled content of these different occupations. And so one of the way we use this especially Brynjolfsson's work was to say, well, the suitability for machine learning indications kind of can be brought down to 2,000 detailed work activities and then matched by a text similarity technique with the skills description in this World Bank STEP survey to provide alternative estimates on how this should look like in Laos. Now, quick look at the Lao labor market. So this is very different from what you obviously see in advanced economies and even in some other developing countries where most people are still working agriculture. There's a large part that is contributing family workers. So these people are really outside the realm of technological transformation because they're working inside families and not if they're not directly exposed to the market. And then you see that you have basically still a relatively small portion of people working as plant operators or craft and related trades. So these categories here are much smaller than what you see in other countries. And actually here in terms of professionals and managers, the higher echelon of the labor force, if you want, is also relatively small in comparison. So these would be typically occupations targeted by AI. Now, when we look at this for the US, for instance, we see a sharp divide in terms of what AI does. So AI does replace occupation on the right side of the chart, and AI does transform occupation on the left side of the chart. So you have this really polarization that you see when you look at advanced economies. This is, as I said, this is work from Frank Fossen and Alina Sorgner that we kind of just depicted here for comparisons purposes. Now, we wanted to see to what extent this type of polarization will kind of be matched by the estimates that we get from our approach in terms of skill matching. And we did specifically look into Lao PDR, but then in comparison also to Vietnam because of its geographic proximity, obviously, not necessarily because it's the same level of development. And when you do that, you see that actually the polarization here is very different from what you see for the US. You see that a large chunk of the work is here around subsistence farmers. So these are transformed as the agricultural sector will be transformed and modernized. There are some occupation here up here that are heavily transformed and likely to be destroyed as well by digitalization. But then you have still a large group of occupation at the lower end of this chart, which basically nothing really happens, neither transformation nor destruction, because these are kind of outside almost the realm of these transformative forces. The picture is a bit starker here in Vietnam if you compare this, where actually much more of the occupations are being in the entire kind of transformative nature of the digitalization process. And you see, this is basically what Professor Yusuf was telling before, that these occupations undergo a really kind of sharp transformation and likely destruction that you not see it to the same extent in Laos. And so the bottom line essentially is that Lao PDR is probably much further away, despite the effort of digitalization that you see also in this country, than other countries that are already a bit higher up the value chain. We have some more chance in the paper and some more discussion in the paper on what this transformation does. And I leave you here just with some quick conclusion and outlook. And what is important and interesting with the approach is that we actually found a way of extending the analysis of digitalization, the impact of digitalization beyond OECD countries, by using this kind of text matching algorithm, using new sources of information about the skill content of occupation in different countries, including low and least developed economies, and which shows us that the pattern of digitalization and the pattern of polarization that is happening in these countries is very different from what you see in advanced economies. And here the last point is actually something that's in the paper, not in the presentation, is that there's a strong age and gender effect in Vietnam that is not observed to the same extent in Laos. So there is something new and novel to be taken out from this approach, and we obviously hope that we continue working on this and show you for more countries results along the same type of analysis. Thank you very much, and looking forward for the rest of the discussion.
Thank you very much, Ernest. Again, you managed time very well, and also it's very interesting to see the labor market effect of artificial intelligence and how they are different, between the developed and the developing countries. And there are, very important policy implications too, in terms of how the developing countries should respond to the technological progress, and also how to benefit from it. Thank you very much. And our next speaker is Ms. Semi Young from Yonsei University. She will talk about the effect of STEM education on teenager aspirations and the gender attitudes. The floor is yours. Thank you.
All right, thank you, dear attendees and organizers of today's forum. I'm really grateful for this opportunity to share evidence from Tanzania, moving away from Laos now, on the impact of STEM education on gender norms. My colleague Soyun at University of Illinois and Yujin and I from Yonsei University in South Korea became interested in innovative ways to contribute to the achievement of SDG 4, quality education, and SDG 5, gender equality. And we realized that our research questions are aligned with so many other points discussed by speakers today, including UNFPA Director Kanem. According to numerous academic research and UN reports, you will all well know that women typically receive less education, earn less, and lack decision-making power compared to men. In our case, Tanzania, for example, boys' enrollment rate in upper secondary schools is 50% higher than girls. And one of the contributing factors for such gender inequality is deep-rooted gender norms that favor men. Consequently, reshaping gender attitudes serves as an important step towards achieving gender equality in various dimensions. In particular, existing studies have shown that education programs directed towards gender equality and life skills interventions effectively induce more gender equitable views. And there's a particular field, STEM, which tends to be male dominated, not just in developing countries, but also in developed countries. Although there's a positive relationship between education and gender attitudes that is widely documented in research, there is relatively less evidence that shows whether educational opportunities can lead to more progressive gender attitudes. So this is why we conducted this research, to offer evidence on whether hands-on experiential learning opportunity on STEM can reshape gender attitudes. And we took this unique setting in Tanzania, which was possible thanks to our local partners, the Tanzania headquarters, and Tabora region staff of Compassion International, which is an INGO that focuses on children's sponsorship, and E3 Empower, a local social enterprise that provides various ICT and STEM-related education programs. With their help, we were able to offer a 5-day STEM bootcamp to students from grades 7 to 10. And this bootcamp was designed to gain experience on computer coding, building robots, and creating simple apps. And for many of the youth that participated, it was their first time using a computer. So how can there be a relationship between STEM education and gender attitudes? There can be multiple channels, since students in this part of the country tend to receive one-way lecture-style education in public schools. Students' state of mind may change through newly gained self-confidence, new attitude about life, or maybe improved aspirations about their future through such new mode of instruction. Other studies have also looked at how the role of female instructors may be influential, and also the potential of peer effects, exploring different ratio of girls students to boy students. Let's explore a little bit about Tanzania, which is located on the eastern coast of Southern Africa. It is home to more than 58 million people, and it has been experiencing annual economic growth rates greater than 5% in the past few years. While they have been able to achieve near universal enrollment rates in primary school, completion rate still needs improvement as around 69%, and advancement to upper secondary school is even lower. And there are existing pay gaps by gender in all forms of employment, paid, self-employed, and even agricultural employment. Like many other developing countries, Tanzania also faces challenges in promoting STEM education. According to UNESCO's needs assessment on the state of science education in Tanzania, science and math teachers are poorly trained, and there are only about 0.04 computers per student at secondary schools in Tanzania. So this is why we worked with students supported by Compassion International, which was willing to create computer labs at their existing centers. As an organization that aspires to improve livelihoods for youth in low-income settings, Compassion has few selection criteria in how they select students. For example, they must live within 30 minutes from the center by foot, and children must come from a disadvantaged background, such as coming from a single-parent household, and parents or guardians must agree to have their youth receive the sponsorship. So in Tanzania in particular, Compassion supports more than 100,000 children, and there were about 2,700 children being sponsored in Tabora, where we worked in, which is one of the poorest regions of the country as well. So Compassion offered to recruit students who would be randomly assigned to the STEM bootcamp, and E3 Empower, the social enterprise, prepared computer labs and conducted the bootcamp for 5 days when students did not have to go to school. So the E3 staff went and usually conducted activities in 3 students per group, and they demonstrated how to use block coding to move robots along a line, or set up a home alarm system using something called Arduino, which is an open source hardware and software coding program. Thanks to the instruction of these tech experts from E3 Empower, students that had very little knowledge in computers and other ICT skills were able to code and program using computers. So we were also able to evaluate the effectiveness of this educational opportunity because we also conducted surveys, baseline and endline. We asked them about basic information, about the interview date, and about the socioeconomic background information, students' aspirations about their future education goals, preferred majors, labor market-related outcomes, and also self-esteem and gender attitudes. We accounted for some of the key characteristics of the students we worked with based on these surveys, and we were able to control for some of the key imbalances because we tended to have more Christian students using numerous econometrical strategies. And we were able to confidently say that our control group of students and treatment group of students were comparable. So to give you a very brief summary of our results, based on our analysis, students who participated in the STEM bootcamp became more progressive in terms of gender norms by 0.16 standard deviation compared to non-participants. This effect size is interesting because it is similar to findings reported by Dar et al., who analyzed the school-based intervention program in India that focused particularly on targeting gender attitudes. So in this setting, teenagers received about 20 hours about gender norms, but our case was a little bit different because it was not about gender equality education, but was just about learning about STEM technology. Our results also suggest that exposure to new knowledge and a different domain of learning and work can be effective in changing gender attitudes for girls who have limited opportunities relative to boys. This finding is a bit interesting because we find that we do not see as strong effects on boys, but we see most of the effect is coming from the interest from girls. So to wrap up, our study explored whether hands-on learning experiences focusing on STEM can reshape gender attitudes in Tanzania, and it provides several implications. Our findings have a broader implication on education policy in the LDCs, since technology education can not only better equip the labor forces of these countries, regardless of gender, for digital era. And our results suggest that STEM education interventions do not just provide technical knowledge and skills, but these programs can further empower girls to have more progressive gender views, having better aspirations about what they can achieve in the labor market, and also having more confidence about whether they can excel in a field that tends to be male dominated. Moreover, the program of our study shows that STEM education programs can be provided at a relatively low cost. There's a strong emphasis on STEM education in developing countries, but the quality is lacking because there are limited resources and lack of quality teachers. But our results suggest that we can actually provide such learning opportunities for youth in LDCs. And even if they have not had such experience before, providing them with these new opportunities can equip them with adequate skills to partake in the digital transformation. We hope that more youth in LDCs will be given similar opportunities to realize their learning potential, and also so that they can use their own skills to tackle locally unmet needs that were shared today. Thank you.
Thank you, Semi. And your research provides very useful insights informing how we can address the gender gap through education policy. Thank you. And our next speaker is Ms. Eva Maria Eger from UNU-WIDER. Her speech will talk about does connectivity reduce gender gaps in off-farm employment? So this is another research on gender gap based on evidences from 12 countries. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the organizers for letting me present this work here today to the distinguished guests. I'm Eva Maria Egger from UNU-WIDER, but greeting you from Mozambique, where we have our country program. Can you see my presentation?
Yes.
Great. This is joint work with two colleagues from IFAD, the International Fund for Agriculture Development, and it actually was born out of the Rural Development Report in 2019 on youth. So if you're interested in more on the topic, it might also be worth looking at that report as well as, of course, at our paper. So we ask, broadly speaking, the question whether connectivity can help to overcome gender gaps in off-farm employment, and we focus on youth, and we use data from 12 low and middle income countries, including around 6 LDCs. So why do we care about this topic? Let me change the slide. There you go. So there's tons of evidence out there, and it's been mentioned today already in several panels, that employment for young women is a great driver of positive socioeconomic development for the women themselves, for their children that they might later have, but also for the economy as a whole. And it is a great important factor in achieving demographic dividend. However, if we then look at our data of these 12 countries, we actually see a huge gap in terms of participation in off-farm jobs, finding that around 33 million women, less than men, are working in this type of occupation. And there's a lot of literature out on looking at different factors that can constrain women's labor force participation. But what has not been investigated yet is whether this also has to do with the economic geography, meaning, for example, are you living in a very rural environment or in a city? And so we focus on this question in this paper, and we document that actually gender gaps, especially around social norms, exist across all these economic geographies. So being more connected in more urban areas doesn't automatically lift certain constraints that women face. And we do this by using this large data set of comparable household surveys and combine it with geospatial data on population density. So very briefly, so that you know what countries are included in the study, and you see in italics the LDCs that are included. And the geospatial data that we have on population density is what we use to define connectivity. So we are thinking of connectivity in very broad sense, and we define a so-called rural-urban gradient, which I will explain a bit more here. What can you imagine now with this rural-urban gradient is that we are not anymore in a world where you just have rural areas and urban areas. There's a lot happening in between in terms of the transformation of economies. And but what we documented in other studies and in the Rural Development Report was that there's a clear transformation process happening along this rural-urban gradient in these in-between areas of semi-rural and peri-urban areas when it comes to the structural transformation of the economy as well as income growth. So in the study here on the gender gaps, we focus specifically on some established drivers of gender gaps that are referring to the marital status, childcare constraints, whether one bears the responsibility of being a household head, education, whether that lifts some of the gender gaps, but also household wealth, other time-saving assets that could free up time for women from normal household burdens, and also access to peer networks. And instead of now showing you all the detailed results, I tried to summarize the most interesting findings. So one finding is that actually the gender gap overall in off-farm wage employment is smallest in the rural and the urban areas. In between, it is actually a bit larger. And this is a little bit in line what has been found also at country level, comparing less developed and more developed countries. So in a rural area, women often do not have the choice but to participate and work. It might not be the best types of jobs, but there is just this type of pressure to, you have to earn an income, there's not a choice. And then in the areas in between, there might be more variation. And then in the urban areas, you just have more opportunities. And participation is higher again. We do find some evidence that childcare duties are constraining women, and there's some variation across the economic geographies. And the most important finding is that the marital status, so for a young woman to be married and for a young man to be married, drives the participation in these type of jobs really apart. So the young women who are married at a young age do not participate, are much less likely to participate, whereas the young men are even more likely to participate if they are married. Secondary education definitely is means an improvement for young women's participation. And we do find some interesting regional differences where the social norm constraints are actually, in comparative terms, a bit smaller in the sub-Saharan African countries in our sample compared to the much larger gaps that we find in Latin American countries. And what I want to kind of give the away as a key messages to this panel, especially with this discussion around the potential for digital technology and other technology to help LDCs develop, is that even when we improve connectivity opportunities, we might not automatically overcome social norm constraints, especially constrain women and especially young women. So in any policy design, there should always be that question asked, okay, do young women have the same access as young men to these type of opportunities? And if not, what could we do to lift these constraints? And also it's important to keep in mind that addressing social norm constraints is especially important at a young age, because if we miss that moment, then these constraints are likely to persist throughout the life cycle for these people. And with such a large young population, especially in LDCs, this is an important topic we can't ignore. Yeah, and then, you know, as I mentioned already, we need to always take into account context-specific needs. So if you know, do a training program that is based on technology, or you offer a STEM course for young people, but some of them might have children, especially young mothers, and they might have need for childcare. So these type of little things we find are very important to look at. And our paper also includes a large review of the literature with interesting insights on the topic. So thank you very much for your attention, and back to the panel.
Thank you very much, Eve Maria, for the interesting findings, interesting research. And again, I think to help women, to address the gender gap in the labor market participation, your finding provide rich, policy implications from a wide range of enabling and supporting factors. Our next speaker is Catherine Durizo from ETH Zurich, and her talk will discuss using machine learning to predict health insurance enrollment and the take-up of health services. The floor is yours, Catherine.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the introduction, and also thank you for the opportunity to speak today to you. Yeah, as the title already says, we do kind of a bit of shift now, really directing more to researchers and policymakers how they can use machine learning or advanced statistical models to do predictions, and also then to improve targeting in the end, and overall contribute to the SDG goal of universal health coverage, which is also part of my research focus with colleagues also from Ghana and Tanzania. So I think it was already mentioned in the opening session of this conference, there is a lot to do. So first of all, universal health coverage has to be achieved, and we see that still 1 million of people lack access to healthcare services, and then as well financial protection schemes such as insurance. Coverage rarely exceeds over 10%. So they're really low, and so we need a better understanding of who is enrolled and whether members benefit from the system. And what our aim in this paper is to better identify the population and kind of outline possible ways to improve targeting. So to people who has no or only limited to healthcare insurance, but also healthcare services. Oh, sorry, it's good. So we're not the first paper looking at this, so there is actually a growing literature looking at how can targeting of policies be improved by machine learning techniques. There are many in high-income countries, but only a few in lower and middle-income countries. So I think there is a great opportunity there. And one study I want to highlight is the most recent one from Zone et al. And what they show in their study about welfare recipients in Australia, that actually case workers could better detect recipients by using this machine learning additional to the current system. And what was the overall advantage was also that it was with no extra cost. So they really show kind of a way how to better and to improve identification. Let's just to say, of course, that's not a causal impact what we measure, but it's really for all of those studies focusing on how can forecasts be improved, and especially how can out of sample prediction, I will come to that term later, how this can be achieved such that also the resources can be allocated more efficiently. And to our knowledge, there hasn't been one on universal health coverage, so on health insurance enrollment and also take-up of health services. So in our paper, we outline this case, and I think it's has great potential, especially for the context of low and middle income countries, because there, first of all, take-up rates are often low, and so it's good if we find models which can better predict such outcomes. And then there's also resources which are limited, so it's important that we can specifically target. And the third one is that data is less available, as we heard. The informal sector is quite large, so sometimes it's hard to know and to understand which are the people which we want to target. So since I cannot explain the whole machine learning technique today, I will just want to give you a brief, in 2 slides, a brief overall and simplified idea of what we did. So I think, first of all, it's important to know we use 2 data sets, the DHS and the census data, and available for all sub-Saharan African countries. And the DHS had information on health outcomes, which we were interested in, but has rather few observations and also representative on regional level, wherever on the census data we had much more enriched data, much more observations, but less information on health. And to kind of put that together, that helped us so that within the sample of the DHS data, we could train a model and also test it. I think that's a real advantage of the machine learning technique, that we can also kind of say something about how well it predicted. So using this led to what we can show in the paper, to more accurate predictions of enrollment, but also take-up compared to the classical approach. And then, since we could train and test this model, we could apply it then to also the census data, which had not the outcome variable, but where we had much more observation. And that led to the 2 points that we were able to predictions on a smaller geographical level, so on district or even community levels, and also for countries which were not included in the data. And okay, so that didn't work. So as you can see here, a map of Ghana showing some smaller grid predictions, and I think I will skip that, but that enables policymakers, for example, to do this, as well as to do also predictions for the red dots, which were countries which were not included in the DHS data. So to conclude, I think, it's back. Good, to conclude, I think we could really show an approach which improves predictions, and this led, of course, it can be used for policymakers to improve targeting, as well as also other studies said, complement to current systems. So not to replace them totally, targeting systems, but at a no extra cost to complement current systems. Second, it could highlight spatial inequalities by showing these maps of a much finer grid. And third of all, also giving insights for countries where no data is available by learning from other countries and kind of using this for predictions. So thank you so much, and I'm happy to discuss afterwards if you have questions or interested in the technique. Thanks.
Thank you, Catherine, for the very interesting presentation and showing us how artificial intelligence, machine learning can help us to make better prediction, better identification, and hence, better targeted kind of intervention and the policy to address the healthcare enrollment and the uptake. I noticed there are some questions in the chat box. And let's collect all these questions after our discussants talk. So we have 3 discussants today, all three distinguished experts. Our first discussant is Mr. Omaro Osmani. He's Director of Investment Monitoring from the Ministry of Planning of Niger. The floor is yours, Mr. Osman.
Alors, merci bien, distingués participants. C'est un honneur pour moi de prendre la parole à la suite. Donc,
thank you very much. Dear participants, I'm honored to be taking the floor after such distinguished speakers. Today, I would like to present the experience of my country, Niger, on the use of digital technologies for growth. The development of my country has adopted a new strategy, Niger 2.0. It's a visionary approach, and we have a planning framework we are trying to reap the benefits of the digital economy. We use digital infrastructure and services in order to digitalize the economy, strengthen growth, ensure safety, governance, and improve financial services, healthcare, education, and more opportunities for the youth. Together, we are trying to use STIs for the development of our country. 25,000 villages in our country representing 90% of the population are being targeted. We are trying to improve the living conditions of the rural population. We have implemented this new strategy under the leadership of the National Information Agency. We have implemented a smart village for rural growth and digital inclusion. This smart village will be implemented over the course of 5 years, and we will try to offer digital services and mobile services in 6,000 villages. We are trying to create a welcoming environment for companies, and we are trying to improve connectivity in rural areas, particularly for the 6,000 villages that I just mentioned. We have established public-private partnerships with private sector, and we are supported by the Universal Access Fund. So we have combined various sources of financing. We also try to improve access to digital finance, especially for rural areas. We're trying to build capacities, more specifically for emergency situations. Niger, as you know, is affected by various shocks, health crisis, economic and ecological crisis. We have performance indicators to monitor the impact of our program, and we also have various measures that aim to support the implementation of the program. For instance, we are going to open digital centers in rural areas, and we're funding digital infrastructure across the country. We also are working with the World Bank to foster skills for growth in the sectors of energy, agriculture. We're trying to promote women and offer public services. Our main constraint is the fact that we don't have universal access to digital services because our infrastructure is not up to date, and that is a major challenge, which is why we need to develop our technology. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Osmani, for sharing the experiences and the achievements made by the government of Niger. And our next speaker is Ms. Josephine Nairazimana, the Chief Information Officer of the government of Rwanda. The floor is yours, Ms. Josephine.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, greetings from Rwanda. I'm pleased to be part of this important discussion about deploying digital, leveraging STIs and emerging digital technologies for sustainable development. I'm going to share with you the Rwanda's journey towards becoming a knowledge-based economy, covering the experience of the broadband infrastructure deployment and how it's been leveraged and contributing to the country development and mainly to citizens' empowerment. In Rwanda, the digital journey started 2 decades ago when the country set a vision to fast track its development, leveraging ICTs as key enablers. And back then, the first ICT policy focused on setting an enabling environment, meaning putting up institutions that were to be in charge of ICT implementation, but also developing strategies and policy for the ICT adoption were put in place. After 5 years, the government
It seems we have lost the connection for Ms. Josephine. Shall we move to our third discussant, Mr. Jyrki Pulkkinen, Ambassador for Innovation of the Ministry for Foreign Affairs of Finland. And after Mr. Jyrki, then maybe we can connect back to Ms. Josephine. Would this will make, yeah.
That's okay.
Great.
Yep. Thank you. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for this opportunity to comment today these excellent papers that has been presented here. I just pick up 3 words that I just want to discuss. It's digitalization, productivity, and employment. And those were resonating with me quite a lot. I don't speak about innovation that much today, but this is something I want to touch. Increased productivity through digitalization, of course, it is evident. And the speed of the process is different in different countries, that we have heard also. The countries are in different level, and the readiness is different. And the digitalization is treating different countries differently. And that is, of course, related the economy, the size and the combination of different jobs and industries in the economy, but also somehow the skill sets and the tasks that are needed in the economy at the moment. So I very much like the way that the colleague from ILO actually opened the job to tasks, because that helps us to understand something very, very important from digitalization and kind of transformation. Digitalization kills jobs. If you are a minister in developing country, if this is the message that you are saying in digitalization, and you have 60–70% unemployment in the country, you are not very long time as a minister. Because if you are killing more jobs, that's not people want. But at the same time, of course, we can see that if you don't have digitalization as a motor or engine of transformation of the society and economy, stagnation is waiting for you. So you are out from the global economy. So it's a difficult choice, I have to say, and it's very much encouraged. It needs a lot of strong leaders in the country to say, okay, we go with the digitalization. Yes, it kills jobs, but we can mitigate that. In Finland, we are prepared to change our job or our profession at least 2 or 3 times in our lifetime. How we can do that? What is the process that we can be more flexible in working life? And there's one component that I come up a little bit later. We also, if we open the jobs to tasks and see the skill sets within those tasks, some of the jobs, of course, they are more vulnerable to disappear. But we can see that digitalization globally, it's a global phenomenon. It's not something that is happening separately in different countries, but it's a global phenomenon. It creates new tasks that are global tasks, and they are available for global markets, labor markets, if you have the skill sets and if you have the connectivity. So that is changing also the game at the global level in job markets. And we have to be also looking that at the same time when we are looking the skill sets that we have in domestic labor markets. We also heard today that digitalization is also changing the gender gap in job markets. Yes, digitalization, women benefit digitalization in urban and industrial setups, but in rural, it's opposite. Because of the economy, the structure of the economy in rural, but also that norms, that old norms that define women in the working life is holding them back. So they are not free to go and employ themselves, even they have the skills. So what is kind of key component that we have not discussed, and that is according. I have been visiting quite many developing countries, even worked. I came from Nigeria. I was the ambassador of Finland to Nigeria for 3 years. I came 1 month ago back to Finland. So, and lived in Kenya and South Africa as well. But this, I have noticed, there's one component that is still kind of underdeveloped in many of the developing countries. While we are still struggling the education system, what is needed is this structural transformation in the economy is very responsive adult education. Is something that we are still in many countries. We are still in the kind of understanding that training is once in a lifetime, and that's it. It's too slow to react changes that digitalization is bringing in the country. We have to be more responsive. We have to be more quick, and provide people the possibility to upgrade their skill set so they can be re-employed in new jobs that are created by the digitalization at the global markets or the local markets that require new skills. So that's my kind of contribution for discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm very sorry, Professor Fu. We have to come to an end now. I just wanted to thank everybody. And Professor Fu, if you'd like to make some closing remarks, that would be lovely. Unfortunately, we do not have time for interactive discussion now, as we also have to release the interpreters. We have, the ones who are here, have time to continue discussions over dinner. And we will also have opportunities tomorrow. And thank you so much for your understanding.
Thank you very much. So I will make a very quick, brief summary of the takeaways from today's distinguished panel. So from our speakers' presentation discussion today, there are several things emerge. First, there is digital windows of opportunity for the developing countries. As we have seen from the presentation, digital technology, help the more resilient economic growth, help to create the off-farm job opportunities, especially for women, for the youth, and also, it helps us to make better prediction and the better uptake and enrollment of health services, etc. However, digital technology also, have significant impact on the labor market. And this labor market impact is different in the developed and the developing countries. And this, as the ambassador said, the opportunities is there, and also the new jobs is there if you have these skills. And therefore, the benefits from digital technology is not silver bullets. And we need some preconditions to help the developing countries, especially the least developed countries, to benefit from the science, technology, and innovation, especially the emerging digital technologies. First, this digital infrastructure. This is very important. The rural-urban divide, the cross-country divide, digital infrastructure, the accessibility, affordability are very important factors underlying this. Secondly, digital skills. The digital skills also, we need to have the digital skills to benefit, to use the emerging digital technologies and also benefit from science and the technology and innovations. And therefore, the science policy, innovation policy, education policy, including social policy, are all very important to help our people, the marginalized society, the women and the youth to benefit. Our research has shown that STEM education will benefit, and also social policy to help targeted to help the women, those with childcare burden, and those who are married. So to help the women and also change the social norms and education policy are also very important. And also the experiences shared by the speakers from Niger, from Rwanda, and also showing that the developing countries can benefit from it, but need more proactive government policy. And also, as the Finland ambassador has mentioned, we need to act quickly, need to be more bold and act quickly. For the developing countries, because digital infrastructure, digital technology is very capital intensive and skill intensive. Therefore, global cooperation and global support to the least developed countries is very important to help them to build up the digital infrastructure and the digital skills and enable them to benefit from the science technological progress that's offered by the fourth industrial revolution. We need a global industrial policy for the digital technology sector. That's my summary. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to make a quick housekeeping announcement. You are invited to the dinner now, which will start at 6 p.m. in the restaurant that is just across the water from here. We will leave together for everyone who would like to walk. We suggest that we meet in front of the Marina Hotel on the side that faces the water at 5:30 sharp. So you have a very quick moment to 5:30 German sharp, Susanna is saying. So we will see you all there. If you do not want to walk to the restaurant, please let us know now, and we can organize taxis that can pick you up here. And then one more announcement. My colleague Thomas sent an email just now about COVID testing. So for everyone who will need a PCR COVID test to go back to their country, we have arranged that COVID tests will be available tomorrow morning from 8 to 8:40 here in this venue. So please make sure to be in time so we can get everyone tested tomorrow morning. Thank you very much and see you at the dinner.